Well, hello everyone, good morning, bon dia, and welcome to the fifth and final day of action here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta in Banyoles, Spain. It's Sunday, one more day of action to go, and today is an incredibly special day of racing because every single one of our races between now, 8 o'clock, and this afternoon, 1:30 local time, will be in mixed combinations, men and women coming together, as is so often the tradition here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Wherever you are in the world, hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We hope you have enjoyed our coverage so far. We hope that you are looking forward to another cracking day of racing. Yesterday morning, of course, started with the rain, with the thunder, with the lightning. It was all very dramatic, but this morning, the sun is out, much like it was at the beginning of the regatta. The tranquility has returned to this beautiful setting, this beautiful part of Catalonia. And the first of our crews are getting ready to race. They are on the state boats, ready to go. So at this point, I can now invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy our coverage of final day of racing. Day 5, that final day of racing. I'm Fergus Mainland, and I will be guiding you through all of the action for the first couple of hours. And we will start this morning with 10 finals of the mixed D double sculls before moving on to the mixed G quads, of which we will have 4 races. We'll have 1 race of mixed B8, and we'll also have some mixed E double sculls as well. We'll have 9 finals of those, and that'll be taking you through the first hour or so this morning. However, this first race of the day, as we said, final 1 of the mixed D double sculls. Eight crews racing this one. Lane 1, Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft of Germany, Maritime of Spain in 2, Corinthians of Brazil in lane 3. We've got a composite from Spain in lane 4 of Rem Barcelona and Banyoles, the club who have hosted us here in Catalan. Lane 5, it is the international composite of Itzas Lagunac from Spain and Cambridge Boat Club USA. Beale Bridge from Great Britain are in lane 6. We've got the French combination of Aviron Cetois and Aviron Villenois in lane 7. And we've got Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain in lane 8. So we're in the final stages of preparation then for this first race. That's the crew in lane 6 of Beale Bridge Rowing Club from Great Britain. "104 races we are bringing you this morning and this afternoon. So a slightly smaller roster than what we've seen over the past few days. Action-packed nonetheless. Racing still over 1,000 metres for all of our crews. Racing still coming every 3 minutes as well here at Lake Banyoles. So there's the Germans on the right-hand side of your screen. That is Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft, Kjell Lubert and Suzanne Schopp. Back though with our crew of Great Britain from Beale Bridge, Lucien Lauermann and Dominika Rosenfeld. Just a few taps coming. And away we go then, our first final of the day, the mixed D double sculls. As we said, Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft in 1, Maritime from Spain in 2, Corinthians of Brazil in 3, the Spanish composite of Banyoles Rem Barcelona in 4, the international composite of Itzas Lagunac and Cambridge in 5, Beale Bridge from Great Britain, who are watching out of the blocks at the moment in lane 6, the French composite Aviron Cetois, Aviron Villenois in lane 7, and of course Warwick Boat Club in lane 8. So there's the finish tower looming in the distance, 1,000 metres separating our crews and that finish line. There's our crews on the right-hand side of your screen in lanes 1 and 2. That's the German combination across in lane 1. Going with them as well, the Spanish combination of Maritime. Both doubles moving along very nicely there. As we come through the opening minute of this one, mixed D double sculls, average age of these doubles 50 and above. The bows there of lane 4. That's our Spanish combination, Banyoles and Rem Barcelona, just starting to come into the fray. Great start for them by the looks of things, looking particularly good there in the middle of the course. Great sculling there from the two of them. And what a way to start the day that would be if the combination of Banyoles and Rem Barcelona are able to get themselves out in front leading. Crowd's already starting to gather, spectators watching from the finish line. So there they are. That is our Spanish combination just in the middle of your screen. The white boat and the blue tops. To the right of them from lanes 3 to 1. That's Corinthians just trailing at the moment on the far side of the course. Going nicely, that all-Spanish crew of Maritime sitting there in lane number 2. And of course on the far side, the German combination. Well, this gives you a good idea as to how this is shaping up, and it's shaping up incredibly well for that Spanish combination of Banyoles, Rem, Barcelona, for Ignacio Hidalgo Campos and Ariadna Oroval Brulet. They're your leaders at the moment. And then it's close, very close. Between our crews in lane 8, that's Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain, who are perhaps trailing the chasers at the moment. Beale Bridge from Great Britain, probably sitting half a length back on their fellow countrymen and women. But it's that crew from Itzas, Lagunat and Cambridge Boat Club, the Spanish, the United States combination, can probably have the best crack at second place at the moment. Their challengers probably coming from the Germans on the top of your screen, Schweininger Rudergesellschaft, who I think have got a good grasp on third place at the moment, unless Maritime, that Spanish combination of Cristina Valdez Serrano and Juan Mariguez Busquets have got anything to say. We're into the final 200 metres. Red boys then, as we come up to the line. Phenomenal start. Great performance in the opening 900 metres then for Banyoles and from Rem Barcelona. What a way to open up the final day of racing. What a way to open up this 5th day of racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. It's our host club teaming up with Barcelona. Banyoles, Rem Barcelona on the line, winners of final 1 of the mixed D double sculls. They'll be followed quickly by that crew, that international crew in lane 5, just ahead of the Germans in 1, Schwenning and Rudergesellschaft and Warwick Boat Clubs. Coming through in lane 8, Ivor Westmore and Tatiana Poldanovskaya of Warwick. And then through there, that is our crew from lane 3, that is Corinthians, Ingrid Dos Santos and Udes Gondim. Now up to the line then, it is Aviron Cetois, Aviron Villenois, Nicolas Cossin and Sabine Delpouche. So what a way to kick off racing then. Great start. And great for Banyoles to be taking a medal back to their boathouse. Confirmation then, a win for Banyoles, Rem Barcelona in final 1 of the mixed D double sculls. Well, let's do it again then for final 2. Bridge North of Great Britain in 1. UR Joko of France in 2. CBD Madrid Velocidad in 3. Ravens of South Africa in 4. We've got a Brazilian composite of Corinthians and Club de Remo de Brasilia. And then we've got a Polish composite from PTW Triton and Vorslask as well. Warwick go again in lane 7. And MI Rowing of Spain in lane 8. And look at this one. We've got about 300 metres left to go. It's our crews in lane 7, 6 and 5. It's the Brits, the Poles and the Brazilians going particularly well in the middle of the course. 4th place on the top of your screen. That's Bridge North, David Drinkwater and Joanne Drinkwater. But these 3 crews, what a race it's unfolding into. I think our camera angle would suggest that it's Warwick, but I think the camera angle is deceptive as it so often can be. Here we go then. 3 crews coming up to the line. It's Great Britain, it's Poland, and it's Brazil. We knew we were going to get great racing on Sunday. We didn't think it would come this early on in the second race of the day. Warwick Rowing Club from Great Britain perhaps just fading as the Polish combination and the Brazilians continue to motor their way up to the line. Shifted into 6th gear and they go again. The Brazilians winding up again. Let's see what Poland have got to offer as we come up to the last 50 metres. Warwick Boat Club looks like they will have to settle for 3rd place because leading this one particularly well, it's the Brazilians, it's Corinthians and Club de Remo de Brasilia just ahead of PTW, Triton and Wierzchowsk of Poland. The Brits will then come through ahead of that other British combination from Bridge North. Close racing, incredibly tight racing. But for the first time today, we can go to the medal pontoon on the left-hand side because it is our winners of Final 1. Ignacio Hidalgo Campos and Ariadna Oroval Brulet of Banyoles and Rem Barcelona. Congratulations to the 2 of them. Well, up to the start, but confirmation there. A win for the Brazilians, a win for Corinthians, and a win for Club de Remo de Brasilia. Well, Final 3 is underway. Lane 1, the French composite of Ramur Toulouse and Aviron Energie. The Spanish composite of Badok 13 and Araluce Dugetsko. Rocky Mountain USA in 3. The British combination, we can just see their bows there, of Ardingly and Bristol Aerial. Next up, it's Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club. Club Nautico Sevilla go in 6. Calgary Rowing Club from Canada in 7, with Christchurch Rowing Club of Great Britain coming through in lane 8. Well, that crew in lane 1 is leading the way. Ramures, Toulouse, Aviron Energie, Anthony Perrault and Stephanie Savoldelli out in front for this one. Going nicely as well, it's the combination in lane 4. That's our British crew of Bristol Aerial and Ardingly's Brian Humphreys and Fanny Abraham Chuck. And then as well, just occupying that 3rd place position at the moment is that crew in lane 6. Club Nautico Sevilla, Enrique Gonzalez Company and Maria Castelo Castandenda. So out in front then, it's the French leading this one as we come up to the line. Just on the left-hand side of your screen, it is our winners of the previous race. Luciana Hagstrom-Bex, Alexandra Ducra Maya of Corinthians Club de Remo de Brasilia, the winners of Final 2. Well then, back up then into the final 50-60 metres of Final 3, which is rapidly coming up to the line. And coming up to the line first, it is our French crew, Ramures, Toulouse, Aviron Energie. It will then be the crew in lane number 4, Ardingly and Bristol Aerial, who come through to take a fantastic 2nd place, just ahead of our fast finishing crew of Sevilla, Calgary, and Christchurch in quick succession. That's Rocky Mountain USA, Jennifer Bacon and Adam Trumber just coming through there. And they're followed by our Spanish composite of Badok 13 and Cia Araluce Dugetsko. And here we are on screen is our crew from Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club, Hu Wang and Hu Ying Lu. So a few strokes to go for the crew from Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club to get them up and over the finish line in this 3rd final of the mixed D double sculls. As we said, we've got 10 of these finals to look forward to in the first half hour of action this morning. So they keep going up to the line. Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club, Hu Wang and Huying Lu. That's them. 3 or 4 strokes left to go. We'll see them over the finish line and round out this third final of the mixed D double sculls. And that means we will get ready to go up for final 4, which will be fast finishing. Confirmation there, though, a win for Ramur Toulouse and Aviron Energy of France. Well, we knew it would be fast finishing. That's the red boys on the right-hand side. Let's take you through the crews. Banyoles in 1, UR Joku of France in 2, CDR San Geronimo of Spain in 3. It's the USA Sarasota County Rowing Club in 4, University of York of Great Britain in lane 5, the International Composite of Breisacke Rodeverein Germany and Humlebach Row Club Denmark in 6. St Andrew Boat Club go in 7 of Scotland and Olbia of Italy in lane 8. Well, it was our International Composite leading at 500 metres. That was the Germans and Humlebach Row Club as we come into the closing stages of this one. You can see there 2 lanes down. The Italians moving nicely as well, sitting about a length or so back. That's Fabrizio Baiano and Maria Rizzi of Olbia, Italy. I think moving very nicely, actually, I think it's worth saying. Perhaps closing down that lead that the International Composite from Denmark and Germany have had. Absolutely motoring, I should say, as we come into the closing stages. Rode them down. Absolutely sailed through into first position there. And we're seeing a sprint coming, a great surge coming from St Andrew Boat Club. I think it might just be a little bit too late on the line. St Andrew Boat Club are able to close to about a foot as the German combination, the Danish combination, Breisacke Rodeverein and Humlebach Row Club are able to hold on for second place. What a sprint, though, from the Italians, I should say, Fabrizio Baiano and Maria Rizzi. They'll come through just ahead of Michael Arnhild and Suzanne Schaffer of that international combination. And it's Andrew Dobson and Alison Harrison of St Andrew Boat Club. 2 crews on the water. That's a crew of Banyoles just on the top of your screen at the moment. Juan Masovilla and Laura Massamora, and the other Spanish combination from CDR San Geronimo just drifting through now. Soroyo Pastor Urbano and Pablo Bustamente Gallardo. Confirmation there, a win for the Italians of Olbia. Back up then to pick up final 5, just through 500 metre. Ravens of South Africa in 1, Malmo Road Club and Akademiska from Sweden in 2, Christiana Road Club of Norway in 3. Upper Thames from Great Britain go in lane 4. Itzas Lagunac of Spain in 5, Rocky Mountain USA in 6, Araluce Duguetsco of Spain in 7, and Beelbridge from Great Britain in lane 8. So, as we hit the red boys, 250 to go. It's the combination up in lane 1 and the combination in lane 7. Sorry, the combination lane 2, which is, of course, Malmo Rod Club and Akademiska. It's the Swedish pairing of Anna-Louise Volk and Thomas Barge. They're leading this one, going well ahead of the Spanish from Araluce Duguetsco, Maria Bermudez Herbelo, and Melquidas Verduras Tascon. Sweden have got probably a length or so as we come up to the line. Going well, chasing the Spanish combination, about a length back, perhaps just a bit of clear water as well, is Rocky Mountain USA's Lauren Stevepack and Michael Gasper in lane 6. I think, though, the spacing of our crews, though, as we come into the finish line, is such that I think this will be a great win for Sweden. For Malmo Rod Club and Akademiska RF, who come through on the line to take first place, to take the medal in this race ahead of Araluce Duguetsco of Spain, fast finishing Rocky Mountain, and a very fast finishing of Beelbridge from Great Britain, just ahead of the crew, I think, of Christiana Row Club and then Upper Thames. Pushing off, though, on the left-hand side of your screen, congratulations, Fabrizio Baiano and Maria Rizzi of Olbia of Italy, your winners of the Mixed D doubles final four. That's Isas Lagunac just coming through, Christoph Ports and Immaculada Ruiz Barriga. And then on the top of your screen, it's Ravens of South Africa, Peter Clark and Delia Kench. Confirmation there then. A win for Malmo Rod Club and Akademiska RF. Well, we're through 500 metres then for final 6 of 10 in the mixed D double sculls. Real Regattas Club Alicante in 1. Cercle de l'Aviron du Saint-Chamas of France in 2. Willem Draai Netherlands in 3. Stockholm RF from Sweden in 4. The Australian composite of Leichhardt and Essendon of Australia in 5. Nautique Tarragona of Spain in 6. It's Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain in 7. And then we've got an international composite from Switzerland and France. Sea Club Lucerne and Club d'Avignon Annecy-le-Vieux in lane 8. Well, that's our leading crew at the moment in lane 6. The Spanish combination of Nautique Tarragona going nicely as well. Sea Club Lucerne, Club d'Avignon, Annecy-le-Vieux, Anya Odermatt, and Dragos Nigu. Going very nicely as well. On the top of your screen is our Spanish combination of Real Club Regattas Alicante. They had the lead going through 500 metres by about 5 seconds on the chasing Spanish combination of Nautique Tarragona, with that international composite from Switzerland and Sweden a little bit further back as well. So largely unchanged then as we hit 200 metres to go. I think it's setting up very nicely for a Spanish 1-2. Real Club Regattas Alicante leading out at the moment. Let's see what Nautique Tarragona have got to offer. Our leaders, though, as we come up to the line, Pedro Ferrer Rodriguez and Maria Dominguez Chesa are the ones leading out at the moment. Clearwater, though, the advantage they've got over the rest of the field. But the rest of the field led by our second Spanish combination. Nautique Tarragona, it's a Spanish 1-2. First place, Real Club Regattas Alicante. Second place for Nautique Tarragona's Andrea Mazzanti Orandi and Gennaro Perez Suarez as well. Congratulations to them. We've just seen the Australians come through. Leichhardt, Essendon, Wendy Miller and Timothy Juferwitz. And now this is our crew from lane 7. Warwick Boat Club's Hayley Harper and Stephen Sidaway. And there's our winners from the previous race. Malmo Rod Club, Akademiska RF, Anna Louise Volk and Thomas Barge, winners of Final 5. Congratulations to both of them as they leave the medal pontoon. So from 6 finals this morning, 2 wins for Spanish clubs. Our hosts will be delighted with that because this one, it was, of course, Real Club Regattas Alicante on top. Back up then, final 7. Final 7. Smark of Finland are in lane 1. Next to them, it is Paysac River and Nereid from the USA. Stirling Rowing Club of Great Britain in 5. Newcastle Rowing Club of Australia in 4. Centro Universitario de Porto and Fluvial in lane 5. Parana of Argentina in 6. Club Nautico Sevilla of Spain in 7. And Mostro Club Norway in lane 8. Well, 2 of those crews there. Mostro Club and Club Nautico Sevilla, your leaders going through the 500 metre marker. Also as well, Newcastle, the Australians, in a great position as well. Of course, just trailing the pack at the moment ever so slightly. It is the crew from Stirling Rowing Club. However, I think those are obviously the times as we came through the 500 metre marker. I think we've had a change of momentum, and I think we've had a change in the momentum in favour of Mostro Club, the Norwegians Marit Andersen and Dag Marthinsen. really starting to stretch out. They've really kicked on in the second half of this race, which means it's starting to look like an incredibly close finish developing, particularly on the far side of the course. I think our crew cross in lane 2, going very nicely as well, Passac River nearer. That's them on screen at the moment. Let's see what they can do as we come up to the line, see if they can push themselves into second place. But on the line, there we go, Moss Row Club, the Norwegians, and coming through, do you know what? I think it was just the Americans ahead of that Spanish combination, Club Nautico Sevilla. That American combination of Arthur Ware and Janice Holzman are now coming through just now. That's our Portuguese combination, Fluvial Centro Universitario de Porto, just ahead of Parana of Argentina. And then through in lane 1 is Smark of Finland, Philippe Arnez and Elina Jokinen. And that's Stirling Rowing Club of Scotland, Neil Maguire and Samantha Sellers through in lane 3. Confirmation there. Moss Row Club on top from Norway. We'll back up once again. Rocky Mountain USA in lane 1 of final 8. Warwick Boat Club of Great Britain in 2. We've got an international composite of Adnaremo, Portugal, Rocky Mountain in 3. Olbia of Italy in 4. Poznan and PTW Triton of Poland in 5. It's the Australians, it's Commercial and Brisbane Grammarians in 6. France, we've got Avion Bitewa and Club. And we've got the Peruvian combination of Lima and Circolo Canoteri in lane 8. Well, they're just leaving the meadow pontoon on the left-hand side of your screen. Marit Anderson and Dag Marthinson, your winners from Moss Row Club for final 7. Great shots we're getting here, flying over the heads of the crew. In lane 8, that's our Peruvian combination of Patricia de Picasa and Angelo Torciani of Lima and Circolo Canoteri. They're going very nicely, as are that Polish combination. They're going well in lane 5, KW4 Poznan PTW Triton. Just starting to zoom over their heads now. Let's look inside their boat. So we know they were going nicely. We know there was just 0.4 of a second separating the Polish crew and the Peruvian crew, with the Poles having the advantage at the 500-meter marker. The Italians then trailing in 3rd place ahead of the Brits and the Americans. So I think this is set to be a cracking finish as we come up to the line then. Between that crew of Poland in lane 5, Poznan and Triton, going up against Lima and Circolo Canoteri of Peru in lane number 8. I think this is going to be absolutely fascinating to see how it unfolds. It's a reverse of 500. It's Peru, it's Lima and Circolo Canoteri, Patricia de Picasa and Angelo Torciani, who will come through ahead of KWO4 Poznan and PTW Triton. Larissa Sitspaniak and Marius Mikolajczak. Olbia of Italy will then come through ahead of Warwick of Great Britain, Andrew Speechley and Elizabeth McAvoy. Rocky Mountain USA following on the top of your screen, Mark Guerrero and Catherine Cable. Well, there's our crew on the left-hand side of your screen. That's Moss Row Club. My apologies, I think the crew that we saw earlier would have been Real Club Regatas Alicante, because on screen that is Moss Row Club. Well, the crew there in lane 3, Adnaremo, Portugal, Rocky Mountain, USA, Jal Galrica and Danielle Wagmeister. Confirmation then, Lima and Circolo Canoteri on top from Peru. Well, 2 finals to go then. Final 9. Lining up in lane 1. RCO Hennigsdorf of Germany. Moda Kurek Kulubu of Turkey in 2. Ren Barcelona of Spain in 3. The international composite from San Cassien, France, and Corinthians, Brazil in lane 4. Italy go in lane 2 with Armida and Canottieri Casal. Another international composite from Germany. Schweiniger Rudergesellschaft, Bagsvard of Denmark. Next to them it's South Africa. It's Ravens with Club Nacional de Regatas of Uruguay in lane 8. Well, leading out is our international combination. In lane 6, Schweininger Rudergesellschaft and Bagsvard, Anna Karina Gravard and Daniel Illman. They've hit the 250 metre to go marker out in front, sculling very nicely. And, you know, going through 500, it was 6 seconds up on their closest rivals, and that was our German combination in lane 1 from RCO Hennigsdorf. So it's a comfortable margin that they've managed to build up and acquire over the rest of the field at the moment. Here they go then, up to the line. Great performance from Anna Karina Gravard and Daniel Illman of Schweiniger Rudergesellschaft and Bagsvard of Denmark. Through in lane 1, it will be our German crew of Mike Jungermann and Ina Bauer. Great sprint from Ravens there in lane 7. Michelle Spark and Roberto Riccardi. Coming through just ahead of San Cassien and Corinthians. And then they're followed by Ren Barcelona's Motoki Kyo and Georgina Ponscuela. A few crews left out on the water, leading the pack at the moment. It's that crew in lane 8 of Club Nacional de Regatas, just through ahead of Moda Kurek Kolubu of Turkey. And rounding this one out is the Italian combination from Armida Canottieri Casal, Marie-Hélène Cully and Luca Monteresso. So there's our winners from Peru in the previous race, final 8 of Lima and Circolo Canottieri. Congratulations, Patricia Dupicasa and Angelo Torciani. Rightly delighted with that performance. Back up then, one more time for the mixed D double sculls. So across these 10 finals, we've had 77 mixed D double sculls racing, which is absolutely superb. Delighted to have them all racing here. Coming up, though, into the red boys, 250 metres left to go in final 10. The international combination of Osnabrücker Ruderwein, Germany, and Roy Verangen, KVIK, Denmark. Spanish combination of Nabaters and Real Club El Candado on 2. Strathclyde Park go in lane 3. Avalon, USA in 4. Great Britain's composite of Putney Town and Poplar in 5. Banyoles in 6. Our Ruder Club Tegel from Germany and ASD Canottieri Pescati of Italy in lane 7. That's who we are riding with. We're through the early stages. Leading out, it's the crew in the top of your screen. The top right, Osnabrücker Ruderverein and Roy Verhannigan KVIK, the Danish combination. This is a cracking shot, though, of the international crew. The German and the Italian going nicely as well. Just sitting further across in lane 6 and in lane 5 is Banyoles, fighting hard for that third place position, just occupying it, those Putney Town and Poplar. But up to the line, Mika Humbach and Mariana Becker of Osnabrücker Ruderverein and Roy Vereniging KVIK. It will then just be our international composite ahead of RC Tegel, Ruder Club Tegel, ASD Canottieri, Pescat, Miriam Bernini and Siegfried Paulus. ahead of Putney Town and Poplar, Blackwall and District Boat Clubs, Anita Newland and Edward Bolio. Just ahead of Banyoles is Ana Serra Casellas and Miguel Junca Riero. Up to the line, this is our crew in lane 4. Avalon from the United States, Mitzi Nicoletti and Cullen Archer. So this is a combination from a Spanish combination, Nabatures and Real Club El Cando, Angel de Miguel Benito and Ana Atencia Molina. And that was our last final of the mixed D double sculls. As we said, 79 doubles racing, and in this final race it was Osnabrück, Rudeverein and Roy Flanagan KVRK of Denmark on top. From doubles though, we go to quads. The mixed G quads with an average age of 65 and above. 4 of these finals we can look forward to, and the first of which is on screen. We've got an international composite in 1. Ruder Club Amitischer Bad Hersfeld, Germany, Maple Bay, Canada, Lake Washington from the USA, and Minneapolis Rowing Club also from the USA. Next to them it is Hawthorne of Australia, Chinook of the USA, Great Britain represented by the Royal Air Force, Lakeland and Milton Keynes in 4. Martinelli of Brazil go in 5. The international composite of Great Britain and Australia, Oriel Kensington, Henley Rowing Club of Great Britain, and Canberra Rowing Club, Australia. Next to them, it is the Czech composite of Bohemians Praha and VK Slava Praha, and the Australian composite of Perth, ANA and Canning Bridge Rowing Club. Well into the closing stages then. Out in front is the crew, I think in lane number 7. That is our crew from Czechia, Slavia Praha and Bohemians Praha coming up to the line, going nicely well on the far side of the course. I think that international combination of from Germany, from Canada, from the United States of America moving nicely across in lane 1. And that crew in lane 3 occupying 3rd place, that's Chinook from the USA. Well, up to the line, it will just be the Czechia crew. Bohemians Praha, VK Slavia Praha, Reneta Glatinova, Ivana Valhugnokova, Jiri Nop and Josef Suk. But there on the screen, our winners of final 10, we can say congratulations to Osnabrück, Rudeverein and Roy Verhannigan, KVIK, Michael Humbach and Marianne Becker on the left-hand side of your screen. Your winners of final 10 of the mixed D double sculls. Well, through in lane 6, this is our British-Australian composite of Oriel Kensington, Canberra and Henley, Kim Fisher, Diana Sargent, Karen Wade and Bernard Lodwick. So we head back up and we get ready for final 2. But on screen there, confirmation, a win for Czechia, less than 0.2 of a second ahead of that international composite. But they're on top nonetheless, Bohemians Praha and VK Slava Praha as well. Well, we go right up to the start then. We can get them out of the blocks for final 2. Roy Heineken Breda of Netherlands go in lane 1. The international composite from Sweden and Great Britain. Hammarby Rod from Sweden, Beobridge from Great Britain, along with Maidstone Invicta of Great Britain as well. Champion of the Thames from Great Britain in 3. Japan have got a composite of Sita Rowing and Penta in 4. Lake Macquarie go for Australia in 5. The Italians have got a composite of Club Canottaggio Irno Canottieri Roma Espera Club Canottaggio Lazio in 6. And an international composite from Riverside, USA, Chateau Gontier, Avignon, France, and Strathclyde Park from Scotland in 7. And it's the Canadians then in lane 8 with Leander and Calgary. Well, those Canadians going very nicely there in the red kit, as are the crew in 5. Our crew from Lake Macquarie, the Australians, currently leading the field. Not quite able to break clear because just clinging on to contact at the moment is our US, French and British combination there in lane number 7. Again, just to the right of them as they are riding. The crew from Italy's Irno, Roma, Esperia and Lazio in the mix as well, as are the crew from Roy Verhannigen, Breda, Netherlands on the top of your screen. It's important though at this stage that the Australians can just snap that elastic from themselves and the rest of the chasing pack, because we know as we come into the final 250 metres, the last quarter of the race, you know, that'll just give the rest of the competition so much confidence, perhaps a bit of belief that they can rein them in and catch them. And do you know what? I think that is exactly what that composite crew is doing of Riverside, Chateau Gontier, Avignon and Strathclyde Park. Moving very well. You know, we know they just had overlap, they just had contact as sort of we came through 500 metres. I think we're probably up to about half a length or so. But they're moving well, they're hanging on in there. As are that crew from the Netherlands on the top of the screen. Roy Verhannigen, Breda moving nicely as well. Well, there's the red boys. That's them changing from white to red, which means we are now less than 250 metres to go. About 25, 30 strokes for them. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if this international composite will keep moving. There's a look across from the Australians. Sitting in the bow seat, Teresa Fearon. Winding up to the finish line, having led for so much. Another couple of glances there from the bow pair. The man at 3, he's looking across now as well. And now the stroke man, they're all starting to look out the boat. Have a wee look, see what's happening from that international composite, because they are moving inch by inch, stroke by stroke, and with about 150 metres left to go. Let's see how this one's going to unfold. The Australians having led for so much of this race, but I think they've been rowed down. I think they've been overtaken now as we come up to the line. It's Riverside, it's Chateau Gontier, it's Strathclyde Park who come through and take a sensational win from lane 7. What a sprint. What a way to close out that final 2 of the mixed G quads. Absolutely sublime racing, timed it to absolute perfection. Coming through there, it is the Italians of Irno, Roma, Esperia and Lazio. And they'll be followed through just now. The combination. The crews on the far side of the course. So this coming onto screen just now, that's Pita Rowing Club and Sita Rowing. Mayumi Ando, Yuko Kimura, Hideki Fukai and Toro Sekeno. Great racing, really impressive racing there from that international composite. Confirmation there by less than 0.4 of a second. So back up then for final 3. We've got an international composite of Tigre Boat Club Argentina, Romeros Escandinavos of Argentina, Corinthians from Brazil in lane 1, Auckland of New Zealand in 2, international composite from Poole, Great Britain, Commercial Australia and Brisbane and GPS Australia in 3, Nagambi and Hawthorn of Australia in 4, international composite of Exeter, Dart Totnes, Cappoquin of Ireland and Starport from Great Britain, Essen Compenois, Avignon, Achenois from France in 6, Hennigsdorf and Energy Berlin from Germany in 7, and the Argentinians, Rudeverein, Teutonia and Rowing Club Argentina in lane 8. Well, we're riding with the crew in lane 7. That is the German combination who are leading at the 500 metre mark and still leading at this point in the race. Going with them though nicely, that combination in lane 3 of Poole, of Commercial and Brisbane GPS. But on the line, that crew in lane 7, RCO Hennigsdorf, SV Energy Berlin. Next up will be the combination from lane 5, Exeter, Dart, Totnes, Cappoquin and Starport, just ahead of the crews in lane 4 and 6, Nagambi Hawthorn from Australia, and SN Compenois and Avignon Achenois of France. Through is lane 1, Tigre Boat Club, Ramenos Escandinavos and Corinthians ahead of fast finishing Rudavarain, Teutonia and Rowing Club Argentino, the South Americans. And then the likes of Auckland coming through on the top of your screen as well. So confirmation there, RCO Hennigsdorf on top in position 1, I should say, from lane 7. So, one final to go then in the mixed G quads. 6 crews racing this one. Lane 1, it's Hawthorn of Australia. It's a British composite of Upper Thames and Wallingford in lane 2. We've then got an international composite of VIMK Zalgiris, Lithuania and Riga of Latvia. International composite from Great Britain, represented by Durham Amateur Rowing Club, Runcorn Rowing Club and Norwich, with Cambridge, USA as well. It's an all-British affair in lane 5, that's Tees Rowing Club, with international combination from Germany, Great Britain, France and Austria teaming up from Ruder Club Bergedorf, Loch Lomond, Rowing Club Port Marley and WRC Leah. Well, leading the way does look to be that crew in lane number 2. I think that is Upper Thames and Wallingford out in front with this one. We're riding with the crew in lane 6. That's the Germans, the Brits, the French and the Austrians there, moving nicely, going with them as well, that combination of Lithuania and Latvia in lane 3. I think a great race unfolding there for second place. Currently being led by that international crew in lane 6, the 4-nation international crew, as opposed to just the 2-nation international crew in lane 3. Out in front though, less than 200 to go, Upper Thames and Wallingford, Sarah Kell, Janet Mayers, Leon Brown and Rodney Stewart moving very well, well drilled up there in lane 2. You know, we wondered whether or not that 4-nation crew would come through, whether they'd hold on. I think they've still got it. I think they've still got second place, but only by a whisker. On the line, though, coming through, it is Upper Thames and Wallingford Rowing Club of Great Britain. And it will be that crew from lane 6. Ruder Club Bergedorf, Loch Lomond, Rowing Club Port Marley and WRC Leah, just ahead of VIMK Zalgiris and Riga. They're followed by Durham, Cambridge, Runcorn, Norwich, that international crew in lane 4, and Tees Rowing Club as well coming through in lane 5. That lane 4 crew, Cynthia Tinko, Julian Ringer, George Perrin and Gabrielle Moore, just ahead of Tees Rowing Club's Ralph Pickles, Sarah Rutter, Josephine Lewis and Robert Bainbridge. That's Hawthorn coming through there with the Hoops tops Henry Briefer, Alan Parton, Jennifer Whelan and Julie Cochin. Well, that's our winners of final 3. RCO Hennigsdorf and SV Energy Berlin. Sabine Winkler, Hartmut Schreiber, Martin Schultz and Ines Padags. And we're going to go back up because it is time for the first of our 8 races today. This is mixed B8s. Final one of 1. Aberdeen Boat Club in lane 1. Bedford Star from Great Britain team up with Copenhagen and Copenhagen's Row Club in 2. Riga of Latvia are in lane 3. Then we've got an international combination from Janlibao, China, Tribesman Ireland, Leichhardt, Australia, CNRAC from Brazil, Alfred of South Africa, and Janlibao of Hong Kong. So that's our crew that we're riding with at the moment. That's the combination of Bedford Star, Copenhagen, Copenhagen's Row Club as well. The Brits teaming up with the Danes there, leading out very nicely. Aberdeen Boat Club moving well as well in lane number 2. In the coxing seat, Callum Roberts there driving his crew on. Sitting probably 3/4 of a length back. I think it's that combination, that big international combination from China, Ireland, Australia, Brazil, South Africa, Hong Kong, just leading out Riga of Latvia. So out in front though, dominant performance, big clear water, I think maybe 2.5 lengths lead over the rest of the field. That Bedford Star crew with Copenhagen and Copenhagen's Row Club. Up to the line then, it will be Nelly Ekegren, Virginia Bois, Alex Giroux, Christiana Dorge, Kenny Anderson, Mads Peter Andersen, Renee Hansen, Christina Jensen and Luciana Cox leading this one out. Great Britain and Denmark ahead of the rest of the field. Aberdeen Boat Club, the Scots, very much solidifying that second place position at the moment. Pamela Stevenson, Jennifer McCormick, Corinne Meinert, Alison Bain, Alistair Aitken, Julianne Blanc, Richard Hewson, Callum McRoberts and Ian Hawkswell. But on the line, there it is, the Brits, Bedford Star, Copenhagen and Copenhagen's Row Club ahead of the Scots of Aberdeen. And then fast finishing, it will be the crew, that international crew of Janley Bao, Tribesman, Leichhardt, CNRAC, Alfred and Janley Bao. China, Ireland, Australia, Brazil, South Africa and Hong Kong ahead of Riga, the Latvian crew. So confirmation there, just there, of the results of mixed B. 8, final one of 1. Win for our international crew from Denmark and Great Britain. Back up though, because we're now riding with the mixed E double sculls. And we've got them for 9 races to look forward to. Lane 1, it is Warwick of Great Britain. Lane 2, Fredensborg and Bagsvard of Denmark. Norwich of Great Britain in 3. Osnabrück, Ruderverein, Rudergesellschaft Speyer of Germany in 4. Friesenwein of Austria in 5. Manning River, Lake Macquarie of Australia in 6. Lane 7 is Rudergesellschaft Hansa Hamburg and Hammer da Maische Ruderverein, Germany. And lane 8 is Club de Remo do Brasilia. Well, our 2 crews in the middle of the course are German combination from Osnabrück, Ruderverein, Rudergesellschaft Speyer, just sitting in second place behind our Austrian combination in lane 5. And that Austrian combination looked to have really kicked on since then into the red boys. Freisenwein, Gerlein Beiwald and Stefan Beiwald are leading at the moment. Managed to break clear of the Germans to their right, Osnabrück and Speyer. And also the combination to their left from Australia, Manning River and Lake Macquarie. They were going particularly well, as were the Danes, just at the top of your screen. That Danish combination in lane 2, moving very nicely there. Fredensborg and Bagsvard making a really good effort to charge up into second place. That's them at the moment, in the boat named Beijing. Fredensborg, Bagsvard, cracking effort from them sees them up to second place. But our winners, that crew in lane 5, it's the Austrians, Freisenwein, followed by the Danes and then Ravens. And fast finishing lane 7 and 8. Rudergesellschaft Hansa Hamburg and Hammer da Maische Ruderverein and Club de Remo do Brasilia. Well, those are winners of the mixed B8. Congratulations to Bedford Star, Copenhagen, and Copenhagen's Row Club. The Brits and the Danes coming together there to take that win. Confirmation then, a win for Freisenwein of Austria ahead of our Danish combination from Friedensburg and Bagsvard. Final two then of the mixed E doubles. Lane 1, Centro Universitario de Porto. Lane 2, it's an international combination of Fairlop from Great Britain and Breisacke Ruderverein, Germany. France, AUN Lyon in 3. Turkey have got Turkish RM and Bogazici in 4. Germany have got Erstakila Ruder Club and Münchener in lane 5. Lithuania have got a combination of VIMK Zalgiris and Klaipeda Masters. Maritime of Spain in 7, and Norwich, Great Britain in lane 8. La Cruz into the final 250 metres then, going well, that international combination, I think in lane 2 of Fairlop and Breisacke Ruderverein, moving very nicely, going with them as well. Next to them, it's that that Portuguese combination. Centro Universitario de Porto up in lane number 1. We're also following the crew in lane 6. That's the Lithuanians, just in the white boat there. But it's just half a length, I think, separating our two crews on the top side of your screen. And I think the crew from Portugal continuing to move every single stroke as we come up to the line. I think it's going to be another desperately close finish. Yes, here we go. Can the international combination hold on? Yes, they can, by about a canvas on the finish line. Fairlop from Great Britain, Breisacke Ruderverein of Germany, Kevin Spence and Suzanne Schaffer will take the win ahead of Centro Universitario de Porto, Paulo Ferrario de Almeida and Maria da Silva Baptista. Coming through there, that's our crew in lane 7 of Maritime from Spain, just followed by, I think, that combination in lane 4 from Turkey. Hilmi Oer and Nur Soilemez. But there's our crew who won final 1. Mixed E doubles, a win for the Austrians, a win for Freisenwein, Gerlin Biewald and Steven Biewald. And your results from final 2. Fairlop of Great Britain team up with Breisacke Ruderverein, Germany, to take the win in the second race. Back up then for final 3. Real Club Regattas Alicante in 1. Danish Composite of Copenhagen and Hamlebach Row Club in 2. Lake Las Vegas of USA in 3. UN Brussels of Belgium in 4. Runcorn Rowing Club from Great Britain in 5. German combination Karlsruhe Viking 1879 and Hanover in 6. Smark of Finland in 7. And Annecy of France go in lane 8. So that's the crew we're following at the moment. That is the combination of Catherine Simon, Stephen Art and Zolt Darvas of Brussels. We know they were going well through 500 metres. And we know they're going well. They're looking particularly good coming up into the last 200 metres. What we haven't got a view on, what we haven't got times on for 500 was Annecy and Smark of Finland. So we can't see how they're stacking up, though, against the rest of the chasing field. We also know Real Club Regattas Alicante is going well. Well, there they are, going so well, in fact, that they come through in lane 1 ahead of that Brussels combination. A win for Regattas Club Regattas, Real Club Regattas Alicante. Alvaro Crespo Giner and Maria Porcel Gonzalez And here come that crew of Anisse, Celine Picou and Arnaud Picou. Just ahead of the crew in lane 6, Karlsruhe Viking 1879 and Hanover, Maria van der Beckdam and Benedict Roberg. We can go back to the medal pontoon, because that's where Suzanne Schaffer and Kevin Spencer from Fairlop Rowing Club Great Britain and Breischacher Rodeverein Germany, your winners, final 2 of the mixed E double sculls. Well, this is the Finnish crew. This is Smart coming up to the line. Charles Postel and Rabia Qureshi, all the way from Finland. And that will round out final 3 of the mixed E doubles. Once again, I'm not sure if they've actually quite clocked that they have the drone flying over them. I think they might have just clicked now. Anyway, a win for Real Club Regattas Alicante in final 3. So let's go up for final 4 then. Nurtingen of Germany in 1, Upper Thames of Great Britain in 2, Club de Remo de Brasilia of Brazil in 3, Aviron Tours and Gravelines Aviron of France are in 4. Next to them it's Calgary from Canada with UR Kirolak of Spain in 6. Turkish combination of Galatasaray and Bogazici, and Estonia represented by Eski Kalev in lane 8. Well, that's Upper Thames on screen at the moment. That's Rebecca Sadler and William Sadler coming through very nicely, as are that combination from France, Monique Lord and Geoffrey Lord. From Aviron Tours and Gravelines Aviron. So riding with the French combination at the moment as we come up to the finish line. Upper Thames still in the mix as well. Upper Thames leading. Upper Thames will have this on the finish line. Rebecca Sadler and William Sadler come through in fine fashion ahead of Monique Lord and Geoffrey Lord from France. Your winners, though, just on the right-hand side of your screen. Real Club Regattas Alicante, Alvaro Crespo Giner and Maria Porcel Gonzalez. Your winners are final 3 of mixed E doubles. Just pushing off and heading back to the village. Our next few crews just coming through the line. That's our combination, I think, from lane 3, Club de Remo de Brasilia, Alexandre de Miranda Rangel, and Elitanana Liberal de Siqueira. So a win there. Upper Thames Rowing Club of Great Britain for the Sadlers. Upper Thames on top ahead of that French combination there in final 4. Final 5, they're coming into the final 250 metres then. Let's take you through the crews. Ridley Graduate Canada team up with Sorrow Denmark in lane 1. Dutch Composite in lane 2 of Willem Draai and De Hoop. London Western of Canada in 3. X to Great Britain in 4. SMBS of France in 5. Club de Remo de Brasilia of Brazil in 6. Spanish combination of Santiago Tarak and UR Kirolak in 7. RCO Hennigsdorf, Germany, lane 8. Well, I think it's that crew in lane 6. I think it's Club de Remo de Brasilia who are out in front leading this one as we come up to the finish line. They had a great margin. They had probably about 2 seconds on RCO Hennigsdorf, the Germans in lane 8. We can't see them at the moment, but what we can see is the Brazilians. Club Remo do Brasilio. Celio Amorem, Maria Proença through the line. They will be followed by the combination, I think, from London Western. That's the Germans coming through. It's Silke Schutz and Thomas Schultz. They're on the top of your screen. Willem Draai de Hoop, and now coming through is SMBS of France, Stephanie Charles and Vincent Berger, just ahead of Exeter Rowing Club from Great Britain, who were just behind Ridley Graduate and Soro. And that is the Spanish combination of UR, Kirolak, Santiago, Tarak. Coming through there in lane 7. Well, we go up again for final 6. RCO Hennigsdorf and Rockstocker RK from Germany in lane 1. That's who we're looking at on screen at the moment. Corinthians of Brazil are next to them in 2. Mostro Club of Norway in 3. International Composite of Lazio and Tideway Scullers in lane 4. Next to them, we've got Nest of Finland, Rocky Mountain USA, Loughborough Boat Club from Great Britain, and Cercle de l'Avion du Saint-Chamas of France in lane 8. So over the heads of the combination of Tideway Scullers and Lazia, Fiona Betts and Luca Del Elise. Crossing lane 1 though. Germans moving very nicely. Axel Zimmerman and Annette Shawn from RCO Hennigsdorf, Rostocker RK. 250 metres left to go for them. And on the left-hand side of your screen, it's that crew from Upper Thames Rowing Club, Rebecca Sadler and William Sadler, your winners of Final 4 of the Mixed E Double Sculls. Looks like she's got one more to go. William Sadler, I think 2 more races to go today. He's absolutely packed out his calendar. Anyway, back to the challenging crew. And goodness gracious, Luca Del Elise there in the bow seat. He is absolutely going for it, as is Fiona Betts, who's sitting in front of her, because they've got a lot of ground to if they're going to catch the crew in front. In fact, they won't be catching them. It will be the Germans in lane 1. It'll be RCO Hennigsdorf and Rockstocker. But that British-Italian combination giving it absolute full welly there, coming up to the line. And then coming through, it'll be lanes 2 and lane 3. Corinthians and Moss Row Club. And we can also go back to the screen on the left-hand side. We can congratulate Celio Amorem and Maria Proença of Club de Remo de Brasilia, Brazil, for their win in Final 5 of Mixed E Double Sculls. Congratulations to them. So up to the line, it's our crew in lane 8. It's our French combination, Cercle de l'Avion du Saint-Chamas, Mark Jackson and Nadine Martin. And then they will be followed there by the combination in lane 5. That's our Finnish combination, Anu Forsblom and Jarmo Aaltonen. So we know that the next race will be coming down the line. Confirmation though, a win for that crew of Hennigsdorf and Rostocker. Well, here it is. It's already into the final 200 metres. Minerva Bath of Great Britain in 1, International Composite of Brussels and SMBS in 2, Poznania and Warszawa of Poland in 3, Club Nautique de Libourne from France in 4, Sarasota County in lane 5 for the US, Tribesman Ireland in 6, Auckland, New Zealand in 7, Rotation Berlin in lane 8, along with their brilliant fans here in the spectators area. That's the combination in lane 5, that's Sarasota County. Next to them, it's the Polish combination, but through the line, Rotation Berlin. That's the biggest cheer of this morning. Dare I say it, even louder than the supporters of Banyoles. Fast finishing there, you know, on the top of your screen, we've just had Minerva Bath come through. We've just had UN Brussels of Belgium and SMBS France, that international combination in 2. This coming through, though, is the crew in lane 7. That's Auckland from New Zealand. So quick racing there, quick to pick that one up. This is our combination from Club Nautique de Libourne, 1876. Marie Fallour and Christophe Marché. Of course, the great World Rowing Masters Regatta roadshow in Libourne not too long ago. Back in 2022. So great to welcome the Libourne crew over the border from France into Spain for this year's event. That was a combination just on screen there from one of our earlier finals there. Rotation Berlin, though, on top. Winners. Final 8 then. Fredericton of Canada in 1. Spanish composite of CR Barbate and Mediterraneo in 2. Australian represented by Adelaide and Adelaide University. Minerva Bath go in lane 4 for GB. The Germans are in lane 5, Ruderclub Fustenwald and Rudersdorfer Ruderverein Kalkberg. Sarasota County for the US are in 6, Fureso of Denmark in 7, Osnabrücker Ruderverein and Roy Flanagan KVIK of Denmark in lane 8. Well, that crew in lane 5, that German crew in lane 5, moving very nicely. Annette Bernert and Jens Klingberg. I think they are our leaders at the moment. We're flying over the heads of the crew in lane 7. Mikael Hansen and Inga Koch of Fureso sitting half a length back on them. It's the combination from Sarasota County, James Botti and Jill Vitkus. So no start for the Australians and no start for the Germans in lane 8, the Germans and Danes, which means we've got 6 boats racing this one. But just on the left-hand side of your screen, it's our winners from the previous race. Katrine Anto and Frank Eric of Rotation Berlin, greeted by all of their fans who are delighted with their performance, and they are as well. Up to the line though then. It is the German boat, 2 wins in a row for Germany. This one, Ruderclub Fusterwald 1893 and Rudersdorf Ruderverein Kalkberg. Annette Bernert and Jens Klingberg. Followed by the British combination coming through from Minerva Bath, Richard Thomas and Juliet Phillipson. And they're followed in quick succession by that crew. In lane 2, that's our Spanish combination of CR Barbate, Mediterraneo, Monica Montano Candelario and Vincent Hernandez Bosquet. Next through in lane 1 is our combination from Canada, Janet Shields Thompson and David Dujardin of Fredericton. As we fly back over with some of our doubles. Making me short paddle back to the village. So one final then to go of these mixed E-double sculls. Club Nautique de Laval, the French, in 1. Siegberg and Kettweiger Rudergesellschaft of Germany in 2. Whatcom Rowing USA in 3. Canadians, it's Fredericton and Two Rivers in 4. Victoria Lake of South Africa in 5. Putney Town and Staines from Great Britain in 6. And then Canottieri Retica, Italy in 7. With CDR San Geronimo of Spain in lane 8. Well, that's the Spanish that's the Italian combination, I should say. Cantore Retica, Monica Robustellini and Giovanni Poncia. But out in front on the far side of the course, moving very well, very nicely. It's the French combination, Club Nautique de Laval. Out in front, Loic Junol and Valérie Vettier. That's the crew in lane 2. That's Seigberger and Kettweiger Rudergesellschaft of Germany. Andre Hoffmann and Renato Chavas Torres coming through very well. Looks around though, looking for the finish line, and there it is. The Germans come through just ahead of that combination in lane 7, the Italians, and then they'll be followed in quick succession, I think, by Whatcom Rowing USA. Next up will be that crew of Putney Town and Staines. Lane 1, it's the French coming through then. Club Naval Nautique. So just leaving the middle pontoon there. The mixed E-double sculls, final 8. Roder Club Fustenwald 1893 and Rudersdorfer Ruderverein Kalkberg. So, that brings to an end final 9 of the mixed E-double sculls and brings to an end the mixed E-double sculls as our crew in lane 8, CDR San Geronimo of Spain, come through there. So a confirmation there, a win for the Germans. Siegburger and Kettweiger Rudergesellschaft, which means that we have had 3 German clubs winning in quick succession here in the doubles, in the mixed E-double sculls. Great set of results for them. So we go back up then, and this time we switch over to quads. We've got the mixed H to M quads. 7 boats racing this one. All of these boats racing category H with an average age of 70 and above. Auckland and Saugatuck, New Zealand and USA in 1. Tees and Bewdley of Great Britain in 2. Tribesmen of Ireland in 3. Lord Heineken Pampus of Netherlands in 4. Rocky Mountain, USA in 5. The Canadians, Gorge Narrows, Maple Bay, Vancouver. And then also in lane 7, it's our international composite from Australia and USA and Great Britain. North Shore, Melbourne, Minneapolis and Grosvenor. Oh, getting a great overhead shot there of our crew in lane 6. The Canadians, Gorge Narrows, Maple Bay and Vancouver. And through the halfway marker, they were in a tremendous position out in front leading this one. And there they are, able to look back on the rest of the field as we come up to the finish line. It's the Canadians. Gorge Narrows, Maple Bay, Vancouver Rowing Club, Michael Bates, Diana Morris, Richard Stout and Susan McDonald there from Canada. Next through will be that crew from lane number 4, Heineken Pampus of the Netherlands. Coming through just now, the combination of Tees and Bewdley from Great Britain. Angela Lund, Josephine Atkinson, John Lund and Anthony Stocking. They're followed by the likes of the crew in lane 5, Rocky Mountain, USA. I think that's Tribesmen of Ireland just coming through as well. And this will be our crew from lane 7, our international composite of North Shore, Melbourne, Minneapolis and Grosvenor. On screen though, our winners though of final 9, Seigberger, Keitweiger, Rudigesellschaft, Andrea Hoffmann and Renato Chavez Torres. So confirmation there, a win for the Canadian combination. Gorge Narrows, Maple Bay and Vancouver. So back up then we go for the mixed H to M quads second final. And worth knowing at this point, once again, all of these quads are racing category H. Well, we can go right back up to the start then for this one. And in lane 1, we've got the Brits, we've got Exeter Rowing Club and Dart Totnes. In lane 2, we've got the international combination from Poland, Norway and Israel, represented by AZZ Politechnika Wrocław of Poland, Dormen of Norway and Daniel of Israel. Lane 3, Marne Joinville of France, Lake Macquarie of Australia and Dromoine of Australia as well. Make your international composite there. I should say actually the rest of the crews are international composites as well. So the one in lane 4, Leinberger of Germany, Roy Vereinigten Rheinland of Netherlands, Planeta Radibul of Germany and WSV Honef of Germany as well. In lane 5, composite is made up of Athlone of Ireland, Roy Vereinigten Breda of the Netherlands, SAC from the USA, and the crew in lane 6 there in the orange boat, Hollywood Rowing Club USA, Lee Valley Rowing Club of Ireland, Rowing Club Argentino, Argentina, and Offaly of Ireland as well there in lane 6. So going well then, it's that crew in lane 2. It's the Polish, Israeli, Norwegian combination going nicely there in the second lane. Still with contact though at this point as well, it's the Americans, Ireland there in lane number 6. We can go back to the medal pontoon though at this point as these crews approach the 500 metre marker, and we can say congratulations to our Canadian combination of Gorge Narrows, Maple Bay, Vancouver Rowing Club, Michael Bates, Diana Morris, Richard Stout and Susan McDonald. Congratulations to the 4 of them for their win in final 1 of the mixed H to M quads. We're back though with the second final, and we're back with the Polish, Norwegian and Israeli combination, AZS Politechnika Wrocław, Dramen and Daniel. Alexandra Bloch, Razzia Israeli, Steinhoff and Pal Sandy. 4 of them going very nicely there in lane 2, leading out this race. And of course, all of these quads in this one, all 6 quads, are all category H. So there's the big line of red boys then, just over 250 metres left to go. But it's close. The rest of the chasing pack, it's close. No more than a length and a half at 500 metres. Even less than that for the crew in lane 5. SAC from the USA, Roy Vereinigten Breda of the Netherlands and Athlone of Ireland. Jacqueline Schneider, Susan Houghton, Johannes Bielderman and Paul Gallen going very nicely. They're starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field though. We've already mentioned that crew in lane 6. Hollywood Rowing Club USA, Lee Valley of Ireland, Offaly of Ireland mixed in with Rowing Club Argentino as well. Just being pushed down into 3rd place at this point. But I think we're seeing a move coming. That crew in lane 5, the Irish, the Americans, and the Dutch as well, just stepping on, really kicking on now actually, really starting to motor with about 50 metres left to go. Let's see what our crew on the top side of the screen can do. They'll have enough to hold on. AZS, Polytechnica, Vorklaw, Dramen and Daniel. Those clubs coming together to take the win here in Final 2 ahead of SAC, Roy Verheinigen, Breda and Athlone of Ireland. Next through, it's that crew in lane 4. It is Limburger, Roy Verheinigen, Rhineland, Planeta, Radebull and WSV Honef. Top of your screen, that's the Brits, Exeter and Dart Totnes coming through ahead of Man Jeanville of France, Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne of Australia. So we'll have one more final to go then of the mixed H to M quads. That'll be final 3. But before we bring in that confirmation there, a win for the international combination from AZS, Polytechnica, Vorklaw, Dramen and Daniel. Well, here's our next one. And in this next one, we've got category I, we've got J, and we've got L. A reminder, I is the crew age average of 75 and above, J, the average crew age of 80 and above, and L, average crew age of 86 and above. So let's take you through these 5 boats then. The first 2 are category I, both international composites. The first comes from Polytechnica Ruder Club Zurich, Sham, both from Switzerland, Minneapolis Rowing Club USA, and Ravana USA as well. That's lane 1. The second of our I crews is Calgary Rowing Club of Canada, who team up with Tweedheads Australia and Gold Coast Masters from Australia as well. The next 2 in the middle of the course in lanes 3 and 4 are category J. I should say actually just the next one because the crew from Saugatuck has scratched. So that means category J, it's Chinook and River City from USA, it's Dart Totnes from the United Kingdom, and it is Avignon of France as well. And then our category L crew, Casitas Rowing USA, teaming up with the Kenai Cruisers, and USV TU Dresden as well in the mix in lane number 5. So that's our crew in lane 1, as we mentioned, one of 2 boats racing in the I category here. Fredriks Vilkening, Hans Fellman, Ruth Ann Kahn, and Christina Lund. Going well there on the far side of the course in lane 1. We had a big ceremony last night, just before the awards and the closing ceremony of the regatta. We had the presentation for the octogenarians who were competing at this year's regatta. So a special presentation for all of those over the age of 80. And we're seeing many of them out on the water at the moment just now. So into the red boys then for our crew from Polytechnica Ruder Club Zurich, Sham, and Minneapolis and Ravana from the United States of America, going very nicely there on screen. The 2 Americans sat there in the middle of the boat, flanked on either side by our Swiss scullers from Polytechnica Ruder Club Zurich and Sham. So up to the line then, just a few strokes left to go for the first of our crews. But we can go back to the medal pontoon, and we can say congratulations to our winners of final 2 of the mixed H to M quads. Congratulations to AZS, Polytechnica, Vorklaw, Dramen, and to Daniel, as that crew from Polytechnica Ruder Club Zurich, Sham, Minneapolis, and Ravana come through and cross the line. They'll be followed by the combination in lane 3. The first of our J quads from Chinook, Dart Totnes, River City, and Avignon from the United States, Great Britain, the USA, and France. They'll be followed by the second of our I crews from Calgary, Canada, and the two Australian clubs, Tweed Heads and Gold Coast Masters, Barbara Heiss, Reen McKeon, David Matley, and Peter Guest. And through in lane 5, it will be our Category L crew with an average age of over 86. Up to the line, it will be Casitas Rowing from the United States of America, Kenai Cruisers USA, and USVTU Dresden of Germany. Veronica Zimmert, Judith Damers, Tiger Edwards Damers, and Dawn Tannhauser. Your Category L crew there. Confirmation there of your results from that third race of the mixed H to M quads. Back up though, we've got 8s racing now, 6 lanes, 6 crews racing in the mixed C8s. We've got the Americans Chinook and Rocky Mountain in 1, the bows there of lane 2, Willem Draai and Hertzbahn from the Netherlands, Region Grand Est from France in 3, the international combination of Panada Argentina and Capri Club Mequinenza of Spain in 4, Aberdeen Boat Club from Great Britain go in 5, lane 6 it's our internationals. We've got Germany, Great Britain and the Netherlands as well as Hong Kong all well represented in that crew in lane 6, just out of shot. Out in front though, we've got our Dutch combination, and we're going well against Region Grand, the two of them sitting a length or so up on our American composite from Chinook and from Rocky Mountain USA. They're going in lane 1 in the white boat, but the two boats to the left hand side of your screen, it's the Dutch and it's the French, Willem Draai, Hertzbahn. They're just leading the way at the moment, probably sitting about half a length or so up on Region Grand Est of France. Not far to go left as we've hit the red boys quarter of this race, and yes, there it is, about half a length that the Dutch are leading by. Willem Draai, Hertzbahn. Let's see what they've got as we come up to the finish line. 200 metres to go then, 20 big ones for the Dutch combination. Willem Draai, Hertzbahn. Perhaps the bows though of Region Grand Est just starting to quiver up the shell there of the Dutch combination. They are moving incredibly nicely. I think they're going to run out of water though as we come up to the finish line. I think the advantage Willem Draai and Hertzbahn have been able to build up has been good enough, but the French continue to come. They're certainly not backing down as we come into the last 100 metres or so of this epic finale. It will be the Dutch though. They will hold on by about a third of a length. Willem Draai, Hertzbahn over Region Grand Est. They'll be followed across the line by Chinook and Rocky Mountain. Next up will be that combination in lane 6 coming through our international club of Ruder Club Ham, Putney Town from Great Britain, ARV Hanseat of Germany, Riverside USA, Alemannia from Germany, Atlanta USA, Ruder Club Tegel of Germany, Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, Delta Sport Netherlands, and they are followed by the crew in lane 4 from Parana, Argentina, Capri Club Mequinenza of Spain, and Aberdeen from Great Britain come through in lane 5. Well, that was the first of 2 races in the mixed C8, and a win there for the Dutch, Willem Draai and Hertzbahn. We go back up and we get ready for that second race though. There's the results, the Dutch on top, beating out that French combination by just a second or so. Well, up then for the second race in the mixed C8s. We've got a big international composite in lane 1 from South Africa, from Great Britain, Portugal, the US. The Irish composite in lane 2, Old Collegian, St Michael's, Castle Connell, University of Limerick and Tralee in 2. The international composite is the Brits and the Americans, Avalon and Sudbury in 3. The French go in lane 4, Société Nautique de Bayonne and You Are Joku next team up. We've got the Spanish combination of Itzas Lagunac, and in lane 6 again, international composite from Spain and from Brazil. So, just over 250 metres left to go then. And worth noting, you know, through that 500 metre marker in the mix, it was that French combination, the Irish still in the mix. And on the far side of the course as well, that international combination, big international combination from South Africa, from Great Britain, Portugal, USA, the lot. But at the moment, the Irish going particularly well. At the moment, we know the French are going well. We can't see the French on screen at the moment, though. But what we do know is that the Irish are charging. Old Collegian, St Michael's, Castleconnell, University of Limerick, and Tralee doing everything they can to hold on to their position. We think it's going to be close. We know it's going to be close. It is. There it is. Lane 4 going well. It's the French, Société Nautique de Bayonne. You Are Joku. But the Irish are leading as we come up to the finish line. The Irish have been so good in these 8s racing, in the men's 8s, in the women's 8s. They've been spectacular to watch on and see. And they're currently leading this one out. The mixed 8s, second final of the mixed C8s. And the Irish will hold on. They'll hold on against the French, who themselves will hold on ahead of that international composite crew. Henley Midmar, South Africa, City of Oxford from Great Britain, Barrio of Portugal, Adnaremo of Portugal, Detroit Boat Club USA, Milltown Rowing USA, Peterborough from Great Britain. Coming through there, that was our international composite from SDR Astillero of Spain, Club Naval Piraque of Brazil, MI Rowing Spain, Remo Bacareno of Spain, CDB Madrid Velocidad Spain, and Club de Remo Pedrena of Spain as well, ahead of the full Spanish combination of Itzas Lagunac. This, though, is our crew in lane 3. This is Avalon, USA, and Sudbury. Our two Sudbury rowers there in the middle of the boat. So they're on screen. Is our crew from the Netherlands, from Willem Draai and from Hertsbaan, receiving their medals for winning final one of the mixed C8s. But confirmation there on screen. It's the Irish, Old Collegian, St Michael's, Castleconnell, University of Limerick, and Tralee, winners of final 2 of mixed C8s. So from 8s then we go to doubles. We go to the mixed F double sculls. We've got a lot of these to look forward to. 8 finals then of the mixed F double sculls, and the first of which is on screen. It's the French Club Maginot Sport d'Aviron in 1, Sport Gente Belgium in 2, Rio Parana Correntes of Argentina in 3, Lakeland from Great Britain in 4, Fureso of Denmark in 5. Banyoles, the Spanish combination from here in Catalan. Molesey Boat Club of Great Britain go well in lane 7. And we've got Fredericton of Canada in lane 8. Well, it's the crew of Lakeland Rowing Club from Great Britain going nicely there in the middle of your screen in the blue kit and the white boat. Molesey Boat Club as well there in lane 7, the other British combination going nicely just ahead of the home favourites from Banyoles. And then on the top of your screen as well, that is the French combination of Club Marjanet, Sport d'Aviron, Laurence Bousseau and Bernard Blanc. I think they're just sitting in 3rd place at the moment. It's Molesey who have got that 3rd place position. Michelle Sturridge and David Gillings. And because out in front, leading the way, is Samantha Ayres and Nicholas Cohen of Lakeland. There they are on screen. It's the Brits. It's Lakeland. Right the way through, coming up to the line. Awesome row. Great performance from them. And they will be followed. It will be a British 1-2. It will be Molesey Boat Club coming through nicely there in 2nd place. Ahead of our crew in lane 1, the French Club Marjanet and Sport d'Aviron. That's our crew from lane 3, Rio Parana Corrientes of Argentina. Just ahead of Fureso of Denmark. Just ahead of Fredericton of Canada, Gwyneth Price and Brian Price. And that crew in lane 2 is Sport Ghent. So if you look out the window, we can see, well, big cheers for Ireland, our winners of the H race that we just saw. We go back up now for final 2 of the mixed F doubles. ANA of Australia in 1. Fredericton of Canada in 2. Fluvial of Portugal in lane 3. International Composite of Wallingford of Great Britain and Aviron Bitewa of France. We've then got St Andrew Boat Club teaming up with Strathclyde Park in lane 5. Belgium go with RCRA and RSNM in lane 6. Undine and Whitmarsh Boat Club from USA in 7. And Norwich from Great Britain in lane 8. Well, there's the victorious Irish crew from final 2 from Old Collegian, St Michael's, Castle Connell, University of Limerick and Tralee. Congratulations to all of them. But we have a race on our hands developing in the second final of the mixed F double sculls. It's the Scots, it's Ailey Ord and Tom Duke of Strathclyde Park and St Andrew Boat Club who are leading this one. Going with them, going well. That crew in lane 7, Undine, Whitmarsh Boat Club, Heather Hollis and Frank Rowe. But the Scots currently leading by about half a length or so as we come into the last 200 metres of this one. Tom Duke leading this one in the stroke seat. Ailey Ord backing him up in the bow seat. Lane 7 as well, though. That American combination. Similar setup for them. Frank Rowe in the stroke seat. Heather Hollis there in the bow seat. That's our crew in lane 7. That's the Americans teaming up, but that's the Scottish combination. The Scots who are leading this one as they come up to the finish line. Through there, first place, a win for St Andrew Boat Club for Strathclyde Park, ahead of Undine and Whitmarsh, Heather Hollis and Frank Rowe. Next through, I think it's that combination of Wallingford and Aviron Bitewa. And I'm finishing well, it is Michael Bond and Beatrice Bond from Norwich Rowing Club, just ahead of the next cruise. And then coming through at the top of your screen, that's ANA from Australia, Mary Cameron and Adam Ranshaw. And again, we will see what happens here. I think that crew will just be able to drift through Carlos Pedrosa da Silva Costa and Cristina Pinheiro das Barros of Fluvial, ahead of Fredericton's Lynn Randall and Timothy Randall. Confirmation there. A win for the Brits, a win for the Scots for St Andrew Boat Club, Strathclyde Park. Congratulations there for Ailey Ord and Tom Duke. So the next one, final 3. Two crews scratching from this one, so we've got a 6-boat affair. No Club de Remo de Brasilia, no Starport. So in lane 1, that's who we are tracking at the moment. That is the German combination of Lübeck and Erstekieler Rude Club. In lane 4, it will be Canning Bridge Rowing Club from Australia. France are represented by Cercle de l'Aviron du Saint-Chamas in 5. Canottieri Seal of Italy in 6. Thames Rowing Club of Great Britain will go in lane 7. Nest of Finland in lane 8. Well, our leaders then at the top of your screen, the Germans, Lübeck and Erstekieler Rude Club. going with them, going nicely. That combination in lane 6, that's the Italians there of Canottieri, Sio. The bows there of Thames Rowing Club just starting to come into the mix as well, sitting half a length or so down on those Italians. There's our winners, though, of Final 1. That is Lakeland Rowing Club from Great Britain, Samantha Ayres and Nicholas Cowan. Congratulations to them, winners of Final 1 of the Mixed F Double Sculls. Well, this third final is into the red boys then. And it looks like our race leaders are well and truly confirmed. Lubeck and Erstekila, Maybright, Borchard and Matthias Borchard leading out in front. But the great race is developing there for second place. That's the fascinating one at the moment. Will it be the Italians in lane 6, or will it be the Brits? Will it be John Collett and Catherine Baker of Thames Rowing Club, or will it be Fabiola Manente and Luciano Menstrina? I think at the moment it might just be the Brits on screen, though. Speaking of Brits, it's Ailey Ord and it's Tom Duke, winners of Final 2 of the Mixed F Double Sculls. On screen, though, your winners of Final 3, Lubeck at Erstekila Ruder Club, just ahead of Thames Rowing Club, who are able to row through the Italians. Fast finishing from there as Tom Duke and Ailey Ord push off from the pontoon. Congratulations to both of them. Part of a very large contingent that have made the trip over from Great Britain. 670 athletes from the UK have made the trip across. And again, a big contingent from Scotland as well. Aberdeen Boat Club from Scotland leading the way with 101 entries. So that was, of course, Final 3 of the Mixed F Double Sculls. Final 4 is hurtling down the course. A great win for the Germans there. And we go back up. Confirmation there. Lubeck, Erstekila Ruder Club on top for Germany, ahead of Thames Rowing Club of Great Britain, who had a sensational last 200 metres. Pick up Final 4, though, as it comes into the final 250 metres. Canberra of Australia go in lane 1. Next to them, it's RRC of Germany in 2. Remo Mexico in lane 3. Bradford on Avon team up with Minerva Bath in 4. University Barge and Palm Beach, USA in 5. Society Nautique du Lagny in lane 6. Norsk and Porsgrunn Row Club of Norway in 7. Beobridge Rowing Club from Great Britain in 8. Well, riding with the crew from RRC Germany at the moment. As we came through the halfway mark, they were locked in a cracking race with the likes of Society Nautique du Lagny of France. And of course, the Brits mixed in there as well, a couple of seconds back. Bradford on Avon and Minerva Bath. Let's see how this one unfolds as we come up to the finish line then. Again, still incredibly close. Very, very close between 3 crews. But it will be, I think, that combination. Oh, they just caught a crab, but it's enough for them to drift through. That combination in lane 2, RRC, the Germans, are able to hold on ahead of Bradford on Avon and ahead of the French Society Nautique du Lagny. Coming through there over the line, that is our crew from Remo, Mexico. Martha Garcia Mayo and Santiago Fuentes Castaneda. Beobridge of Great Britain, Suzanne Davis and Michael Monsell. They come through in lane 8. And then we followed the crew in lane 7. Norsk and Poskram Row Club, Annette Soyboden and Bjorn Saga. So, the Germans. We've just had back-to-back winners from Great Britain in the Mixed F Double Sculls, and now we've had back-to-back winners from Germany. RRC confirmation on top for them. Final 4 we've had, which means we go up for Final 5. We can take you through those crews who are racing just now. Chateau Gontier Aviron of France team up with Strathclyde Park in lane 1. Hawthorn of Australia are in 2. Loughborough Boat Club of Great Britain are in 3. Bisolati are with ASD Canottieri Pescat of Italy in 4. Upper Thames of Great Britain in 5. London Western, the Canadians, in 6. Martinelli and Riacello of Brazil in 7. Toulouse, Aveyron and Ankou of France in lane 8. Well, as has been so often the case with the crews that we've been watching of London Western, they are out in front leading this one. .200 metres or so left to go with London Western currently holding on to an advantage, I think, over Upper Thames, who are going well in the lane next to them, and then I think further across as well. The Italians still in the mix from Bisolati and ASD Canottieri Pescati. On screen though, just to the left, that was of course Luberg and Erstekila Ruder Club, Maybrit Borchard and Matthias Borchard, your winners of final 3 of the mixed F double sculls. Round of applause for them. But out in front leading this one, it's London Western. It's Andrea Motzers and Volker Nolt ahead of Upper Thames, fast finishing Peter Jacobs and Judith Byrne. And Bisolati and ASD Canottieri Pescati, Idos Cantoni and Savina Paniza. And then arriving at the medal pontoon just on the left-hand side of your screen is our crew of RRC Germany, Bertold von Baer and Christiane Schanz. Congratulations to both of them for their win in final 4 of the mixed F doubles. So the rest of the crews coming across the line there in final 5. White flag being lifted by the umpire on the far side of the course. A good race, a clean race. And we get ready to start heading back up. But before so, confirmation of a win for London Western for Andrea Mutzars and Volker Nolt. Well, there is final 6. Lane 1, Elida Wein and Saint RCI of Austria in 1. Newark of Great Britain in 2. Club de Remo de Brasilia in 3. Christchurch Rowing Club of Great Britain in 4. Canottieri Valparaiso of Chile in 5. Hamlebach Row Club of Denmark in 6. Two Rivers Rowing Club from Canada go in lane 7 with the international composite of Marlow and Rockland from Great Britain and USA in lane 8. Well, about 300 or so left to go for this one. Already into the closing stages and hurtling towards the finish line. Moving well, moving nicely. Our 3 crews at the moment that we are tracking. We've got our crews in lane 2, 3 and 4. Newark of Great Britain, Graham Price and Rona Price. Club de Remo de Brasilia, Magda Scherer and Clovis Scherer. And we've got Christchurch just out of shot, Faye Stanley and Robert Stanley. Well, that's the crew of Newark Rowing Club. They're in the black boat and the black kit. Let's see what they can do as we come into the closing stages of this one. Out in front though, we're expecting a big performance from Marlow and from Rockland. That's them through across the line. Our winners, Jacqueline Easton and Moran Sharif. On the top of your screen coming through though, that's the Austrian combination of Gerhard Kalloch and Renate Zeichmeister. But just leaving the medal pontoon is our winners from the previous race. Final 5 of the mixed F doubles, London Westerns, Andrea Motzers and Volker Nolt. Fast finishing though. Likes of Club de Remo de Brasilia coming through, Christchurch coming through, and Canoteri Valparaiso as well. That's lane 7, that's the Canadians. That is Two Rivers Rowing Club. Michelle Lager and Timothy Sears. Just coming up to the finish line for both of them. So we can get ready to pick up our next final, final 7. Our penultimate final of the mixed F double sculls. Confirmation there. Marlow and Rockland, USA on top. Well, final 7 then. Bedford Star from Great Britain in lane 1 ahead of Aviron Agatois of France in 2. We've got Maastricht of Netherlands in lane 3. Calgary Rowing Club from Great Britain in lane 4. Calgary from Canada, I should say. A tribesman, it's the Irish in lane 5. International Composite of Hamlebach Row Club from Denmark and Molesey Boat Club of Great Britain in 6. Barrio of Portugal in 7 and Fureso of Denmark in 8. Worth noting, no start for Calgary though in this one. So 7 boats contesting this final. And great performances on the top of your screen, or the right-hand side of your screen, I should say, from Aviron Agatois. Our fastest crew through 500 metres, just ahead of the Dutch crew next to them, Maastricht, who were about 3 seconds or so back on them. Then it was the Irish, it was Tribesmen, who themselves holding on to 3rd place. But they, of course, were just ahead of Bedford Star in lane 1, that combination of Lester Vaux and Emma Leon. But up to the line, racing hard, racing very hard in this penultimate final of mixed F double sculls with an average age of 60 and above. It will be the French. Aviron Agatois, Florence Cumeau and Claude Bale. And a great finishing there coming through in lane number 3. That is our combination from the Netherlands. Maastricht just ahead of lane 5. Tribesmen of Ireland. They'll be followed by Bedford Star, Lester Waugh and Emma Leon. And then just coming through just now. That was the crew in lane 6. That was Molesey Boat Club of Great Britain and Hamlebach Row Club from Denmark. Lane 7, that is our Portuguese combination of Barreiro, represented by Cristina Monteiro Alves and Ru Souza. And that will round out final 7, which means we've got 1 final to go then of the mixed F double sculls. Confirmation then though. On top, Florence Cumeau and Claude Bale of Aviron Agatois of France. 1 to go then, mixed F double sculls. Lane 1. Saugatuck Rowing Club, USA. Next to them, it's Maritime of Spain. Strathclyde Park are in lane 3 from Great Britain. SMBS of France in 4. Rotation Berlin of Germany in 5. Calgary Rowing Club Canada in 6. And we've got an international composite of Hammarby Rod from Sweden and Buell Bridge of Great Britain, teaming up with Leon Callure of France in lane 8. Well, it was a great performance from the Germans in lane 5. That's Rotation Berlin, who had a great time coming through the 500-metre marker. We're riding, though, on the far side of the course at the moment with the combination in lane 2. That is Maritime of Spain. It's worth noting, actually. Maritime are the only crew at the moment who we haven't actually got a 500-metre time for, But what we do know is we know that Rotation Berlin were going well. SMBS of France were sitting about 4 seconds back on them. So we know we're getting close to the finish line because the German fans are out cheering. The flags are waving, as they so often are when it comes to Rotation Berlin. They've had great support all regatta. So they're coming up to the line. We'll get them on the finish camera as it starts to pan around. Still riding with Maritime of Spain, though, at the moment. There's some other heads just starting to poke into view, and it is that combination in lane 5. That's Rotation Berlin, the Germans. Let's see if they've still got their lead as we come up to the finish line. Looking particularly good. They do still have that lead. It will be the Germans, Rotation Berlin, Daniela Gorelick and Bernd Kruger across the line in first place. They will be followed by that combination in lane 2. The Spanish, Maritime, Sonia Gel Perez and Juan Valls Lados. And now coming through, it will be the French. It will be Leon Callure. We will just have Calgary finishing ahead of that crew in lane 3, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. And then after them, it will be SMBS of France. A combination of Bewdley and Hammarby Rod of Sweden will then come through. And on the top of your screen, in the luminous tops, was Saugatuck Rowing Club's Susan Quinn and Joseph Quinn. However, this on screen is Florence Comey and Claude Bale of Aviron Agatois, your winners of Final 7 of the Mixed F Doubles. Well, we're up to the top then, and we can pick up the next of our races. Just one final then for the Mixed A Quad, and they are on screen at the moment. Lane 1, it is the Dutch composite of Nautilus and Proteus. St Andrew Boat Club go in lane 2. On screen we can see them at the moment. It's the German Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft and Weibling. Next to them, the Spanish combination from Nabaters. Switzerland, SN, Neuchâtel in 5. Second of our German crews then in lane 6, Grunow and Prima RV in lane 6. And then from our international composite in lane 7, we've got Swindon Rowing Club of Great Britain teaming up with Bigostia of Poland. Well, that's who we're riding with at the moment. I think this is the German combination of Plinar and Grunow. So it is our two German crews leading out then in first and second in lane 6 and in lane 3. The second of those German combinations, of course, Stuttgarter, Rudergesellschaft and Weiblingen. And then in the background as well, we can see Nautilus and Proteus. And just to the left, the bows of St Andrew Boat Club, Jan Swedlow, Julia Begolte, Anna Tovata, Nald and Neil Paul there. Just sitting, I think, in 4th place at the moment. But leading out in front into the red boys then, about 200 metres or so left to go. And it is the second of our German combinations, Jessica Furr, Konrad Vend, Sebastian Fortig, Scarlett Gelsen Fortig, who is leading. And they've got clear water. They've stretched that advantage. It was just neck and neck at the halfway point, but they've really kicked on, really surged well. And up to the line, it will be Plinauer and Grunow of Germany coming through ahead of Stuttgarter, Rudergesellschaft and Weiblinger. And then lane 1 will be the Dutch crew, Nautilus and Proteus, less than half a length behind them, quickly followed by St Andrew Boat Club. And this means that coming through, it is our Swiss combination of Alexandre Vorsin, Delphine Reffe, Brief Heinzmann and Sarah Bourguignon. Next through will be the Spanish crew, Nabaters, Ricardo Salelas, Naomi Buston, Ana Espeleta and Omar Sebastian Bustin, followed by that international composite of Swindon Rowing Club and Bigostia of Poland, Elena Mills, Rafael Walczak, Thomas Kramer, and Anna Nickel. And confirmation there then for a win for the Germans of Prinau and Grunow.
So back with the action, thanks to Fergus Mainland, who has covered the racing action of day 5 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2025 here in Banyoles. I'm Sebastian Frank, and will take you through the next 2 hours or so. So we're here with the mixed D8, and this is really good stuff. 50 plus is the average age of these ladies and gentlemen here. Lübeck, Schwerin and Hanover and Kassel and for Germany in 1. Spain, Remo Vigo, Via de Cangas, etc. in 2. Then the Estonians in 3. Australia, Leichhardt in 4. Ireland, Macross and Cork and Fernoy for in 5. Then we have international between Canada, Great Britain and Denmark in 6, Région Grand Est for France in 7, and Maritime for Spain in 8. Well, leading at this point is the crew from Australia, the Leichhardt club from the Sydney area. We have the winners of the quadruple skull here at the victory ceremony platoon. That's the Pirna Ruderverein and Grünau, Jessica Fuhr, Stefan Fertig, Konrad Wende, Scarlett Gellischun Fertig. Congratulations to them for winning the quadruple skull in the A category, so in the youngest category. But look at this beautiful picture here. The sky is clear now. We had a bit of an overcast sky over the past days, but today it's a beautiful day out here in Banyoles, near the Pyrenees, near Barcelona in Catalonia. And it's a great race for, indeed, the Aussie crew from Leichhardt, from the Sydney area. Daniela Borgert, Susan Huggett, Nicola Presti, Magali Azima Barak, Edward Palmisano, Robert Gilmore, Robert Kotskar, Charles Bazakot, and Ruth Kelly. And they have a length of a margin over the rest of the field. Their lane neighbors from Ireland holding on to second place and half a length down. In third, we see the lane 1. That's the Germans in the white boat on the far side. But the field's spreading out a bit here. And this is the win, indeed, for Leichhardt. And then second place goes to the Irish team. And then it's very close. Oh, my God. There was a good final sprint from Région Grand Est, taking third place from the Germans in lane 1, who come in fourth. Then we saw, I think, the international combination of Canada, Copenhagen, and Denmark, followed by the Spanish combination. And then it's the Estonians coming in now. And finally, the crew from Maritime from Spain in 8th place. So what a great race we had here in this final one of the mixed D8. We have another one coming up pretty soon. Right, here we have the drone shot over the beautiful lake of Banyoles with the confirmation of the win for the Leichhardt crew from Sydney in Australia. Let's move on to the second final of the mixed D8, and we have the international between USA, Great Britain in 1, international between Brazil, Australia, and Great Britain and Argentina in lane 2. Then Banyoles, the club crew from our local hosts here, who have really hosted us well, from Spain and Catalonia in 3. Then we have Willem Drie and Het Sparner of Netherlands in 4. International between Star Club, Wimbledon and Moseley from Great Britain and Adelaide University, Australia in 5. And then we have in lane 6 the crew from Maritime, Torrevieja and Ariluce de Getxo from Spain, and Christiania Oklop, the club crew from Norway, in 7. And completing the field in 8, we have another international one from Denmark and mainly Germany and Great Britain in 8. Yeah, who's going to win this? This could be halfway mark indeed, yeah. And it's the lane 4 in the lead. Lane 4 again, that's the Dutch crew, half a length up on the rest of the field. Maybe lane 3 also looking strong there. That's the Banyoles crew. But they have nearly 3/4 of a length now if they want to win this one. Second place for Banyoles. And then third place in the foreground of our picture here is indeed the international crew of Osnabrück, Copenhagen, Schwerin, Cambridge, USA, etc. So you can see by the colors of their club racing unis that it's a very mixed combination indeed. But they're pulling hard and try to make ground. But who's pulling away? It's indeed the Dutch in lane 4. Willem Drie and Het Sparner with Karin de Koning. Marijn van Delden, Jasper Drent, Hendrik Stefels, Johannes Maas, Dirk Fontijn, Wendela Hoen, Maria Vergeer, and Esther Hoogstrade. They have a really strong rhythm here and, yeah, pull away. So Banyoles, cheered on by the supporters on the bank, of course, is firmly establishing themselves in second place. But another sprint on lane 5 put up here from the crew from Star Club, Wimbledon and Moseley in Great Britain and Adelaide University, Australia. And then it's also final sprint here from the Germans and Germans and Danish and Great Britain crew in lane 8. They try to come into second position, catching that position from the Banyoles crew. So first place indeed goes to the crew from the Netherlands, Willem Drie and Het Sparner. Second place, I think the Banyoles crew might have just hold on to that second place, just ahead of the mixed international mixed combination on lane 8. I love 8s racing, and I not only love to race 8s myself, but I also love to watch them and commentate on them. The other crews coming in here, so a very wide spread of physical and technical abilities, obviously, in many mixed classes. But it's just fun to sit together, either with your club mates or with your rowing friends from all over the world, put together an 8, and let's just go out there and enjoy rowing. And this is hopefully what they did. Confirmation of the win for Willem Drie, roughly the same time as the winners of the previous heat from Leichhardt, from Australia. And here we are with the start list for the mixed G double scull. G being average age of 65 years plus. So Thames for Great Britain in 1, Schwerin, Germany 2, Nagambie, Australia in 3, Banyoles, Spain in 4, Lake Macquarie, Australia in 5, York City, Great Britain in 6, Furusø, Denmark in 7, and Calgary and Gold Coast Masters between Canada and Australia in lane 8. Oh, so these boats, the big white buoy in the foreground is the 500-meter marks. There we are. And the drone shot establishes the fact that probably lane 7 in the lead. Let me double check this. Maybe I can get a split time here when they trickle in. Yeah, it's lane 7 in the lead. That means the international crew from Calgary and Gold Coast Masters, Alison Johnson and David Matley, have pushed out of the starting block fastest and have established quite a considerable lead. Where on the left side, on the split screen, we see the winners of the second final of the mixed D8. That's the crew from Willem Drie and Het Sparner. Congratulations to them. So the Banyoles Regatta course says goodbye to the rowers of the world with a beautiful day of sunshine and excellent racing conditions again. So here we are with lane 7 indeed. So that's Ole Kongsbach and Mette Møller from the crew of Furusø that are leading this race. So the drone shot sometimes is deceiving, but with the bow number inside, we can confirm that this is Furusø. So short look to his right, Ole Kongsbach wants to ascertain that that they have a good lead here, 2 or 3 lengths. Their margins margin over the lane 1. That's the British from Thames, Nicola Warden and Paul Mew in the black boat in the background, but they are under pressure from the Nagambi crew in lane 3, I believe. Wendy Cotter, Andrew Horsberg. That's the fight for second place, because in the lead still Forestø of Denmark, Ole Kongsbach, Mette Møller. Long, good stroke, good rhythm established, and they maintain their boat speed. I think they're just doing enough, being in the red buoy zone already. So with just a few meters to the finish line, they should have done enough. And there's the finish line, and it's indeed a second place for the crew in lane 3 for Nagambi, followed by the crew from York City, Elizabeth Worsman and Andrew Leal in third, and then it was lane 2, I think, Schwerin, Simone Ballhorn and Manfred Stecker coming in. So lovely race here, and there's a strong supporting crew here, supporting crowd on the grandstand, cheering on now for the Banyoles crew. Jose Pardas Grau and Eugenia Herrera coming in, being on their last few strokes towards the finish line. Yeah, it's about a kilometer from the boathouse area to the finish area. So the club and the boat area being situated between 900 and 1100 meters of the 2,000 meter Olympic regatta course. This being, of course, as you know, the regatta course of the 1992 Olympic races. So this is really good. And some people have come back for the first time since to race here. So this is the lineup for final 2 in the mixed G double scull between the Netherlands in 1, Commercial and Brisbane for Australia in 2, Banyoles again in 3. Then we have North Shore Australia in 4, Corinthians and Brasilia for Brazil in 5, Energie Berlin again in 6 for Germany, Star Club Bedford Great Britain in 7, and Clonmel Ireland in 8. Yeah, looks to be again lane 4 leading here, North Shore, Mary Walsh, Christopher Walsh. And no, there's another boat to the right which isn't covered by the drone shot, which could be lane 6 actually. That would be SV Energie Berlin. And this is would be quite probable because Martin Schütze and Sabine Winkler have scored several wins over the course of this regatta. So they are looking strong here. I think if we could be looking at the bow number, that should be lane 6. To the left we have the winners of the mixed 8 mixed 8D from Willem Drie and Het Sparne on the pontoon, and it was indeed lane 6 winning the second heat. It was indeed Martin Schütze, Sabine Winkler of Germany, SV Energie Berlin. Then second place went to lane 4, I believe, North Shore. And then it was lane 8, Clonmel coming in. Excellent racing conditions, and yeah, well, thanks to all the officials, the national technical officials and the international technical officials that have made this regatta running like clockwork. Even yesterday, when we lost the first 2 hours of racing program due to the heavy thunderstorms that went through this area, mountainous area close to the Pyrenees, but the thunderstorms also, the coast is not far off, so it can happen. And yeah, it went all pretty well. Last race was over close to 8 o'clock in the evening. What a day it was yesterday. Confirmation for the win of SV Energie Berlin. Next one coming up, final 3 of the mixed G double sculls between the international crew in 1, between Argentina and Spain. Then we have Manning River and Macquarie for Australia in 2, Lakeland, Milton Keynes Rowing Club, Great Britain in 3, Woodafine Teutonia, Argentina in 4, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, Great Britain in 5, Jurmala of Latvia in 6, and Calgary Rowing Club for Canada in 7. So 7 boats, and it could be indeed the crew from, oh, let me guess, looks like lane 6 is leading here, but trying to gauge this correctly. That would be the Latvians, and I think, yeah, it is Latvians, of course. So the Latvians here leading, and this is the crew of Sandra Gosa and Valdis Maikalis. Also them having won several medals over the last years, and it's such a great feeling. And everyone who has raced a race and won it, as a rower in the lead, you can gauge the speed of your opponents and react to whatever is thrown at you. And this is what the the Latvian crew is doing beautifully here. Sandra Gosa sitting in the bow here, looking to her right, but there's no real opposition in this race. I think she's more looking where the finish line's coming up, because probably their last race of this 5 days regatta, and they must be really tired. So to the left we have we have the crew from Berlin in our eyes. So Sportverein Energie Berlin, Martin Schütze, Sabrine Winkler scoring another win. Where on the right-hand side we have the happy Latvian crew celebrating their win just across the finish line there. And then it's the crew from Manning River and Lake Macquarie coming in second. Third will be the crew from Tigre Boat Club Argentina and Mediterraneo España. And then another crew here, I think that was the Teutonians coming in from Argentina. This should be the crew from Banyoles. Yeah, so next one coming in is North Shore, Australia. No, sorry, of course not. It's the Lakeland and Milton Keynes Rowing Club. Apologies. Yeah, so that was the final three of the mixed G double sculls. We have a few more to come up, which indeed we have 6 finals, so 3 more. Next lineup is Great Britain in 1, Exeter and Dart Totnes. Lane 2, Argentina, Teutonia and Argentino. Lane 3, International, Cambridge, USA, Norwich GB. Lane 4, Canada, Leander. Lane 5, Australia, ANA and Canning Bridge Rowing Club. Lane 6, Dart Totnes for GB. Lane 7, Denmark's Lyngby and Lyngby Dame Row Club. Yeah, so lane 4 in the lead, and this time, this time it's Alexander Smith and Mary Ann Reaper of Leander, Canada, with the red racing uni and the white boat here. But let's try and get the full picture in a minute. So in fact, Leander was not leading at halfway. That was the crew from Great Britain in lane 1, so Exeter and Dart Totnes, and we don't have them on the screen yet. So it was very close, though, at the halfway between lanes 1, 4, and 6. 6 being also Dart Totnes, another crew. Here we are with the full lineup, but the drone has to catch up, so this is a bit deceiving here. Indeed, the 3 crews I mentioned, maybe with a slight advantage now for the Dart Totnes crew in lane 6 to the right of your picture. Just a few strokes towards the line. It must be there we are. Indeed, it's lane 7 scoring the win here. So that is the Lyngby Dame Row Club and Lyngby crew of Henrik Busch and Hanne Busch. Yeah, so they have established a lead on the second half here and really look good winning this. But it was a close race also for the rankings 2 to 4 between the 3 British crews, or partly British crews then. Yeah, pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon is the crew of Sandra Gosa and Valdis Maikalis of Jurmala in Latvia. Yeah, so that was the crew from Australia crossing the line between Gregory Vines and Indra Siva Kolundu from ANA and Canning Bridge Rowing Club. Next final to go up is the final 5 of the mixed G double scull, already into the 45th race of this day. Started racing this morning at 8. So Klaipėda Masters Lithuania in 1, Aviron, Club du Bassin de Thau et Renville du Lauragais from France in 2, Banyoles in 3, Lakeland GB in 4, Durham and Tees in 5. Then it's Canberra, Australia in 6. This is also the leading crew at the moment. And then it's international between Seattle Scholars and Oron Row Club in 7. So Susan Lineker and Christopher Raymond are leading this race here. Don't let yourself be deceived by the Czech blade colors sported by the bow woman here, Susan Lineker. That's probably due to the fact that it's a rented boat. Probably they have not brought their own boats from Canberra. No, there's quite a big group of boat builders that have been very good in supplying a vast variety of high-quality boats. So I think it was altogether 10 different brands that were represented here at the 2025 World Rowing Masters Regatta. So lane 6 clearly in the lead, and this is a look back to the crew from Lyngby and Lyngby Dame Row Club from Hendrik Busch and Hanne Busch, happy about their win in the mixed double scull. Yeah, still in the lead, the crew in lane 6 here. That's still Canberra. Oh, there's a crab there, but I think their margin is big enough to start rowing again. It's just a little extra push of adrenaline. That's all that's needed to get them going again and feeling even better, having won it at this moment, crossing the line victorious. That's the Canberra crew of Susan Lineker and Christopher Raymond. Second should be lane 4, should have been lane 4, and that is the Lakeland crew of Sella Whittam, Gordon Jack, and then crew in lane 1 is Klaipėda Masters, followed, I think it was lane 3 following, so Banyoles also in the mix. Yeah, so we have final 6 on our hands while we see the last crews from final 5 crossing the lines here, crossing the line. Yeah, so final 6 underway between Aviron Maillon of France in 1, then Pool and Commercial International in 2, Greenbank Falmouth Great Britain in 3, Remeros Escandinavos and Rowing Club Argentino for Argentina in 4, Glebe and Lake Macquarie for Australia in 5, Sita Rowing of Japan in 6, and Tees Great Britain in 7. That's the lineup of our last final here in the mixed G double scull, with the Australians in lane 5 leading at the halfway mark, ahead of the Argentinians in lane 4. But I believe there's more crews in the mix here for the rankings. Indeed, it was the Australians there, and then it was the Argentinians. So we can see the Australians there on the left-hand side of our picture in lane 5, trying to push away, being in the last stretch of water here, the last 150 meters, opening up in this final 6 of the mixed G double scull, with the boat of Nerida Barton and Mark Tietjen moving really well here. They could already take down their rate just a little bit here and scull along. It's the bow woman that looks over her shoulder. Where's the finish line? It's really hard to gauge in this relatively wide open lake here. Happy winners on the left-hand side of our picture. That's the crew from Canberra. Susan Linaker and Christopher Raymond receiving their medals from the previous final. And then, indeed, we have seen another Australian win in the final 6. It's the crew from CETA coming in here. And then on lane 1, it's going to be the French crew of Aveyron Maillon of Nicole Boudet, Jacques Mascar. Yeah, that was the last final in the mixed G double scull. We move on now to a powerboat class. In this case, it's the race between 3 boats in the mixed PR3 double sculls. So it can be different impairments that these scullers have, and then they're determined to be of to be suitable or qualified to race in the para class. Yeah, so here we are with the lineup of France, Aviron du Bocage with Monique Louge and Jean-Pierre Castellano of France in 1, Maritime of Cristina Valdes Serrano and Marc Villasantin for Spain in 2, and then in 3 we have another French crew, Club Nautique de Laval of David Crochet and Anaïs Blondel. And also in the Paralympics, this class is raced as a mixed boat class. So this is great stuff here. Good competition. Coming to the finish line, it's going to be a win for the crew in lane 2, I believe. So that would be, or is the crew from Spain, ahead of the 2 French crews. The French crew from Club Nautique de Laval scoring a 2nd place, then Aviron de Bocage in 3rd. So a win for Maritime, Cristina Valdes Serrano, Marc Villasantin. Yeah, it's really good to see the para boat classes included into this event. Yeah, so we move on to the mixed B quadruple scull, B being the 2nd youngest class here. 36 years is the minimum or the maximum average age. No, the minimum average age, of course. So Rocky Mountain, USA in 1, Buell and Barcelona International in 2, Sterling Rowing Club in 3, the Core from Italy in 4, Warwick, Great Britain in 5, Glebe, Australia in 6, and Capri Club Mequinenza for Spain in 7. To the left, we have the last winner of the last final of the mixed G double scull. That was the crew from Glebe and Lake Macquarie, Narita Barton and Mark Tietjen. So it's the crew from Buell and Rem Barcelona that have established a length margin here in this race in the mixed B quadruple scull. Very good sculling indeed, not even at the halfway mark, I believe, but already more than a length up on the rest of the field. The best contender here, probably in 2nd place, seems to be the crew from Sterling Rowing Club. Very close then, followed by the Core from Italy, also the Capri Club Mequinenza in the mix in the race for 2nd place. And then in 3rd on the far side, we see Rocky Mountain, USA. So 4 boats within a length for 2nd place. A length up is the crew from Buell, Great Britain, and Rem Barcelona. That's Dominika Rosenfeld, Louise Allen, Boris Batina, and Alexandra Kornilov. yeah, moving away even at this point after the halfway mark is for many crews that's the point to do another sprint or do another increase in pace already to yeah not leave anyone in doubt who wants to claim victory here. So it's the crew from Barcelona and from Buell that actually set the pace in this race, 1.5 lengths now ahead of the crew from Stirling Rowing Club, the club crew of Graham Duff, Christine Graveling, Gregor Hall, and Natalie Firth. Beautiful sculling also from them. Here we have the winners of the mixed PR3 double scull, so the powerboat class we've just seen, and I believe it should be the crew from Maritime of Spain. So here we come with the winning crew in the mixed B quadruple scull. It's a win for the crew from Buell and Rem Barcelona. A wonderfully tight-knit field here. Just one boat hanging back just a little bit. But as you can imagine, all of these athletes have raced several times over the last week. So most of them must be really tired. And yeah, it's going to be a good night for everyone on in the next night, because yeah, you might sleep soundly when you're as tired as you are here. So this is the boat from Capri Club Mickenenza coming in to the finish line. Josep Reinero Virgil Concepcion Castro Aranda Maria Godia P Miguel Rubio Lambea. Right, so we have another final in the mixed B quadruple scull coming up between international. That's between South Africa, Portugal, Caminense and Peterborough. In lane 1, and we have Banyoles and Club Nautic Amposta for Spain in 2. International between Australia, Germany and Hong Kong, China in 3. Then we have the Polish team of Poznan and Triton and Wierslarsk in 4. And then we had in 5 international again between Avalon, USA and Sudbury, Great Britain, and Aberdeen in the lane number 6. Yeah, so this final two just underway, just some 250 meters in. But already quite a fast start here by the crew from Banyoles and Club Amposta, Club Nautic Amposta. And then there's a long-time international Maria Mas de Chachars of Rivero of Spain on board here, together with Adriana Oroval Brule, Victor Argento Morales, and Adria Yuska Fresa Poch. That's the crew from Banyoles and Amposta. Yeah, so here's the big white buoy marking the halfway mark. And it's the highest rate of striking displayed by the Spanish crew in the white boat to the right of your picture, followed by the international crew with the green and red blades. That's between Cannes, Australia, Mannheimer Rudergesellschaft Baden, Germany, Hanauer Rudergesellschaft, and Jianlibao, Hong Kong, China. Anna Fischer, Haley Biddle, Frank Arnold, Moritz Schneider, trying to put on some pressure onto the Spanish that are in the lead, and to the left-hand side of them are rowing the Polish combination, Anna Oginska, Mariusz Baraniak, Larisa Szczepaniak, and Wojciech Urbanowski. Many of them have medaled over the past days. All of the 3 leading quads here have medal winners on board, and you can see the hard work done by the Polish here, Oginska, Szczepaniak, Baraniak, and Urbanowski, with a interesting sitting order here with the two women separated by a man there in between, whereas the other crew in the background, the international combination of Australia, Hong Kong, and Germany have the women on stroke and in bow. So that's a decision to be made. What gives you the best propulsion and the best teamwork here? In the background, we can see the stern of the Spanish combination of Banyoles and Amposta pulling away. Beautiful final sprint from them. 1.5 lengths is the margin at the end here in this mixed double scull, mixed quadruple scull, excuse me. And then followed by the internationals in lane 3, and then followed by the Polish in lane 4. Next to come in is the crew from Henley Midmar in South Africa, Barrero and Caminense and Peterborough International. Then coming in is the crew from Avalon, and this is another crew coming in here in lane 5, I believe. Yeah, that's the Avalon and Sudbury crew. So that was the final 2 of the mixed quadruple scull. Confirmation here for the win for the crew of Banyoles and Amposta. Next up is the mixed E8, so E being average age of 55 plus, and we have Shandon and other Irish clubs for Ireland in 1, Portugal, different clubs involved in 2, Great Britain, that's the club crew of St Andrew Boat Club in 3, club crew from Club Náutico Sevilla of Spain in 4, mixed combination internationally between USA, Great Britain, Belgium, Canada, Germany and Italy in 5, Chinook USA in 6, that's also like Chinook racing, you could call that a combination as well, and Aberdeen, the club crew in lane 7, and we have Gary Bain on board of this crew, one of the members of the World Rowing Masters Commission. To the left of your picture, that's the Aberdeen crew, still looking strong there, although they're in 5th place, holding on to a good race pace here indeed. So in the lead, that should be, let me just quickly guess, this is really hard to see, apologies for that. Oh, indeed, it should be lane 5 leading. So it's the international crew of Endeavour Racing Alliance, Medway Town, Sport Gent, Montreal, Canada, Long Beach, USA, RFV Hanseat, Hamburg, Germany, Minneapolis Rowing Club, USA, and Lazio, Rome. So it's a really big spread of nationalities and clubs involved in this 8, and they are pulling hard to try to get away. Still in the white buoys between halfway and 750 meters in. So it's nothing decided yet, but because on the far side we see the crew from Ireland. Good work from them. It's maybe under half a length for the international crew at the bottom of our picture, and the Irish, and I think the Irish are doing a push here. Shandon, Belfast, Tribesman, Commercial, Athlone, Neptune and Old Collegian, so an Irish all-star boat, if you will. Still within reach of victory here. Now we are into the red buoy zone, so now it's all or nothing. Can the Irish catch the international crew on the line? Here's the award ceremony for the crew from Banyoles and Nautic Amposta, winning the mixed B quadruple scull final 2. Wow, that's really a close one here. Good sport on the Lake Banyoles, and it's a win for the international crew in lane 5, ahead of the Irish in lane 1. Next to come in will be the crew from St Andrew Boat Club, followed by the Portuguese 8. Then we have the crew from Chinook coming in, and then it's really close between Club Náutico Sevilla and the crew from Aberdeen. Everyone still very well connected to the leaders in this field, so excellent work from all 7 crews involved in this final one of the mixed E8. Whew, that's a moment to breathe. Thanks to my dear colleague Alfred from the Banyoles commentary team. I was supplied with a coffee. A tayat. That's the Catalan version of the cortado, which they drink in the rest of Spain. Final 2 of the mixed 8 is underway, mixed E8 to be precise. 55 years plus. Beautiful shot from the Irish crew here. That was the crew of Shandon, Macra, Skibbereen, Cork, Castle Connell, and Belfast. This can't really gauge which lanes this is. It could be Nottingham and Cantabrigian, the lane numbers in 5. For the full lineup, though, it's Lisboa, Portugal in 1, Ardingly and Wallingford in 2, Maritime, Kirolac and Santiago Tarak of Spain in 3. Then we have the Irish, I just mentioned, in 4, Nottingham, Cantabrigian in 5, and the international crew of Wannsee, Germany, Orio, Spain, Clonmel Island, Skibbereen Island, Armida, Italy, and Essendon, Australia in 6. So it's a decision to be made, actually. If you want to race with your friends, international friends, then you form an international racing alliance, a combination. Or if you want to race with your club crew, also, of course, friends, that's the decision that you have to make. And it's a great race here between lanes 2, 3, and 4. A slight advantage maybe for the Irish, which we have seen powering off the block with that stern view that we had from the start. But look at this beautiful picture. This is what eights racing is about. A length and a half separating all 7 crews involved, or 6 crews rather. And yeah, lane 4, the Irish have a really punchy, strong rhythm here, bringing them away from the rest of the field stroke by stroke. So it's the green and white colors of Ireland that are really flying high here, looking strong on their way to the finish line on the second half now, between 500 and 750, pulling away stroke by stroke. Who's in second? It's the lane neighbors. It's the crew from Maritime, Kirolac and Santiago Tarak of Spain in lane 3. Yeah, zooming in on the leading crew, you can see the work invested there and the good rhythm that the Irish have established. But I think that the Spanish might even be coming closer now. It's still 300 meters left, still a third of the race there to be done. And the Irish can't feel safe there because the Spanish are coming closer and closer. A win for the international crew from lane 5 in the previous final. So congratulations to Katja Rotjes, Terry Walters, Christian Miller, Henrik Fragman, Luca Del Elice, Rod McLean, Sean Martin, Finn Leggery, and Sofia Svetkova. So that was hopefully a correct calling for the winners. Oh, it's close, but I think now the Irish have responded. They up the rate. They move away again in the foreground, and they have just some 10, 12 strokes maybe to the finish line. And now it's again more than half a length for Ireland over Spain in this competition in the in the mixed E8. Yeah, nearly 3/4 of a length. And they even raised their hands in a victorious gesture before they reach the finish line or cross the finish line. Second place to Spain. Then we have the crew from Ardingly and Wallingford. Then we had the crew from Nottingham and Cantabrigian. Then we had the international crew over here in lane 6. And then we have the Portuguese from Lisboa, from Lisbon in lane 1, finishing in 6th place. Yeah, great racing here. Beautiful racing conditions, great weather to be enjoyed on the last day of racing. So it's also a very enjoyable task to commentate on these finals in the mixed E8. So next one coming up is another final in the mixed E8. We have 3 of 3 coming up now. So international between Switzerland and USA in 1. Then we have 3 Ponti for Italy in 2. Star Bedford, Great Britain in 3. CDR San Geronimo for Spain in 4, and Tertu and Pärnu from Estonia in 5. And finally Australia between St. George, Glebe, Manning River, Lake Macquarie, Newcastle and Leichhardt clubs in lane 6. And this crew seems to be leading. They have powered from the blocks. This race is not yet at the halfway mark. The white buoy in the foreground just passing marks the halfway marker. And there we are, halfway. And it's our canvas and maybe 2 or 3 seats for the crew from Australia. And then followed by the crew from Estonia. So this is exactly 90 degrees off. Nearly half a length for the strong Aussie crew. But also the Estonians look strong. So let's see how this race develops on the second half. Okay, so I'm trying to get some split times here, and it was indeed the Australian crew that led by quite a margin, but I think they might even be under pressure now by their lane neighbors. Yeah, so it's getting a bit more close here. It's still the Aussies in lane 6 holding to that half-length lead, and I think they found another gear now. 250-meter marker has been passed quite a while ago now, so it must be like 15 strokes to the line, and I think the Aussie crew has just done enough to establish a comfortable lead here again. And the strong push, though, done by the Estonians of Tartu Pärnu rowing clubs from the Baltic coast. So great race again in this category. It's the mixed E category, and it's a win for the Australians ahead of the Estonians. And then it's quite a bit of open water there. Coming in next will be the crew on lane 3, and that's Star Club Bedford, Great Britain, followed by lane 1, which is the crew from internationally from Switzerland and USA. And then next to come in is the Italian crew from Tri Ponti. And then last crew across the line is the crew from Club de Remo San Geronimo of Spain. Yeah, so that was the last final in the mixed E8s. We move on now to the finals in the mixed H to M categories. So a big spread of ages coming up over the next few races in the double scull. So again, we have the double scull racing action. Typically something for long-time friends or for partners in marriage, or just rowing partners from one club. We have quite a few club crews here. So this race already is still being under starters orders. Oh yeah, that's true. It's the race time. We are still about 5 minutes from race time, so that gives us some time to have a look at the athletes. This is Hawthorn, Australia crew, between John Stewart, who has done multiple races over the last week. Racing action started on Wednesday, as you all know. Luis Olayos is his race partner here, and they look to be quite confident and content to be sitting there in the beautiful sunshine on Lake Banyoles on the starting blocks. The full lineup, though, being between Oriel Kensington GB and Vancouver Rowing Club Canada internationally in 1. That's Diana Sargent, Richard Stout. Lane 2, Chinook crew will be racing for USA, Jaime Rubini and Diane Hamilton. Then Rui Vereniging Breda of the Netherlands, Johanna Vanninkhoff and Willem Müller. Then lane 4, the before mentioned Australians from Hawthorn. Then we have for Canada in lane 5, Gorge Narrow and Maple Bay rowers Diana Morris and Paul Hardy. Then in lane 6 for France Aviron, so for France that's Aviron Arcachonnais and Cognac Aviron. That is Nadine Enville and Gerard Le Flohic. And finally Saugatuck USA between Andrea Schley and Daniel Schley. So this is the age category, age group that's 70 plus in average. They're going to be from the starting blocks pretty soon. Yeah, so this race course has set the starting blocks, of course, right at the halfway mark of the Olympic distance of 2,000 meters, and that's the way that is done at the Masters Regatta everywhere, so that we can use the first half to get the crews into their flights of heats, and then bring them slowly forward towards the starting line, and then another speciality that the crews actually can move between the pontoons, between the lanes, and can move in so that they don't have to go around the starting pontoon, which we have in other situations. So that speeds up the race orders, so the race timings, and here again we are on 3 minutes timings.
So my thanks to Sebastian Frank, who's been guiding you through over the course of the past hour or so. He has been summoned, though. He's been summoned to official duties. Sebastian is, of course, a member of the World Rowing Masters Commission, and I think they are taking their big team photo. So he is shooting off to take that picture. He's got his finest World Rowing polo shirt on as well. So he's going to scooch off for his picture. He'll be back shortly, but it's me, Fergus Mainland, back with you in the meantime, ready for final one of the mixed H to M double sculls. We can take you through some of those crews and who will be participating in this one. Lane 1, it's Oriel Kensington from Great Britain with Vancouver Rowing Club of Canada, the other international composite in 1. Chinook from the United States of America in lane 2. Roy Verheineken Breda of Netherlands in 3. Hawthorn Rowing Club of Australia in lane 4. Gorge Narrows Maple Bay of Canada in lane 5. France are represented by Aviron, Achanois, Cognac, Aviron. Those two clubs there in lane 6. And in lane 7, it's Saugatuck from the United States of America. So this race, the first of the finals of mixed H to M double sculls. All of these doubles with an average age of 70. And we're underway then. Final one, mixed H to M double sculls. is out of the starting blocks. All 7 crews racing in this one. There's a reminder of who is on screen. International Composite in lane 1. Canadian Composite in 5. French Composite in 6. So currently riding with 3 crews over on the far side of the course. That is our combination of Oriel Kensington, lane 1, Oriel Kensington, Great Britain, teaming up with Vancouver Rowing Club Canada. You can see them just in the background. That's Diana Sargent and Richard Stout. Chinook from the United States of America next to them. Going well is Jamie Rubini and Diane Hamilton. Roy for Heineken Breda in the turquoise kit. There just on the middle of your screen is Johanna Vaninkoff and Willem Muller. Hawthorne, the Australians there in lane number 4. And on screen though, in lane 5, Gorge Narrows, Maple Bay, the Canadians, just sitting, I think, probably in second place at the moment behind that French combination of Nadine Hainville and Gerard Lefloic. That's us through the 500 metre marker. That's it over there, just on the background, the yellow and black board. So going well then, that crew in lane 6, the French, Nadine Hainville, Gerard Lefloic, sculling well, sculling nicely. Focusing in now with Jamie Rubini and Diane Hamilton of Chinook from the United States of America, Oriel Kensington, Vancouver Rowing Club behind them. Across in lane 1. Coming into the last 300 metres, we can see the red boys there just in the foreground of the shot. The bows there of the crew in lane number 3, just poking into view. That is Roy for Heineken Breda of the Netherlands. Well, we know that through 500 metres, of course, it was the French crew leading there out of shot at the moment. France going well in that 6th lane on the course. I think that could be them just there. In fact, that's the Canadians. They themselves were just 3 seconds back on that French combination. There they are, the French in the white boat, white tops. Canadians tracking well though. Less than 3 seconds separating them at the 500 metre marker. Not too far to go, and the Canadians are winding up. Canadians have just stepped on, really going for it now as we come up to the line. Momentum, I think, could be with them in the closing stages of this one. And I think it's going to be desperately close between these 2 crews on the line. It will just be the French. It will be that crew from Aviron, Achanois and Cognac Aviron who finish ahead of the Canadians. Gorge Narrows, Maple Bay. Coming through there was our crew from Saugatuck, USA. And then we'll wait for the other crews on the top of your screen to come through. First of which is Chinook. They'll be followed quickly by Roy Heineken Breda, Johanna Vaninkoff and Willem Muller. Then in quick succession we will have, we'll have the British Canada composite, Diana Sargent and Richard Stout, just ahead of John Stewart and Louise Oleos of Hawthorne. So we go up then for final 2, but confirmation there on screen though. your winners of Final 1. Avignon, Achonnois and Cognac Avignon. Well, next up, it's Final 2. Avalon of the United States in 1, Roy Verhaningen Pampus of Netherlands in 2, Calgary Rowing Club, the Canadians, go in 3, Remo Seville and Nabaters go in lane 4 from Spain. France have got a composite of Rowing Club Port Marly and Region Grande in 5. There's an international composite in lane 6 of Daniel of Israel and Grosvenor Rowing Club from Great Britain. Martinelli of Brazil will be in lane 7. So lane 6 and lane 2, I think at the moment, is where our top crews are from. And that is, of course, our combination Roy Verhaningen Pampus, Paulus de Haan and Elvira van Schlack. Lane 6 there, just closest to us. That's the British-Israeli composite there, and going well in lane 5 as well. Once again, it's the French. We had a great win in the previous race for the French combination. Let's see what they can do in the second half of this race, the final quarter of this race now. Rowing Club Port Marly, Region Grande, Annie van Wijmers and Bernard Pasteloop sitting a length back on our leaders from the Netherlands. Roy Verhaningen Pampus, Paulus de Haan, Elvria van Schaik. We look across from the bowman of that French combination. I think that is Bernard Pasteloop there in the bow seat, following the work and following the rhythm of Annie van Wijmers. And I think they're starting to move this French combination as they come up to the line. Trying to hold on to third place, it's that British-Israeli composite, Razia Israeli and Jonathan Chapman going well there in third place. Being pushed hard, though, by Calgary Rowing Club from Canada. Up to the line, though. Dutch have got to be careful as they stop before the line, but they will drift through ahead. Roy Verhaningen Pampus will come through ahead of Rowing Club Port Marly, Region Grande. And then I think just it will be Grosvenor and Daniel through ahead of Calgary Rowing Club. That's Carol Hermanson and Richard Galway of Calgary. And then through it will be Rhonda Bostick and Earl Bond of Avalon Rowing Club from the United States of America. They'll be followed by Martinelli of Brazil, Valmir Braza da Silva and Lydia Roden. And this will be the Spanish combination of Remo Sevilla and Nabaters, Montserrat du Cueda Garcia and Angel Aguilera Andreas in lane 4. Coming into the final section of the race for them. So up to the line then for our Spanish crew, rounding out final 2 of the mixed H to M double sculls. A reminder, all of those racers racing in category H. And that will be the same case for final 3 that is coming up next. Confirmation, Pampus on top ahead of Port Marly of France. We can pick up the next one, final 3. We've got our international composite of Rowing Club Argentina, and Offaly of Ireland in 1. The Japanese composite of Sita Rowing and Penta Rowing Club in Japan in 2. The French SN Compenois in 3. Upper Thames and Wallingford pair up for the British composite in 4. Next up, it's the Brazilians, Club de Remo de Brasilia, United States of America, represented by Rocky Mountain in lane 6, and Fredericton and Red Sands pair up for Canada in lane 7. Well, that's our Upper Thames Wallingford crew in the colours of Upper Thames. Rodney Stewart and Janet Mayers, the two of them having a cracking row so far. Worth noting, our crew from Riverside and Athlone did not start this race, so we won't be seeing them in action. But that's Upper Thames and Wallingford. Going with them about a length and a half back is our sculling combination of Philippe Troivart and Claude Marmara of SN Campenois of France. So Brits leading the way. Those two crews are first and second place through 500 metres. Canadians going well, and that is the combination of Michael Bates and Susan McDonald from Maple Bay Rowing Club. Crossing the far side though, we've also got our eyes on the club from Rowing Club Argentina and Offaly of Ireland just there. Upper Thames Rowing Club though coming up to the line. Not too far for them to go. That French combination though doing particularly well to close the gap. Just probably down to be about a length and a half I think they've got that down to. But a win for Upper Thames. And speaking of winners, Roy van Hannigan Pampus from the Netherlands, Paulus de Haan and Elvra van Schaik receiving their medals and pictures there on the left hand side of your screen. So we head back up now for final four, as our crew from Penta Rowing Club, Sita Rowing from Japan come through. Confirmation then, a win for Upper Thames ahead of Compenois of France and the Canadians. Fredericton and Red Sands, not Maple Bay, my apologies there. Final four then, Thailand Master of Thailand in lane 1. No crew from Riverside and Athlone in 2. Willamette Rowing Club of the United States of America go in lane number 3. Maple Bay this time round are in lane 4. Tees Rowing Club of Great Britain are in lane 5. And SV Energie Berlin in lane 6. So there's our crew in lane 6. That's our German combination, Hartmut Schreiber and Sabine Winkler of SV Energie Berlin. Tremendous sculling from the two of them sees them coming into the closing stages of this race in pole position. Couple of lanes across, so I think that's the Americans. Canadians, Maple Bay there on screen, not the Americans. So up to the line, it is SV Energie Berlin, Hartmut Schreider, Sabine Winkler, and they will be followed in quick succession by Michael Bates and Susan McDonald of Maple Bay, Canada, second place for them. A little wave across from both of them to their opponents. We will then be having John Alberti and Julie King from the United States, Willamette Rowing Club from the US. And they are on the left-hand side receiving their medals. Your winners. Upper Thames Rowing Club and Wallingford Rowing Club from Great Britain of final 3 of mixed H to M double sculls. Congratulations, Rodney Stewart and Janet Mayers. Showing off their medals with a huge amount of pride there. And then coming through in lane 1 will be our combination of Thailand Masters, Boonpong Ramesak and Kanjathana Ramersk. So there we go. Confirmation. Energie Berlin on top in this one. Up for final 5 then. Full field, 6 boats. Australia in 1, their composite of Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne. Roy Verhanniken Pampus, the Netherlands, in 2. Club Nautique de Libourne 1876, the French, in 3. Australia's composite of Perth and Canning Bridge Rowing Club in lane 4. The international composite of Ardingly from Great Britain and Ridley Graduate Canada in lane 5. That's who we're riding with at the moment, flying alongside and our leading crew. And then we've got the Scots from Aberdeen Boat Club and Loch Lomond, Richard Matheson and Eva Rankin coming through. Coming through very well, that British combination. Out in front ahead of, I think it is the Australians. But a big move there from the international composite. Big step on from the marker that it was at 500 metres. On screen though, to the left, that is our crew of Hartmut Schreiber and Sabine Winkler, your winners of SV Energy Berlin. Riding with Aberdeen Boat Club with Loch Lomond, Richard Matheson and Eva Rankin. Up to the line though, it's the crew in lane 5. It's our international composite, Ridley Graduate, Ardingly, Lynn Krahulik and Colin Barrett. They will take first place ahead of that Scottish composite. And then on the top of your screen, Lake Macquarie, Drummoyne coming through, Louise Sherman and Graham Ween. We've also got the likes of that Pampus crew, Jane Shotman and Gerard Hissink Muller. Club Nautique de Libourne as well, Bernard Gerboux and Francois Dupuy. And the Kenneth Price, Caroline Fennell, Australian composite representing Perth and Canning Bridge Rowing Club. So up then for our next one. Final 6 are penultimate final of the mixed H to M double sculls. Sita Rowing Japan in 1, Cambridge Boat Club from the US in 2, Upper Thames of Great Britain in 3, Limburger team up with Helias Offenbach from Germany in 4, Rocky Mountain USA in 5, Saugatuck USA in 6, Christiana Row Club of Norway in 7. Well, tracking nicely at the moment. Leading crews going well, I think, on the far side of the course. That boat from Cambridge Boat Club USA leading the way at the moment. Great racing, though, coming from the Japanese on the far side of the course. Within a length or so, still within touching distance of them. That is Noboku Nagase and Atsuji Adachi. And I think as well, the crew in lane 4, good racing from Rudavarein, Hellas Offenbach and Limburger as well. And I think that's Upper Thames as well, nicely. So our 4 leading crews on the far side of the course, the best of them all, it's that crew of Cambridge Rowing Club, Margarita Ziza and Carlo Ziza as well. So, less than 200 to go. And these 4 crews just starting to spread themselves apart. It's becoming evident who will be finishing in what sort of position, barring any disasters in the closing stages of this race. And that crew from Boston, from Massachusetts, Cambridge Rowing Club, will be the first ones across the line. Margarita and Carlo Ziza. It'll then be our crew from Japan, Atsuji Adachi and Noboku Nagase, who will come through ahead of the Germans, Limburger and Rudavarein Hellas Offenbach, Christel Nenstiel and Klaus Scheu. But on screen at the moment is our crew from SV Energy Berlin to the left-hand side. Hartmut Schreiber and Sabine Winkler, your winners of final 4 of the mixed H to M double sculls. Confirmation there then. On top, Cambridge. The Americans on top of the Japanese, who took second place. They were all racing. It was a mixture there of I and J. So Cambridge being the best of the crews in category I, and the Germans best of the bunch in category J. And now we go back up though, because this is a race all category K this time around, with an average age of at least 83 in the boats. As we said, 3 boats racing this one. Poznania of Poland in lane 1. The Japanese are in lane 2, Sita rowing and Penta. And we've also got the international composite of Calgary Rowing Club from Canada and Tweed's Head from Australia. So as we said, all of these doubles racing category K. And we're with our leading crew at the moment. The combination from Poznania, Danuta Pribe and Bogulsa Choles, continuing to stretch out their lead. Over the Japanese combination of Magasako Naganashi and Sergio Fujino. Correction, third place occupied by a Calgary and Australian combination. The Canadians and the Australians, Renee McKeon and Peter Guest. That's them on screen there. We're just flying over their heads. But in lane 1, Poznania, Danuta Pribe going well there, along with their clubmate Boguslaw Chavales. But on screen, there they are from Cambridge Boat Club, USA. In fact, that is our German combination. Our winners of category J, that is Limburger and Rudolfrein Hellas Offenbach, Christel Nenstiel and Klaus Scheu. As our combination of from Poznania, Danuta Pribe and Boguslaw Chavales come through. It's a flash of our Japanese crew there, but coming through now is a combination from Calgary and Tweed's Head, Renee McKeon and Peter Guest. And of course, our Japanese combination, Magasako Naganashi and Surijo Fujino. Sita rowing, Penta rowing. Coming together for this one. So they're sculling away. That was our combination of Margarita and Carlo Ziza, our winners of the I category mixed doubles in H to M. And through the line there. Our Japanese combination of Penta Rowing Club and Sita rounding out final 7. 7 magnificent finals of the mixed H to M double sculls. Well, into the final 500 metres, well, I think even to the final 250 metres. It's the mixed C quads. We've got a Portuguese combination, Lisboa Coimbra in 1, Moda Kurek Kulubu of Turkey in 2, Beelbridge and Rem Barcelona in 3, Copenhagen's Row Club Denmark in 4, Shanghai Entrepreneur, the Chinese, in 5, Origin Grandes from France in 6, Spanish combination of Me Rowing and Remo Barqueno in 7, and Lima Chiquilo Cantuari of Peru in lane 8. Well, up to the line. Who else? Rem Barcelona teaming up with Beelbridge. Dominika Rosenfeld, Anna Ovechko, Artem Kosovo, and Dmitry Ovechko as well. Next through will be that crew in lane 6. Regent Grandes, Francois Crépel, Alexander Crépel, Nathalie Barbe, and Melanie Bass. Followed by that Spanish combination, me rowing Remo Baccareno. And then coming through, it's the Peruvian combination of Lima and Cercolo Canoteri. And then 2 boats in quick succession. The Danes, Copenhagen's row club, just ahead of Moda Kurek Kulubu of Turkey. And then the Portuguese Lisboa Coimbra coming through on the top of your screen. And then rounding out this one will be our Chinese combination from Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club. Wan Yang Li, Huang Lu, Zhao Feng, and Hu Wang. So confirmation then on top. Buell from Great Britain and around Barcelona. For the next one then, second of 4 finals in the mixed C quads. The international composite from Ireland, Netherlands, Australia, and on lane 1, Maritime of Spain in 2. Brazil, Corinthians and Club de Remo de Brasilia. Then it's our international composite from South Africa and Portugal in 4. Moda Kurek Kulubu of Turkey in 5. And Huran Rowing China 6. ACDB of France in 7. Well then, unfolding then on the top of your screen, it's our crews in lanes 3, 2, and 1. It's the Brazilians leading this one out. Corinthians and Club de Remo Brasilia just ahead of the Spanish combination from Maritime, sitting probably 3/4 of a length on. The Brazilians, though, just looking to kick on, go through another gear, though, with about 100 metres left to go. And in the composite at the top of your screen, from Clonmel, from De Hoons, from Swan River, and from Tralee, Ireland, Netherlands, and Australia, all in the mix. We're over the top of our crew from France in lane 7, ACDB. These positions haven't changed from 500 metres. But let's see what the French can do. Let's see if they can get themselves back into contention in the closing stages of this. That race for second place, though, it looks like that international crew are rowing through. They've taken second place from the Spanish crew. But on the line, Corinthians, Club de Remo de Brasilia will take first place ahead of Clonmel, De Hun, Swan River, Tralee. Maritime of Spain will come through in 3rd, with ACDB of France followed by that crew in lane 4. The international composite of Henley Midmar, South Africa, Barrio, Portugal, and Adna Remo as well. And coming through in lane 6 is Huran Rowing from China, Yuhu Zhao, Yulo Yanlu, and Yi Zhang. And they'll be followed then by the crew in lane 5, Moda Kurek Kulubu of Turkey. Well, on screen then are winners from our first race of the mixed C quads. Confirmation there, though, of final 2, a win for Corinthians and Club de Remo de Brasilia. But a moment for Buell Bridge and then Barcelona, your winners of the mixed C quads final 1. Well, 2 races to go then in mixed C quads. Final 3 on screen at the moment. We're riding with that crew in lane 1. It's our French composite of Avignon, Beaucaire, and Cercle Nautique du Melun. Next to them is the Uruguay crew from Club de Remenos Mercedes. Lane 4, it's the Australians of Newcastle and Lake Macquarie. Parana of Argentina in 4. GK Plovdiv of Bulgaria in 5, Fredericton of Canada in 6, Real Club Regatta Alicante and Club Rem Emporium from Spain in 7. So 2 crews in a great position in the middle of the course. The Bulgarians and the Australians, but not in as good a position as the French across in lane number 1. They had about 7 seconds coming through the 500-metre marker, a terrific margin to have up your sleeve as you come into the final 250 metres. As the rest of the crews start to lay their cards on the table and start revving up their engines. Riding with the crew in lane 4, though, at the moment, that's the Argentinians. Parana, who are down on the Bulgarians, down on the Australians, sitting in around 4th place at 500 metres. Let's see what happens as we start to pan around, though, as we come up to the finish line. There we've got our crew from France. We're still riding with this crew from Parana. But out in front, though, we know that France have crossed the line in front. Aviron Bouquet, Cercle Nautique du Moulin, Nicole Luzard, Marc Kermin, Manon Pellier, and Alexander Speak. Lane 7 through now. Real Club Regatta Alicante, Club Rem Emporium, Tanya Perez, Abarola, Eva Valbona, Javier Lopez, Requina, and Lionel Jimenez Venegas. There's our crew, though, from Fredericton of Canada. Bit of difficulty there for them as they come up to the line. Janet Shields, Thompson, Ashley Durdle, James Ticos, and David Dujardin. Just leaving the medal pontoon. It was the Brazilians, Corinthians, and Club de Remo de Brasilia. Confirmation there on top. It was the French, Aviron Bouquet and Cercle Nautique du Moulin. So then, final 4, our last one of the mixed C quads. Ravens of South Africa are in 1. We can just see the bows of lane 2. That's our international composite of City of Oxford, Milltown Rowing, and Humlebach Row Club of Great Britain, USA, and Denmark. Ravens go again in lane 3. Lane 4 is a British combination from Minerva Bath and Avon County Rowing Club. Lane 5, we've seen them, Real Club Regatta Alicante. 6 is Chinook, and lane 7, your leaders at the moment, it's the French, Ramures Toulouse and Aviron Énergie. So the French doing well at the moment to get themselves into contention, into a good racing position. Going with them as well, though. The crew across in lane 5, I think that would be Real Club Regattas Alicante. And on the top of your screen as well, our international combination from City of Oxford, Milltown Rowing, Humlebach Row Club as well. They've got that second place position. The French crew moving very nicely at the moment. A wee look across from their bow woman, Stephanie Salvodelli, I think, in the bow seat. Because on the far side of the course, I think it is the international crew. It's the Brits, it's the Danes, it's the Americans as well on board, moving particularly nicely as they come up to the finish line. The French, though, have got enough of a lead to win by half a length over City of Oxford, Milltown Rowing USA, and Humlebach Row Club. Drifting through next will be Real Club Regattas Alicante. And they'll be followed by our 2 combinations of Ravens. First of which is Diane Riemann, Peter Clark, Denise Valent Bastros, and Brandon Skinner, ahead of Kirsten Morrison, Ian Morrison, Michelle Spark, and Graham McMillan. 2 boats coming through on the water then. We will have Chinook in lane 6. And we will have Avon County and Minerva Bath of Great Britain through in lane number 4. So from AE quads then, we go to 8s. we get ready for final one of two of the mixed F8s. Confirmation there, the French on top. Rameuse Toulouse. But our eights racing is underway then. Region Grand Est of France in one. Great Britain have got a composite of Durham, Tees and York City. It's a northern composite that have come together for that one. Lane 3, it's Sarasota County Rowing and Avalon from the United States of America. Portuguese composite of VRL of Barrio Lisboa and Nova Rowing Club. Another British composite, Cantabrigian and champion of the Thames, that Cambridge composite. Lane 6, it's the Germans, Rudverein Empor, Sport Club Berlin, Kopenik, Akkad, Rudverein, Leipzig, SV, Energy Berlin, and Gruno as well. Lane 8, it's our big international composite. Itzas Lagunac, Spain, Mile High, USA, Club de Remo, Domino, Spain. Ruder Club Fusterwald from Germany, Pocock Rowing Club, USA, Rocky Mountain, USA, Atlanta, USA, and Duisburger from Germany. Our medalists just pushing off, though, to on the left-hand side of your screen. Out in front, though, leading the 8th race, it's our crew in lane 6. It's our German composite going well, as are the Australians in lane 7, St George Rowing Club, Glebe, Manning River, Lake Macquarie, and Leichhardt. Going well, matching the pace, though, of the crew on the far side in lane 1. Region Grand, who we know have got power in 8s. We've seen it over the past few days on display. That kaleidoscope of colour, though, from the Australians in lane 7. Just seeing their bows moving closer and closer to the Germans, I think, who are still our leading crew at the moment. This is going to be a cracking finish of this one. The Australians going well. The French going well at the top of your screen as well. There are our 3 crews out in front. Our 3 crews who are in with a shout of winning this one. We're getting desperately close to the final 250 metres. There we go. There's the red boys. Let's see who's got another sprint in them as we come up to the finish line. Germans still holding the advantage at the moment. But here come the crew from Australia. Here comes St George's Rowing Club, Glebe, Manning River, Lake Macquarie, Leichhardt continuing to move. It was at half a length earlier. We're now sitting probably a quarter of a length. It's less than 1.6 seconds, that's for sure, as we get closer and closer to the finish line. Great racing still coming from the French as well. Region Grand at the top of your screen, moving nicely. But that was an Australian bow continuing to march up the hull of the Germans. Germany still with the advantage, though, as we come in probably to the last 100 metres. We've probably got 10, 12 strokes left to go to determine this winner. But what about the French on the top of the screen as well? What about Region Grand? They've snuck through Germany. They've snuck through the Australians, and they'll take gold. Ahead of that German crew, the German composite, the Australians will settle for 3rd. And then sprinting through that mega international composite in lane 8, finishing fast as well. Best of the rest then, it's that Portuguese crew in lane 4, just ahead of our American Sarasota County and Avalon in 3. And just ahead of the Brits, Cantabrigian and champion of the Thames. Well, brilliant racing from the 8s, as it so often is. There's your final results then. It was the French on top. Storming performance from them on the far side of the course to come through and take that win. But we go then to final 2 of the mixed F8s. It's the international composite of Auckland from New Zealand and Cambridge, USA in 1. The Australians again in lane 2. Storm King, River City Women's, Armadale, ANA, Canning Bridge. The international composite from Great Britain and Hungary in 3. All Brits in 4, Upper Thames, Poole and Strathclyde Park. Then 3 international crews in lane 5, 6 and 7. Lane 5, it's the Australians and the Brits and the French. Lane 6, it's the Brits, the Germans, the Americans, Italians and the French all on board. Lane 7, it is Portugal, Sweden, Great Britain and Australia mixing it up for that one. So, let's see how we're unfolding. We're coming up to the 500 metre mark and jumping out of the blocks nice and quickly, going well. Australia on the far side of the course. Same as well for our two international composites in lane 7 and lane 6, moving nicely, the two of them. We can take you through who they are at the moment then. Lane 5 was Brisbane Grammarians from Australia, Poole from Great Britain, Chateau Gontier Aveyron from France, Strathclyde Park of Great Britain, Commercial from Australia, Brisbane and GPS Australia in lane 5. Lane 6, Medway Towns, Great Britain, TVK Essen from Germany, Cambridge, USA, Chinook, USA, Lucky Charms, USA, Canottieri Seal, Italy, Lake Washington, USA, Rocky Mountain, USA, and Club d'Avion and Essay Le View are in lane 6 in second place at the moment, because our race leaders are the combination in lane 3 going nicely. That's Bedford Star and Ferencváros of Hungary, I think, moving well in lane 3, who have got 3/4 of a length, I think, on the rest of the pack. Lane 7, though, let's take you through those clubs. Malmo Rock Club of Sweden, Adna Remo of Portugal, University of Queensland from Australia, John Copnings of Sweden, Lymington from Great Britain, and Christchurch from Great Britain as well. These 8 starting to spread themselves out, though. The natural order, the ranking starting to take shape as we come into the final 250 metres of this one. That British combination moving well, though. That British-Hungarian crew, Bedford Star, Ferencváros, going well. Charges are coming from our two international composites in lane 6 and 7 respectively. Lane 6 moving up nicely, but they won't be catching that British-Hungarian crew. And again, managing to hold off that international crew in lane 7 nicely at about a length's margin at the moment. So it will be a length probably back to the first of our international crews in lane 6 coming through nicely. But our winners then, Bedford Star and Ferencváros out of our international crew in 6. Our international crew in 7 coming through. Lane 4 will come through nicely. That's Upper Thames and Strathclyde Park and Poole just ahead of our internationals from Cambridge and Auckland in lane 1, and they'll be followed by the Australian Storm King, River City Women's, Armadale A&E and Canning Bridge Rowing Club. And then that means we've got our crew in lane 5. Brisbane Grammarians, Poole, Chateau Gontier, Aveyron, Strathclyde Park, Commercial, and Brisbane and GPS Commercial from Australia, not the one in Dublin, Ireland. Confirmation there on top for Bedford Star and Ferencváros. Up to the start then, because we can pick up mixed A double sculls. We can take you through that start order now. It's Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain in 1. It is ACDB of France in 2. Aberdeen Boat Club from Great Britain in 3. Nabateurs of Spain in 4. Ruder Club and Baldenais of Germany in 5. Banyoles in 7. Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft of Germany in lane 8. So just on the left-hand side of your screen receiving their medals is, of course, Region Grand winners of Final 1 of the mixed F8. We're riding, though, with our crew in lane 8. That's Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft of Germany. That combination of Emil Schmeidberger and Anja Suchwerth going well there at the moment. And we can see some of our other crews as well. Just to the left-hand side of your screen going nicely. I think it's that combination of Warwick Boat Club just in the background. But we also know that in lane 5 going nicely as well. I think second place through 500 metres. Ruder Club and Baldenais. them just dropped out of shot. Our leaders, though, at the moment in lane 8. It's that German combination. Emil Schmidberger and Anja Suchwerth of Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft moving nicely. And just on the left-hand side of your screen is our winners of Bedford Star, Ferencváros of Hungary, winners of Final 2 of the mixed F8. Well, through the line there, in quick succession, we have some of our racers from mixed A doubles, the first final of this. Next through the line, we've got our Banyoles crew. And then in quick succession, I think it'll be lanes 1, 2, and 4. That'll be Warwick, ACDB, and Nabaters of Spain. All sculling well there. Only 7 crews racing this one. Of course, Royal Navy from Great Britain not participating. So that was final 1 of the mixed A double sculls, of which we are bringing you 3 of these, 2 more to go. So for the next couple of these races, I will be leaving you back in the very capable hands of Sebastian Frank, who's back from his team photo, and he's ready to rock and roll for the next wee while behind the microphone.
So, yeah, thanks to Fergus Mainland for doing an awesome job also over the past few days. We had the great situation that we actually had a great team here on site who was mainly composed of our Catalan friends. And so Fergus and I, we could concentrate and focus on the live stream and commentating that one. Yeah, so great race out there, developing in the second final of the mixed double scull here, where we see the winners of the first one between Emil Schmidberger and Anja Suchwerth of Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft. Yeah, here's indeed a great race in final 2 between lanes 4 and let me just double check this for you. Yeah, all right, here we are with lane 5 indeed fighting for the win with lane 3, and that is the crew from Maritim Spain and the crew from Croatia, Biokovo, so that Azra Razvalic and Ivan Boric, and it was really, really close between the two. And we're going to give you the actual results in a minute, because that was really close. Here we have the crew from Nabaters of Spain. That's the crew of Omar Sebastian Bustin and Naomi Bustin. Crossing the line now. Brazil, GPR. And then we have lane 2 coming in, and lane 2. That is the crew that we just saw on the video from Navaters. Yeah, so that was the second final of the mixed A double sculls. And with the win for Nabaters. Not sure about that though. Let me double check this for you. Yeah, win for Maritim. So the graphic, I think, was not quite right here, the Maritim. But actually, that was also the lineup for Final 3. Nabaters, then we have Great Britain, SRC in lane 2, then Nautilus for Netherlands in 3, St. Andrew Boat Club, Great Britain in 4, Soder Denmark in 5, Friesen Wien and Spital, Austria in 6, Olympic Barcelona for Spain in 7, and Alemannia Hamburg in 8. And that is indeed the crew that is also vying for a win here. Lane 3 leading though. That's Nautilus for the Netherlands. Half a length down is the Germans over here. The sisters sister and brother, Carina Hein and Malte Hein from Alemannia Hamburg. Both very experienced and very good endurance athletes. They have been competing on coastal waters as well already. Strong push being done by the crew from the Netherlands in lane 3. Yeah, so that was 3/4 of a length at halfway. Now I think it's a bit more even. So what can the Germans do? And they get under pressure themselves from Olympic Barcelona, coming out in on lane 7. So these 3 lanes, 3, 7, and 8, still vying for the win here. Carina Hein looking to her right, and now they increase the pace. Now they up the rate considerably and try to snatch the win from the Dutch, Charlotte Nieven van Dijkum and Tristan Steegman from Nautilus, the Netherlands, still holding on to the lead, but it's going to be close. Ooh, that was, that was a little bit late for the camera from the finish tower for me to decide whether the Germans actually made it through in first place, but we have a very exact camera there in the finish tower, operated by our jury. That's the crew from Maritime on the victory ceremony pontoon, Anoa Massana and David Ballester Ramirez. Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting verdict in the final 3 of the mixed A double sculls. A minimum age 27 plus in average. Yeah, you can see here the crews that have to make their way back to the boathouse area, which is at halfway, which is at roughly where the start also is. So a lovely way to wind down after some very exhausting races that you might have done. Yeah, so let me just double check. Yeah, indeed, the crew from Nautilus of the Netherlands just hung on to their lead and managed to get across the line and just a little ahead of the German crew. So here we are with the lineup of the next race. That is the mixed D quadruple sculls between Ardingly, Bristol, Great Britain in 1, then we have the Polish team in 2, Schwerin and Kassel for Germany in 3, Banyoles for Spain and Catalonia in 4, Ravens for South Africa in 5, Libourne, host of the 2022 edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta for France in 6, Club Remo Vigo for Spain in 7, and Bruxelles from Belgium in 8. Good race so far from the crew in lane 2, which is the crew from Poland. Yeah, in Poland, the quad certainly is one of the favorite boats, both in the women's and in the men's sector. Squad, whatever you would like to call it, with the Polish team winning medals on international level in the elite sector quite a bit. Olympic and World Championships title. And so this Polish team of Tryton, Bydgoszcz and Wierslarsk, I think they've raced before this morning. Yeah, indeed, they have, in another age group. And so they're here back again. And this time they look, indeed, again victorious. Or might be victorious, actually. We're not into the last 250 meters yet, so somewhere between 500 and 750. Strongest competition coming from lane 8. That's the Belgium crew of Bruxelles, Catherine Simon Stevenard, Emmanuel Chavet, Ignacio Martinez, and Zsolt Darvas. This is the Polish team with their beautiful technique and the power that brings them away from the opposition. Yeah, so this is the Dutch crew of Nautilus, of Charlotte Nieven van Dijkum and Tristan Steegman. Yeah, so it's always getting loud when a Banyoles crew is racing, and this time, but they're not winning this time. So Poland scores the win here, but it was not that far away for the crew from Bruxelles at the end. Then next to come in is Ardingly, Bristol, Ariel in lane 1. Then it's the Schweriner Rudergesellschaft and Kasseler Rudergesellschaft. Then it's the boat from Club Remo Vigo in lane 7. And yeah, it's just great to hear the Banyoles Club members still cheering for their club crew, which might be coming in now. Yes, that's indeed the Banyoles Club of Pau Martin Medina, Emma Fernandez Mikalo, Mindike Ribot Tunisen, and Albert Martos Gifra. So this is Club Nautique Libourne coming in now. And that was final 1 of the mixed double sculls with a win for the Polish crew in lane 2. Final 2 coming up in the mixed D quadruple scull. Indeed, we have 5 finals altogether in this boat class. Watching the crew from that was Libourne actually. So before that, it was the Ravens crew that we saw crossing the line. So let me give you the lineup for final 2. Here we are. Club de Remo San Geronimo for Spain in 1. Upper Thames for Great Britain in 2. Christiania Row Club Norway in 3. Région Grand Est France in 4. Olbia Italy in 5. Banyoles Spain in 6. And then we have Club Remo de Brasilia for Brazil in 7. Yeah, so lane 2 looks strong. Upper Thames, Rebecca Sadler, Peter Jacobs, William Sadler, and Naomi Holland really have a solid stroke there. Looking over to the left, they see the competition from lane 4. That's Région Grand Est for France. So these two seem to be battling it out in front. And indeed, at the halfway mark, it was also the crew from Italy not far off. Brasilia there. So we need the wider picture to actually gauge who is leading. All athletes looking to their left. That's the crew in lane 2. So that's quite a natural movement here. If you don't have any opponent before you ahead of you in lane 1. So they look to their left and they see what's coming at them. And indeed, it's the crew in lane 6 that has gained momentum over the last 100 and 200 meters. And the lane 6 is the boat from Banyoles, I believe. Let me double check that. It's lane 7 actually. Yeah, sorry for that. And lane 7 is Club Remo Brasilia that has taken a win here. So excellent sculling from them. Just a little explanation here. We are working from the same picture that you get. So just one picture. And a little bit of timing from the halfway mark, coming in a little bit after the halfway mark. So that's what we work from. And so we have the same info that you have and try to do our best here to present you with a good commentary. No direct view of the course. Yeah, so celebrating their win is the crew from Triton, Bydgoszcz, Paluchkia, Wioślask from Poland in the mixed quadruple scull final 1. The age category is D, which means 50 plus in average. Aneta Oginska, Waldemar Malinowski, Larisa Szczepaniak, and Wojciech Urbanowski. Yeah, so we have the confirmation of the win for Club Remo de Brasilia in final 2. Final 3 composed of Warwick GB in 1, Germany between Hamm and Essen in lane 2, Real Club Regattas Alicante, Spain in 3, Poznań, Poland in 4, Lyon and Région Grand Est teaming up for France in 5, Italy boating Tirrenia Todaro and Canottieri Retica and Esteri Roma in 6, and finally Real Club Circolo and Club de Remo San Geronimo for Spain in 7. Yeah, so the boat to your right in the picture, that's the crew from Germany between Ruderclub Hamm, Ruderclub am Baldener See, Kettwiger Rudergesellschaft, Verena Meyer zu Westrup, Jan Borke, Petra Jennes und Renato Chavez Torres Ortega. Sorry, Renato Chavez Torres. But they are not leading. It is the crew in lane 5 actually doing well, and that should be the French. Let me double check this, whether it's lane 5 or lane 6. It's lane 6. So this is the crew from Italy. So from Tirrenia, from Retica, and from Roma. Happy winners from Brazil. Club de Remo Brasilia. Cello Anorim Maria Proenza, Carmen Rodriguez Amadeo Matos, and Alexandre Dutra Mala. Last few meters here for the crews that now finished their race. It was a win, I believe, for the Italians ahead of the French and some very good other crews. Again, confirmation coming up shortly. And the Italians had a narrow lead at the halfway mark already and were able to build on that. Yeah, so drone going back towards the start, giving us a fantastic view over this beautiful lake of Banyoles. So confirmation of the win for the Italian crew ahead of the French. Then coming up, final 4 is between Stockholm, Sweden in 1, San Geronimo, Spain in 2, Neste, Finland in 3, Warwick, Great Britain in 4, Maritime and Kaiko for Spain in 5, Alemannia, Rheinclub, that's Karlsruhe and Osnabrück and Speyer for Germany in 6, and Région Grand Est together with Ankou for France in 7. It's lane 6 that's leading at the moment, and that is at the halfway mark. Rheinclub, Alemannia, Karlsruhe, then Osnabrücker Ruderverein and RG Speyer. That's Claudia Cischolka, Michaela Mahler, Ludger Rasche, and Michael Humbeck. And they have built on their early lead coming off the blocks here and now have just entered the second half of this race with a 3-4 length margin and a good solid rhythm. They don't seem to be in danger that much. But also the crew in lane 7, France, still have some ambitions here in this race. They looked over their right shoulder. They still see the stern of the German boat in the corner of their eye. The crew from Ankou and Région Grand Est with Patricia Barsanti, Carole Guillonneau, Thierry Bollo, and Guillaume Viel. This is the German crew in the lead with, again, the men bringing up stroke and bow and the ladies sitting in the middle section. I think I said this before, it's always interesting to see the mixed crew, how they sit in the boat. Some crews have the ladies on stroke and bow and the men in the middle section. And the eights, we would call that the engine room, bringing up the power, whereas stroke and bow are the more technical positions. But in the quad, of course, you need to be technically versed on all 4 seats. So this is what the Germans here are doing beautifully. They're already on the last 10 strokes or so. It looks to be a safe win for Germany ahead of France in this final 4 of the mixed quadruple scull age category D. And pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon is the Italian combination of Tirrenia Toraro, Canottieri Retica, and Esteri Roma between Annalisa De Cesare, Andrea Petracci, Giovanni Ponzia, and Francesca Grasso. Next one coming up is the final 5 of the mixed D quadruple scull between Moss from Norway, international between Denmark and Germany in 2, Alicante for Spain in 3, Mexico and Banyoles teaming up internationally for 4, Smart Finland 5, international between Victoria Lake, Fairlop and Breisach, so South Africa, Great Britain and Germany in 6, and finally Germany with Lübeck, München and Kiel teaming up in 7. So Samantha Johnson being in the international boat in lane 6, but it was a win already for the international combination in lane 2, so that came upon us thick and fast. Oh, no, sorry, that was of course the last. That was indeed the winner of final 5. So here we are. No, it can't be. So final 5 underway, and the clock is ticking, so they're on the second half already. But that was the last boat from final 4, I believe, crossing the line. Anyway, so here we are with the final 5. I think our video crew is laughing next door in the other part of my container here, because they got a little mix up here as well, which is natural because we're already in the 73rd race of the day. And so mistakes like this can happen. We have seen roughly 190 races every day over the last days. So the video crew also has done a tremendous and a really tiring job, and my hats off to them as well. For giving us these great shots here. Fierce competition in this last final of the mixed quadruple scull between the Norwegians in lane 1 on the upper end of your picture, and below them is the international combination of Copenhagen, Schwerin, and Kiel, Anna-Karina Gravatt, Marianne Becker, Daniel Illmann, and Markus Vogel. And they hold on to that half-length lead that they have established earlier on, and they just have 10 strokes or so to the line. You can see the bank in the background, so that means the course is narrowing towards the end of the course, and here we are with a half-length win for that international crew ahead of the club crew of Moss Row Club of Norway. To the left of your picture, you have the crew from the previous heat with the winners, Rheinclub Alemannia, Osnabrücker Ruderverein and RG Speyer. So congratulations for Claudia Ciszolka, Michaela Meyer, Ludger Rasche and Michael Humbeck. Yeah, so this is the bow of Smark of Finland coming in here. They've done their work and come in now across the line. Yeah, so here we are with the first final in the mixed G8, 2 of them coming up now. So lane 1 here on our picture is Worcester, Birmingham and Stourport, BC for Great Britain. Lane 2 will be international between Argentina, Mexico, Spain. Lane 3, the Corinthians of Brazil. Then lane 4, again international between Argentina, Germany and Brazil. And finally lane 5, Chinook, which is in a way also international, although it's a club based in USA, having their central administration in USA, but boating athletes from many countries. So here we are with the Chinook crew racing, and they have quite a comfortable margin of 3/4 of a length, coming to halfway, though, it seems to me. Yeah, this is the halfway buoy. And they build on their early lead, the Chinook crew, and move away from the rest of the field. Lane 1, as I said, is the crew from Great Britain, from Worcester, Birmingham and Stourport. We have the Chinook crew of Jaime Rubini, Richard McDonough, Stephen King, George Douglas Green, Lisa Hafner, Adrian Moore, Deborah Cowles, Deborah Davis and Lee Roman. Yeah, so it's always good when at the end of the regatta you have a 8 moving well, and this is indeed true for the Chinook crew over here in lane 5. They have found their rhythm powering down the course, although I must say hats off to the British combination over on the far side for not letting the Chinook crew go. It's indeed the international crew of Argentina, Mexico, and Spain that is bringing up the fiercest competition. Apologies for that. It's really hard to gauge from the drone shots only which lane we're looking at, and it's indeed on the far side the crew from Tigre Boat Club, Remo Mexico, Remo Sevilla, Mediterraneo, Nabateers, and Real Club El Candado. So mainly Spanish. But Chinook winning it in style, 1.5 lengths ahead of the Spanish and Mexican and Argentinian combination in lane 2. Oh. So really tough to gauge here. That was the crew from the international crew from Argentina, Germany, Brazil that came in third. Then it's the Corinthians, I believe, and then this should be the other international combination. So let's have a look at the results coming up shortly. Here are the results. So Chinook ahead of Worcester indeed, so I had the right impression in the first place. Worcester second, and then the international combination on lane 4 in third place. So here's the lineup for the second final, the last one in the G category. G, by the way, being 65 years plus in average. And we have international between Spain, USA, Great Britain, Ireland, Italy. Yeah, that's the lineup here in internationally in 1. Star Club from Bedford, Great Britain in 2. International game between Spain, Argentina, Chile in 3. Australia between Glebe, North Shore, and ANA in 4, and finally international between Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Canada, USA in 5. So this is the crew from Star Club Bedford that we are looking at. They had a very competitive crew, or team rather, all across the board, across many age groups. Coming up at the halfway mark, they have the lead here. Coxed by Lisha Cacioppo. And they indeed have 3/4 of a length lead over the rest of the field. Very solid stroke there, set by the stroke, which should be David Taylor. But here we have the winning crew from the previous race. That's the Chinook crew. And congratulations to them. Hats off. Good race at the end of the regatta, or nearly at the end of the regatta. We still have 1 hour 45 minutes of racing program for you. We're still on 3 minutes intervals, which we have been all through this regatta, which is an amazing achievement in itself, I believe, with all these crews of all ages, of all boat classes, that we could maintain that pace with the hard work of all the national and international technical officials, and of course with the cooperation of the athletes who actually listened to the instructions given to them by the officials. What a solid length they have, not only in their stroke, but also leading by a length. That's the Bedford Star Rowing Club crew. Kim Taylor, Susan Lamb, Susan Rear, Elizabeth Appleton, Geoffrey Robert Nicholas Holland, Kevin Armstrong, Adrian Scott, David Taylor, and Alicia Cachopio. Great coxsman. I had the pleasure of being coxed by her on one of the races earlier in this regatta. And she works to get her crew across the line at first place. Half a length for them ahead of the crew in lane 4. That should be the Australians, Glebe and North Shore, followed by the international crew between Germany, USA, Netherlands, etc. in lane 5. Then followed by the crew, the other international crew in lane 1 between Spain, USA and Italy and Ireland. This is the crew in lane 3, another international one between the Banyoles, then Argentina. Several Argentinian clubs involved, the Chileans also there, so beautiful to see the cooperation here between some Spanish-speaking clubs from Argentina and Spain. That was final 2 of the mixed G8s, won by Bedford Star. Coming up next is the final 1 in the mixed B double sculls, so B being the average age of 36 years and more. And we have indeed 5 finals in this category. So it's the World Rowing of China in 1, Warwick GB in 2, Club Remo de Brasilia for Brazil in 3, Sorry for Denmark in 4, TWDW Poland in 5, Endeavour Racing and Nautico de San Juan, so USA in 6, Glebe Australia in 7. So this is a very spread out field. It looks to be lane 6 in the lead here. It's that crew from Endeavour Racing Alliance and Club Nautico de San Juan, Taylor Brown and Catelyn Davidson. Yeah, they had a comfortable margin ahead of the Chinese at the halfway. Here we have them, Taylor Brown, Catelyn Davidson. So Catelyn stroking this double scull. They have control of their opposition as well, being on the last few strokes. And they're happy to win, coming across the line in first place here. And second to come in is lane 1, which is the crew from China, Hua Run Rowing, Yunye Dong and Xiaonan He. And then it's quite a bit until we see the next crews approaching the finish line. This looks to be lane 5. So if that's correct, that's the crew from Poland. I think I might be able to confirm that. Then it's lane 2, Warwick coming in. Then we have the crew from Club de Remo Brasilia crossing the line now. Yeah, so this is probably the end of the regatta for most of them. So when you're really far behind, you might decide, well, I've spent enough energy over the last days and not start or not finish the race with full speed. That's a decision that you have to do. So next lineup in the second of 5 finals in this category, we have international between South Africa and Germany in 1, Copenhagen in 2 for Denmark, Nautilus and Proteus for Netherlands in 3, Aviron du Bocage for France in 4, Banyoles for Spain in 5, and Morakürek Kulubu for Turkey in 6. Finally, Rocky Mountain, USA in 7. Yeah, so this is the crew from the Netherlands between Floor Cornelissen and Floris van der Grift. A length up on their competitors, and this should be the crew from Mannheimer Rudergesellschaft Baden and Alfred from South Africa, so Jessica Verheil and Moritz Schneider. The Dutch overrating the German and South African combination in lane 1 quite considerably, trying to go early on this final sprint. It's about 15 strokes left in this race, and there's a look over there over his right shoulder from that must have been Floor Cornelissen. Floor Cornelissen, who looked over his right shoulder, and there we are with the win for the Dutch crew in lane 3 over the German and South African combination in lane 1. Then it's the crew from Copenhagen coming in next in 3rd place. 4th place will go to Aviron du Bocage of France. Then we have the boat from Rocky Mountain, USA coming in next. And I think we still have 2 more boats to come in. This should be the Banyoles crew. And then there's still, I think, the Turkish boat on the water. So, no, they did not start. So we have everything here in the finish, across the finish line. Final 3 coming up between another crew from Modakürek Kulubu from Turkey in 1, Newcastle, Australia in 2, international between Switzerland and France in 3. Then we have MI Rowing and Remo Barcarena for Spain in 4, Rocky Mountain, USA in 5, Skalev for Estonia in 6, and Copenhagen's Row Club, Denmark in 7. Pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon was the crew from Endeavour Racing Alliance and Club Nautico de San Juan, so Taylor Brown, Kathleen Davidson pushing off, already having been presented with their medals. And we look at this final 3 in the mixed double scull edge category B, and I think the lead is sitting or rowing rather in lane 3. That is the international combination of Donatien Mortelet and Sarah Bourguignon, between Société Neuchâtel and Club Marignane Sport d'Aviron, Swiss and France combination. Then we have a length of open water to the next crew sitting in lane 4. That's MI Rowing and Remo Barcarena for Judith Garcia Bustamante and Sean Walsh, Spain. Yeah, lane 4. So lane 3 leading lane 4, and then it was, I believe, Rocky Mountain, Mark Guerrero and Lawrence Stevepack in 3rd place. Really high rate of striking here in the leading boat from Neuchâtel and Marignan. Last 10 strokes or so, you might be able to count them down and just pull hard and preserve that victory here. Look at them working really hard and working well together as well. So that's Société Neuchâtel, Club Marignane du Sport d'Aviron, Donatien Mortelet, Sarah Bourguignon. A win for them, ahead of MI Rowing and Remo Barcarena of Spain, followed by Rocky Mountain, USA. Next to come in is Copenhagen's Row Club of Denmark, Alex Giroux, Mats Peter Andersen. Pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon is the crew from Nautilus and Proteus, Floor Collinisse and Floris van der Grift, winning the final 2 of the mixed B double sculls to the left of your picture. So, final 4 coming up between Cairns and Drummoyne, Australia in 1. Hanau and Jan Lebau teaming up internationally for lane 2 or in lane 2. Then Schwerin and Bremen for Germany in 3. Grünau and Donaubund, Germany and Austria internationally in 4. Tarragona and Mequinenza for Spain in 5. And Sudbury for Great Britain in 6. Final 4, mixed B double sculls. So B again, to remind you, it's the age group 36 years plus in average age. Looks to be lane 5 leading here, if I'm gauging this correctly. 4, maybe lane 4. So lane 4 would be Nautic Tarragona and Capri Club Mequinenza, Maria Godia P and David David Santa Maria. Yeah, it's lane 4 indeed. Coming to the last change in colors here. The red buoy zone marking the last 250-meter stretch, and look at the great rhythm that these two scullers have established between themselves, propelling the boat beautifully with their leg push, holding on with straight arms, upper body, and then just pushing through. Really good technique here, and this enables them to bring down the rate quite a bit. So that's indeed the crew from Grünau and Vienna. So Marco Milodanovic and Scarlett Gelishon-Fertig. That scull ahead of the rest of the field here. Yeah, on their last strokes, this crew between Germany and Austria, victorious. Marco Milodanovic and Scarlett Gelishon-Fertig victorious. This is the crew from France and Switzerland that has won final 3. Société Neuchâtel Switzerland and Club Marignane Sport d'Aviron for France. Donatien Mortelet and Sarah Bourguignon. So Final 5 coming up shortly, while we watch probably the last crew of Final 4 coming across the line in a moment. We have Final 5 coming up between Star and Poole for Great Britain in 1, Passaic River and Nereid for USA in 2. Then we have Moda Kürek Kulubu for Turkey in 3, Royal Navy Great Britain in 4, SRC and BTW for Great Britain and Poland in 5, and Moda Kürek Kulubu, another crew from them, in lane 6. So that's the lineup again on our screen. Yeah, nice shot here from of the crew of Star and Poole. So that's Robert Innett and Rachel Armstrong. Long strokes, good rhythm, and it because we've got no other crew here, and I can't really identify other wash in the lanes. It might be a leading position for them. I want to confirm this by looking at the intermediate timings here. But excuse me. Yeah, so intermediate timings indeed. So the crew from Great Britain, which we've seen on our picture all the time, clearly in the lead ahead of the rest of the field. Two crews did not start, so the USA crew in lane 2 is missing, as well as the Royal Navy crew in lane 4, which leaves us with the other 4 crews competing. But obviously competition is not too fierce, otherwise we wouldn't see the crew of Robert Innett and Rachel Armstrong taking down their rate to a mere 30 strokes a minute. Really long stroke here, stretching, getting the hands forward and upward, taking the pressure with their upper body and stretch out arms, and then pushing the legs through. Good blade work from them as well. And they look to be winning this quite comfortably, so crossing the line in first place is the crew from Star Club Bedford and from Poole. Next one should have been lane 5. That would be SRC and BTW. Yeah, happy winners' faces. We love to see them. This is the crew from Grünau, Berlin, and Wiener Roller Club Donaubund. So Marco Milodanovic and Scarlett Gelishon-Fertig pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon. This is the crew from Turkey, from Moda Kürek Kulubu of Isel Gunduz and Askin Suder, that work their way to the finish line. Last few strokes from them. They might want to be. They might want to beat their club mates, but yeah, their club mates in lane 3, which I haven't seen yet, I believe. So let's have a look at that. Right. So that was the 5th final of the mixed B double scull, won by the crew from Great Britain. Next up is the mixed quadruple scull age category E, which is the category of 55 years plus. There we have the lineup. Aviron du Bocage in lane 1 for France. International between France and Great Britain in 2. San Geronimo for Spain in 3. Hansa Hamburg, Deutscher Ruderclub Linden and Hammerdeich for Germany in 4. Buell for Great Britain in 5. Lisboa for Portugal in 6. And Club Aviron Biterrois for France in 7. So this is the crew from Sétois, Villeneuve, Wallingford and Biterrois from France and Great Britain in 2. They seem to have a lead here ahead of the Germans in lane 4. That still have a chance to win, but I think that the crew from France and Great Britain are moving away at this stage. They've just come past the halfway mark, which is that is the decisive mark actually. If you can manage to slip away, then you stand a good chance of sustaining that pace on the last 250. So what can the Germans do to respond, rowing in the race uni of Rudergesellschaft Hansa Hamburg here, and also with the blades of Rudergesellschaft Hansa Hamburg. In the final stretches of this race, the last 250 not yet there. It's still just a length for the crew from Aviron Sétois, Aviron Villeneuve, Wallingford and Aviron Biterrois between Nicolas Coissin, Sabine Depulch, Anne Granger and Karim Loyson. They still have fierce competition, so the Germans try to eat something of that margin. Still an overlap there between the stern of the international boat, the blue boat in the background, and the yellow German boat in the foreground. But it's only 15 strokes to the line now. We're into the last 250. This is the leading crew. So this is the crew from Sétois, etc. That still holds on to that lead. They look over their left shoulder. They look strong, but here comes another push from the Germans. They try to catch the French on the line, the French and Great Britain crew, of course, but I think they've started that too late, eating into the margin, though. It's a win for the crew of France and Great Britain ahead of the German combination from Hamburg and Hanover. And then it's in lane 1, Aviron du Bocage of France in 3rd position in this final one of the mixed E quadruple sculls. And this fierce competition at the head of the field have given them a big margin over the rest. Now coming in 3rd place, it's a crew from Lisboa, from Portugal. Coming in next will be the French crew of San Geronimo. Pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon on the left of your picture, though, is the crew from Star and Pool, Robert Innett and Rachel Armstrong. Congratulations and hats off to them for scoring quite a few numbers of wins here. So we just saw the Lisboa crew across the line in final one of the mixed E quadruple sculls. Coming up next is the final 2 in this category out of 5 altogether. Maritime for Spain in 1, Annecy and Milan for France in 2, York City and Saint-Cassien International between France and Great Britain in 3, Calgary for Canada in 4, Hennigsdorf for Germany in 5, St Andrew for Great Britain in 6, and Retica and Lazio for Italy in 7. So this is the lineup. Let's see where they are. They should be around 300 meters into this race. Yeah, so not everyone across 500 meters with my split times. Looks to be lane 5 in the lead here. And that would be Ruderclub Oberhavel Hennigsdorf, narrowly ahead though of the Italians. So two, great sculling nations as well involved here. Silke Schulze, Ina Bauer, Thomas Schulze, and Mike Jungermann for Hennigsdorf in the yellow boat, and then in the white boat in the foreground is the Italian combination of Canottieri Retica, Esteri Roma, and Canottieri Circolo Lazio. Francesca Grasso, Luca Dall'Elice, Monica Robustellini, and Giovanni Poncia. All of them having won mixed races this morning already. My God, they have a program here. And the Italians overrating the Germans. There's a look from the German sculler in the bow. It should have been maybe Silke Schulze, Ruderclub Oberhavel Hennigsdorf. Don't look, just pull, but that's better said than easier said than done. It's indeed the Italians who had the better reserves in this race, the better fuel left in this tank, beating the Germans into second place. So lane 7 winning this ahead of lane 5. Then it was indeed lane 2 coming in. That was the crew from Milan and Annecy. Then it was Calgary, I believe, ahead of Saint-Cassien and York City. This could be the Maritime crew, just ahead of the St. Andrew Boat Club crew. So very close between these two. Great race then from all of them involved, and it was a win for the Italians from Retica, Roma, and Lazio. So that was final 3. Sorry, that was final 2. Final 3 coming up. So some people, scramble to really get out of the boat very quickly to have a nice shot on the victory ceremony pontoon. Not always to the liking of the finish of the ceremony people there, because it blocks the pontoon for a longer time. But anyhow, if there's time, it's great to see. Final 3 between between USA and Brazil in 1, Schwerin Germany in 2, Moss for Norway in 3, Mosey GB in 4, Kirolak and Santiago Tarak for Spain in 5, Stockholm for Sweden in 6, and Lagny for France in 7. Looks to be lane 1 leading here in the final 3. That's the international combination of Passaic River USA, Corinthians Brazil, Marlow Great Britain, and Rockland USA. Ricardo Diefenthaler, Janice Holzman, Lorna Loreto, and Marwan Sharif. They have 1.5 lengths of margin ahead of the following crew in lane 2, being Schweriner Rudergesellschaft between Martina Ocik, Kjell Lübbert, Antje Wendler, Sandor Dreves. Half a length up on the following crew from Moss. They themselves now half a length up on the crew from Mosey, Great Britain, on the River Thames in London, on the boat race and head of the river course. Great club there. Very competitive club over elite and all other age categories. Really nice picture here with all those 4s lined up neatly behind each other. Not much change in positions though. Let's look at the left hand side of our picture, and we have the winning crew here. Right, that was the Italian crew, of course, from Retica, Roma, and Lazio. So good race from them. Yeah, confirmation of that win of the international crew in lane 1. Coming up next is final 4 of Toulouse, Aviron, Ankou, and Lyon in lane 1. Then we have the international combination Canada, Great Britain, and Belgium in 2, Norwich GB in 3, Olympic Barcelona in 4 for Catalonia in Spain, Germany with Hamm, Mülheim, Meppen, and Siegburg in 5, and Sarasota for USA in 6, and finally Manning River and Lake Macquarie for Australia in 7. This is the crew from Germany in our picture here, lane 5, boating Jutta Lollis, Andrea Hoffmann, Alvin Otten, and Stefan Klatt. Alvin Otten sitting on the 3 seed. He is a multiple winner on this regatta in the single scull, in the double scull with Ansgar Wessling, so he's a former lightweight world champion back in 1988 and still incredibly fit. But also this crew seems to have found a really good rhythm, sporting the blades of Ruderige Turnverein Kupferdreh Essen. And then in the background we have the fiercest competitors. That should be the crew in lane 2 internationally between Calgary, Medway Towns, and Ghent. So Canada, Great Britain, and Sport Ghent is from Belgium. Katja Rottier, Wanda Murin, Sean Martin, and Rod McLean. They put up some opposition here, and it's not much until the finish line. So can the Germans hold on to that win here? They up the rate. Doesn't make them a lot faster, though, at the moment, because the other crew on lane 2, they eat up their margin stroke by stroke. The Germans seem to be fading a little bit, so it's going to come down to decided on the wire. Just a canvas for the Germans, and they managed to get their bow across the line in first place, getting the win here. And really a good race from the crew from Calgary, Medway Towns, and Sport Ghent in second place. Then it was the crew from Toulouse, Aviron, and Ankou and Lyon in third. And then it was the crew from Olympic Barcelona in fourth. There was final 4 out of 5 in the mixed E category. I do one more, and then I hand you over into the very capable hands of Fergus Mainland, who has done the bulk of the work over this week's program and will finish today's program. Another hour of racing still left in style. I'm really convinced of that, and I look forward to working with him again in the future. So final 5 coming up. This is, first of all, this is the confirmation of the win for the Germans in lane 5 of final 4. So another German combination from Fürstenwalde, Hennigsdorf, and Rüdersdorf in lane 1 in this final 5. Then London and Western for Canada in lane 2. Then it's Bayonne and Région Grand Est for France in 3. 4 is international between Brazil and Portugal. 5 is Spain, San Jerónimo. Then 6 is Austria, Wien. And then it's international again between Brazil and France on lane 7. This is the boat from London Western from Canada. Andrea Mutzers, Caroline Jäger, Brian Peaker, and Volker Nolte. Volker Nolte stroking this quad, being himself a fantastic rowing scientist or sport physiology also. I think he's great in that. He used to be a legendary coach, or he still is a legendary coach, coaching many crews to victories also in for the German and for the Canadian national teams in previous years. So this is the bow of the Austrian boat from Elida Wien and Friesen Wien. Renate Zechmeister, Gerlinde Biewald, Gerhard Kalloch, and Steven Biewald. They are the nearest opponents of the Canadian crew, but these Canadians, they seem to be untouchable here. The Austrians themselves have some pressure from the crew from Brazil and France. So Corinthians again, and Avignon and Annecy, Patrick Louzel, Anna Borges Campos, Patricia Leitner, and Guy Artas in this boat in lane 7. But I think the Canadians have done the work, really sporting a good technique here as well. And they just have a few strokes to the line. I'm about to finish my commentary, so goodbye to you for now from the 2025 World Rowing Masters Regatta. My name is Sebastian Franke, and now it's Fergus Mainland for the rest of the program here. Talk to you soon.
Well, a huge thank you to Sebastian Frank, who's been entertaining you over the last wee while. And we now find ourselves in our final hour of racing for the World Rowing Masters Regatta. I'm Fergus Mainland back, and I will be guiding you through that final hour. And we start with some eights racing, first of all. The mixed H to M eights. In this first one, we've got 6 crews participating. In lane 1, we've got our international composite, made up of Wiener Donau of Austria, SAC from the United States of America, Ruder Club Amikata Bad Hersfeld of Germany, Gorge Narrows of Canada, Athlone of Ireland, Minneapolis Rowing Club USA, Atlanta from the US, and WRC Donaubound from Austria. Next to them in lane 2, it is Penta Rowing and Sita Rowing of Japan. We've got our British composite then in lane 3, Cantabrigian, Champion of the Thames and Grosvenor. An international composite in lane 4 of Oriel Kensington of Great Britain, Marne-Jeanville of France in there as well as Canberra, Bedford Star of Great Britain, Club Nautico Campello of Spain, Maple Bay of Canada, Vancouver Rowing Club Canada, and Henley Rowing Club as well from Great Britain. Bedford Star fully loaded in lane 5, and another international composite goes in lane 6. SN Campinois of France, Seattle Scullers from the US, Hollywood Rowing Club from the US, Cognac Avion of France, team up with Rowing Club Port Marly of France as well, WRC Leah of Austria, and Castle Semple from Great Britain. Well, that eights race is cooking up nicely. On screen, though, our winners of Final 5 of the mixed E-quads. London Western, Andrea Mutsars, Caroline Jaeger, Brian Peaker, and Volker Nolte, your winners of that 5th and last final of the mixed E-quads. We're with the eights racing though, and we are with our 2 crews that are in lane 1 and in lane 6. They are leaders at the moment. It's our international composite in lane 1 of the Austrians, the Americans, the Germans, Canadians, the Irish, all in there. And in lane 6, our French composite, our US composite, Austria and Great Britain as well as the US. So our crew in lane 1, I think, leading out at the moment, not by a huge amount though, as we come through into the closing stages of this one. I think probably about 300 meters or so left to go for these racers. Going well nicely though, that combination in lane 5. That is the all Bedford Star boat. Kim Taylor, Susan Lamb, Susan Ray, Elizabeth Appleton, Lynn Mussel, Stuart Sadler, Christopher Wisby, David Taylor, and Alexandra Gentry. Riding though with an international composite, SN Campinois, Seattle Scullers, Hollywood Rowing Club, Cognac Aviron, Rowing Club Port Marly, WRC Leah, and Castle Semple as well. Castle Semple there in the 7th seat. Well, it's Red Boys time. Less than 200 meters or so to go, I think. And I think we're going to have a cracking finale here then in the closing stages of this, because that crew in lane 1, that international composite, is going particularly well, as is the combination in lane 6. The 2 of them have been jostling out the whole way down. Less than 0.1 of a second separating them at 500, but on the line it's the combination in lane 1 that come through. Vinadorno, SAC, RC, Amatisha, Bad Hersfeld, Gorge Narrows, Athlone, Minneapolis Rowing Club, Atlanta, and WRC Dornabound will take the win in this first final of the mixed H to M8. Next coming through, it will be the crew in lane 3. That is Cantabrigian champion of the Thames and Grosvenor, just ahead of the composite in lane 4 of Oriel Kensington, Marne Johnville, Canberra, Bedford Star, Club Nautico Campello, Maple Bay, Vancouver, and Henley Rowing Club. And this will be the combination from Pita Rowing Club and Sita Rowing from Japan through in lane 2. Great way to kick off this final hour of racing then with the 8s. We get ready to do it all again. All of the crews that we've just seen were racing in Category H. Of course, with an average age across the crew of more than 70 years old. Confirmation then, a win for that composite crew in lane 1 from Austria, the US, Germany, Canada, Ireland, USA. Onwards then to final 2 of the mixed H to M8. And in this one, 3 crews, 3 different age categories on board in this one. We've got an I, a J, and a K. Lane 1, as they come through 500 metres, is our I crew of Calgary of Canada, Aberdeen from Great Britain, Cham from Switzerland, Cambridge, USA, Athlone of Ireland, Armida from Italy, Rocky Mountain, USA, Rowing Club Port Marly of France, and Ravana also from the United States of America. Lane 2, our Category J crew with an average age of more than 80. Polytechnic Rode Club Zurich of Switzerland, Vada of the Netherlands, Roy Heineken Rhineland, Netherlands as well. Cambridge from the United States as well in the mix. Porsgrunn Row Club from Norway, Warsaw of Poland, River City USA, Nyborg of Denmark, and Avignon from France. That's them on screen there at the moment in lane 2, going well, your Category J crew. Great racing from them. And also going well is our Category K crew, our Category K crew with an average age of more than 83. Cassitas Rowing USA, Avalon USA, Chinook USA, Dark Totnes Great Britain, USVTU Dresden, Germany, Nyborg of Denmark, and Kenai Cruises from the United States of America. Well, flying over the heads of our crew in lane 1. Our international composite from Canada, Great Britain, Switzerland, the United States, and France. Hans Fellman, Annie Viemers, Donatella Borgiali, Ruth Ann Can, Amy Schonstrom, Richard Galway, Deshaun Macathmolin, and Richard Matheson, as well as Christopher Bois on board. This combination in lane 1 that will be coming up to the line. They are our I Category 8, average age of 75 and above, and they are up across the line. They'll be followed by the combination in lane 2 of Pauline Fry, Lizzie Hastrup, Anne-Marie Patiste, Philomena Emma Bernalot Mons, Erling Sobeden, Joseph Czech, Friedrich Wilkening, Irenus Borowiski, and Alden Zeka. And there is our Category K crew, of course, from Cassitask Rowing, from Avalon, from Chinook, from Dark Totnes, USVTU Dresden, Nyborg, Denmark, and Kenai Cruisers. Not far left for them to go as they come up to the line. This combination of Carlotta Carpenter, Veronica Zimmert, Barbara Plon, Judith Demers, Turkel Jespersen, Carmichael Stanley, Tiger Edwards Demers, Dawn Tannhauser, and S.A. O'Connor. Through the line they go. Our second of 2 finals in the mixed H to M8. Well, we've got a big block of double sculls racing coming up next. There's some of our officials, timing teams working hard. Well, closing stages then of final one of the men's C double sculls. Real Club Regattas Alicante of Spain in 1, Cercolo Canoteri of Peru in 2, Jan Libao of Hong Kong in 3, La Rapita of Spain in 4, Sterling Rowing Club in 5 of Great Britain, KWO4 Poznan of Poland in 6, Aberdeen from Scotland in 7, and Ruder Club Nasovia Horst of Germany in lane 8. Great shot there of the crew in lane 4. That is Sterling Rowing Club. They were in a great position coming through the halfway marker in one of the top positions. Second place, they were just behind La Rapita, who are next to them in lane 4. But the Scots have pulled away. Graham Duff and Christine Graveling pulled away. Clearwater win for them over the Spanish of La Rapita and over the Polish crew as well that will just finish a canvas down. That is Wojciech Makrats and Natalia Makrats. Coming through then, it is our crew from Ruder Club Nasovia Horst as well on the bottom of your screen. That was Bjorn Staniszewski and Christian Staniszewski. Lane 6 going through as well. Lane 7, that's our combination from Aberdeen, Alan Laurie and Catherine Laurie. Lane 2 will be followed by Cercolo Canoteri, Diego Delfino Calvino and Stella Calvino Fernandez. With Real Club Regattas Alicante of Spain coming through, represented by Tania Perez Albarola and Lionel Jimenez Venguez. So confirmation of those results. La Rapita on top. Final 2 then of the mixed C double sculls is up next. Victoria Lake Ravens of South Africa in 1, Huran Rowing of China in 2, Oreo AE of Spain in 3, Sport Club Magdeburg from Germany in lane 4, Fredericton of Canada in 6, Banyoles in 7, Nottingham Rowing Club Great Britain in lane number 8. 250 metres left to go. Great start in the opening parts of the race for the Banyoles combination, going particularly well, I think, in lane 7. Of course they are. We can hear the roars, we can hear the cheers, the support. Leading them, though, it's the crew of Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain, Elizabeth Moore and David Smith. The Banyoles crew being roared on, though, as they come up to the finish line. But it's Nottingham Rowing Club leading by just over a length or so as we come up to the finish line. I think it will still be Elizabeth Moore, David Smith on the line who come through ahead of a valiant performance from Banyoles, Ariadna Oroval Brulet and Adria Juscafresca Poch. And fast finishing from the rest of the field. On the far side, the first of which will be our crew in lane 4, Sport Club Magdeburg, Lisa Reinhardt and Thomas Peach coming through just ahead of the Chinese combination of Zubo Fang and Zhengwen Huang. That's our Spanish combination of Eva Milares Costas and Aika Esquiperia Astaburaga. And then Samantha Hudson and Peter Clark from Victoria Lake and from Ravens coming through there on the top of your screen. Lane 6 though, Anna Johnson, David Dujardin of Fredericton, Canada coming through in lane 6. So a great performance, a great row from Nottingham Rowing Club. On screen though, with some spectacular headwear, it must be added as well. Some of our winners from that mixed H to M race. Nottingham Rowing Club, as we've said though, on top in final 2. Up then for final 3. A reminder, we've got a lot of these doubles to come. 10 finals of them we can be looking forward to, and this is final 3. Lane 1, FSN Neuchâtel of Switzerland, Maritime of Spain in 2. Hertzbahn of the Netherlands go in lane 3. It's Swindon Rowing Club, it's Great Britain in lane 4. Club de Remo Rio de Marine in lane 5. Moda Kurek Kulubu in lane 6. Jura Joko of France in 7. And for Portugal, it's Associação Desportiva Navarremos and Galitos of Portugal. There's your race leaders at the moment. It's the combination of Benoit Orduquy and Veronique Couvrier of UR Joku from France, storming out well with a cracking lead over the rest of the field, going very nicely there in lane number 7. Great racing across the rest of the field though. You know, we've got the likes of the Swiss in 1, Maritime involved, Hertzbahn from the Netherlands still involved, Swindon involved in some cracking racing, as well as the Portuguese. But the French come through to take this one. Best of the rest though. Let's have a look. Do you know what? On the line it could. Oh, do you know what? I think Swindon Rowing Club, Thomas Kremer and Anna Nicol making a valiant charge there, but I think it was just the Portuguese who might have nipped them on the line. Ana Malgais Pereira and Antonio Magals de Veil. Lane 6 now coming through after a crazy finish. It is Moda Kurek Kulubu, Ulas Gapinar and Ezra Passener. So head back up then for the next of our finals. So, great performance there from our French combination. But we go up then and we can rejoin the action. Final 4. Lane 1, Germans, Alemannia Erste Kieler Ruder Club. The Americans in 2, Rocky Mountain. The French, again, we've just seen UR Joku win. Will we see it again just now? They go in lane 3. Huron Rowing of China in 4, Swan River, Australia in 5. Rem Barcelona go in lane number 6. Lisboa of Portugal in 7. Christchurch Rowing Club from Great Britain in lane 8. Well, no surprises for guessing who the leaders are in this one. It is Rem Barcelona, Anna Ovechko and Dimitri Ovechko. The two of them working incredibly well together there. Rem Barcelona, of course, one of our top performing clubs here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. But over on the far side of the course, going nicely, the Germans, Alemannia Erste Kieler Ruder Club as well. I think just on the very top of your screen. Yeah. Around Barcelona, of course. They'll be travelling back to Barcelona. Not a long drive, but a drive that will be even heavier with the amount of silverware on board, including second in the men's club trophy that was awarded yesterday as well. Also on board, though, Anna Ovechko. We saw her coxing a boat to victory, and then about 20 minutes later yesterday, we saw her jumping in a boat and sculling her way to victory as well in the single scull. They will take the gold medal. They will take first place in this final 4, just ahead of the combination of Karina Hein and Marcus Vogel of Alemannia and Erste Kieler Ruder Club. They'll be followed by the Americans, Adrienne Gowler and Kaylin Dotkoff from Rocky Mountain, USA. Fast finishing then in the middle of the course between lanes 5 and 3. That is, of course, Emma Harrison and Maurice Robson of Swan River, just ahead of Francois Ordiki and Malin Sen from UR Joku. Coming through there at the bottom of your screen was Callie Blake and Michael Kelly of Christchurch Rowing Club. course, we're back at the pontoon to see one of our crews from that mixed H to M final two. We see them pushing off, and they'll be making their way back to the athlete village. We'll back up then for final five. 7 crews in this one. Reduced down to 5 as Upper Thames have scratched, as have Glebe from Australia. So 5 crews then. Aviron Energie in lane 1, Adaremo of Portugal and AZS Bratislava of Poland in 2, Maritime of Spain in 3, Huron Rowing China in 5, and KWO4 Poznan from Poland in 7. Let's see how this one unfolds then. A good eye on that combination in lane 7. That's KWO4 Poznan, Iwa Ruers and Marius Barianak. And in the far side, across in lane 1 as well, we're also monitoring that French combination. Caroline Paulique and Jean-David Bernard of Aviron Energie, the French. They went through the halfway marker 3 seconds ahead of that Polish combination. And it looks like continuing to stretch out. Difficult for them on the far side in lane 1, just to keep monitoring. They have to have big turns of the head to look right away across to lane 7 to keep tracking that Polish combination, who are moving well. But on the top of the screen, they're into the red boys. Pushing off there, though. That was La Rapita of Spain. But up to the line, it's Aviron Energie, the French combination. Comfortable margin ahead of the chasers, the first of which will be our Polish combination. KWO4 of Poznan coming through nicely in second place. Racing hard in the middle of the course. That's the crew in lane 5. Yi Zhang and Junlin Zi from Huron Rowing China. And of course, just 5 boats racing this one, so 2 boats to come through. First of which will be our international composite of Adnaremo, Portugal, and AZS Bratislava of Joanna Kartowska and João Garissa. We've got another one of our doubles there, just on the left-hand side of your screen, pushing off after receiving their medals. So, of course, 10 finals will be coming of the mixed C double sculls. This is the results of final 5. And it was the French combination ahead of Poland and China, and then the international composite in lane 2. Back up, though, final 6. And in lane 1, it is Ravens. Next to them in lane 2, the combination of Modakurek Kalubu of Turkey. Great Britain have got a composite of Newark and Wallingford going nicely in lane 3. Milltown Rowing USA, lane 4. Maritime of Spain in 5. AUN Lyon of France in 6. And Banyoles and Essendon team up from Spain and from Australia in lane 7. So going well, and we can see them, the local crew, Banyoles, our wonderful host club, going nicely. Just on the left-hand side of your screen, that is our winners from Banyoles, sorry, from Barcelona. but we're up to the final 200 meters or so. And it's our combination in lane 6. That's AUN Lyon leading out well to the finish line. In quick succession, our combination from Milltown Rowing, USA, Andaruya and Aaron Hack. And they're followed by the Brits, Wallingford and Newark. Ash Cowley and Janet Mayers come through well. They are just ahead of the combination of Denise Valent Bastos and Brandon Skinner of Ravens. And in lane 3, they're ending out just ahead of the Turkish combination, Aysin Temel and Turker Milletil. And lane 7, that is our combination of Banyoles and Essendon. Confirmation then, a win for the French ahead of Milltown Rowing, USA. Final 7 then. Lane 1. Club de Remo de Brasilia in lane 1. Rem Barcelona in 2. Schweininger Gesellschaft, Germany and Bjorn make up the international composite in 3. Takon Sudajat of Finland in 4. Moda Kurek Kulubu of Turkey in 5. Star, Bedford Star and Pool go in lane 6, with Row Georgia from the United States of America in lane 7. So, just outside the red boys, that is the red zone. That's 250 meters to go. Going well at the moment, the international combination in 3. Beale Bridge and Schweininger Gesellschaft. Good margin ahead of, the likes of Takon Sudajat from Finland, and they themselves just behind Road Georgia from the United States of America. So it's Schweininger Gesellschaft are leading, I think, at the moment. That's the crew in lane 4. That's Taikon Sutajat of Juka Kantanem and Satu Joki. And then just coming into shot there in the red kit and the white boat is Rem Barcelona, Fernandez Lopez Patton and Anna Podgornaya. So we will see what happens in this one as it comes into the last 150 meters. We know that they hit the lead in front. Coming through then, I think the combination on the top of your screen, Club de Remo de Brasilia sneaked through. We didn't have their splits from 500 meters. Club de Remo de Brasilia take the first place ahead of Schweininger Gesellschaft, Germany and Buell Bridge, sneaking right in under the radar. Now the 500 meter splits pop up, and they led out Schweininger Gesellschaft by 2 seconds and extended that margin at the finish line as well. Coming through there in lane 2 is our combination of Rem Barcelona. And this is our crew from lane 5. This is Turkey. This is Tule Demir and Bora Honor. So a great win for Club de Remo de Brasilia there in the top of your screen from lane 1, ahead of Schweininger Gesellschaft, Germany and Buell Bridge from Great Britain. Congratulations, Celio Amorim and Carmen Rodriguez Amandio Matos. Back to the start then, final 8. Not many of these ones to go. No start for SK Kalev in Estonia from lane 1. So we are a 6-boat race of St Andrew Boat Club and Strathclyde Park of Scotland in lane 2. Huron Rowing of China in 3. Terrenia Todaro and Esteri Roma of Italy in lane 4. Real Club Regatta Salicante of Spain in 5. Chinook from the US in 6. Itzas Lagunac of Spain in 7. So we can see in the background on the right-hand side of your screen, that is a combination of Huran Rowing of China. Real Club Regattas Alicante there, now just moving into the main shot. We can see, though, just over on the right-hand side of your screen, some of the puddles from our combination from Italy, Andrea Petracci and Francesca Grasso. Francesca Grasso, what a regatta she has had. They're going in lane 4. We can't see them at the moment. All we can see is their puddles. It's the same as Strathclyde Park and St Andrew Boat Club. Gillian Connell and Tom Duke, they're back in action. Again, we can just see the puddles. We've got the times through of St Andrew Boat Club. They were 2 seconds down on the Italians at 500 metres. So as we come up to the finish line, we're expecting the Italians to be fast finishing. Great combination of the Italians. Still riding with Real Club Regattas Alicante on screen. It's the Italians on top in this one. Scotland, the Brits, St Andrew Boat Club, Strathclyde Park, Gillian Connell, Tom Duke will take second place behind Andrea Petracci and Francesca Grasso. They will be followed by Real Club Regattas Alicante, Jose Alves Segui and Elena Espinosa Perez. Next through will be that combination of Chinook from the USA, Travis Landreth and Summer Landreth. And this is our crew from Huran Rowing China. Up to the line, Yan Lu and Yuhu Zhao will cross. And that is everyone through across the line for final 8. So our penultimate race then for the mixed C double sculls will be coming up next. There's our Italians just paddling to the pontoon because they are the winners. They are our winners of final 8. Andrea Petracci and Francesco Grasso. Well then, final 9, we said it's the penultimate one. On screen at the moment, that's our crew in lane 7. That's Warwick Boat Club of Great Britain, who look to be one of our top crews at the moment. Let's take you through the rest of the runners and riders. Ravens of South Africa in 1, VRL of Portugal in 2, Copenhagen and Hummelbach Row Club of Denmark in 3, Aviron Mogu Carnon of France in 4, RK Amvanesi of Germany in 5, Real Club Regattas Alicante and Club Rem Emporium of Spain in 6, and that leading crew from Great Britain, it's Warwick Boat Club, Samantha Wesley and Graham Giles. They're into the closing stages then, not long to go for them, less than 250 metres. We're probably about 40 seconds away from the finish line. Warwick Boat Club going magnificently well at the moment. Second place, though, also going magnificently well on the top of your screen. It's that combination from Portugal, VRL, Carla de Oliveira Pereira and Raul de Uterio Pinto moving nicely. I think the Brits have just stretched out that advantage that they had at 500 metres. 0.4 of a second they had over the rest of the field. But not by much. They're being pushed hard right the way down the finish line by that Portuguese combination. Big cheers. A wee look across there for Samantha Wesley in the bow seat, just checking out. And she'll be able to see that they continue to pull away from VRL of Portugal. As we come up to the finish line, cracking performance. They'll win by a length over the Portuguese combination from VRL. Quick finishing again from the crew in lane 3. Copenhagen Hummelbach Row Club just ahead of, I think, the crew of Ravens of South Africa. And then in lane 6, coming through nicely there, that is Real Club Regattas Alicante and Club Rem Emporium. This is now RK Amvanesi. So confirmation coming through. Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain on top. So one race to go then. One race to go in the mixed C double sculls. So up to the start then. Final 10 of the mixed C double sculls already coming into the closing stages. Lane 1, it is the University of York. UN Brussels of Belgium in 2, Santiago Tarak of Spain in 3, Polish combination of PTW, Triton and RTW, Bigostia in lane 5, Hummelach Row Club Denmark in 6, the international composite from Switzerland, C Club Lucerne, and France, Club d'Aviron Annecy Le Vieux in lane 7. I think that's who we're flying over at the moment. On screen though, it's our winners of Warwick Boat Club. They took the win in the previous race, final 9 of the mixed C double sculls. 250 metres to go then in this last race of the mixed C double sculls. I do think we're flying over the top of this international composite from France and from Switzerland, just the other side of the Alps from each other, and they've teamed up nicely. But going with them though, it is our Polish composite of PTW Triton and Bigostia. Waldemar Malinowski and Larissa Skitspaniak are in a heck of a race with this Swiss and French composite. The Swiss and the French doing everything they can. A wee look across there from, I think, Anya Odermatt in the bow seat. Dragos Nigo leading them in the stroke seat. It's stroke for stroke. It's bow ball to bow ball as we come up to the finish line. We're not counting out the Brits at the top, but on the line, C Club Lucerne, Club d'Aviron, Annecy Le Vieux will take the win ahead of Waldemar Malinowski and Larissa Skitspaniak of Portugal coming through just now there, and that's our crew in lane 6. That's Humlebach Row Club, Michael Arnhild and Met Porsmos. Lane 1, it is Katie Cawthorne and Timothy Hobbs of University of York coming through just ahead there. Our combination in lane 3, Coldo LaGuardia Iguinez and Artanza Luzendezugi Narvat of Santiago Tanak from Spain. Well, the results have just popped up, and it was in fact a win for that Polish combination. Incredibly tight on the line there. Well, we've got 2 sets of racing left to go. We've got the mixed F quads, 6 of those finals to look forward to, and then we've got the mixed A8s rounding out the day's racing at 1:37. Not long to go then. So let's start with these mixed F quads. Final 1. Spanish combination in 1, Maritim Kaiku and UR Kirolak. Brazilian combination next to them in lane 2. It's Martinelli, it's Corinthians, and it is Riachuelo. Rem Mexico go in lane 3. Next to them it is Aberdeen Boat Club from Scotland. Furesso of Denmark in 5. Rocky Mountain USA in lane 6. We'll have Bradford on Avon and Minerva Bath of Great Britain in 6. And we'll have Clonmel, Ireland, teaming up with the Huns of Netherlands in lane 8. Well, that's who is one of our top crews at the moment. I think our top crew, actually, as they come through the buoy line. That Clonmel, the Huns composite from Ireland and Netherlands. Sitting in second place, though, then, I think at the top of your screen, it is the Spanish composite of Maritim Kaiku. UR Kirolak going nicely as well, as is the crew in lane 7, Bradford upon Avon and Minerva Bath, I think holding on to that third place position. They're being challenged, though. They're being challenged by Remo Mexico, who are pushing up, and they themselves are pushing up towards the Spanish combination there in lane number 1. Here comes Remo Mexico doing some great stuff there on the top of the course, just at the right sort of time as we come into the final 250 metres. Momentum then with Remo Mexico pushing for that second place position. The Brits aren't going to give it up, though, without a proper scrap. And that's Bradford upon Avon, Minerva Bath. Leading, though, still leading the way, Clonmel of Ireland, De Huns of the Netherlands, Branwell Kelly, Fenella McCarthy, Paul Nugent and James McGrath out in front for that one. But I think it's Remo Mexico now in second place. Miriam Bertrand Villa, Louis Pinto Haj, Santiago Fuentes Castaneda, Martha Garcia Mayo as well. I think they've got their bow ball in front of Bradford on Avon and Minerva Bath. We'll have to wait for confirmation on the line. It's still desperately close between the two of them, between the Mexicans, between the Brits. How's this one going to play out? It's absolutely scintillating stuff here. What we do know is that out in front, it is the Irish composite with the Netherlands. Remo Mexico, they're just faltering there in the final stages, just allowing the Brits to retake that second place position. Remo Mexico just fading ever so slightly at just the wrong sort of moment there, which saw Bradford upon Avon and Minerva Bath surge back through to take second place. Fast finishing on the far side from the likes of Maritim Kaiku, UR Kirolak as well. That's our crew in lane 6. That's Rocky Mountain USA coming through. So a great performance from Clonmel and De Huns. And this is our combination from Aberdeen Boat Club. Aberdeen Boat Club coming through there. Karen Perry, Nicola Brooks, Simon Churchfield and Ron Wallace. Aberdeen Boat Club taking 3rd overall in the Women's Club Trophy last night. So, we turn over the page onto our final side of A4 of the 2025 World Rowing Masters Regatta. One side of racing to go. We start that side of paper with the second final of the mixed F quads. We've got an international composite in lane 1 of the University of Queensland from Australia, teaming up with John Coppins of Sweden. Canada go in lane 2, represented by Two Rivers Rowing Club, Fredericton and Red Sands. Norwich from Great Britain in 3, Rocky Mountain USA in 4, British Composite of Starraport and Exeter in 5, Aviron Agatois of France in 6, Thailand Masters in lane 7, and Corinthians, the Brazilians, in lane 8. Well, going well is that crew in lane 5. That is the combination of Exeter and Starraport from Great Britain. Eleanor Burke, Sharon Salter, Duncan Gwillam and David Burns. Flanking them on the top of your screen is the crew of Rocky Mountain USA. It's Aviron Agatois, the French, just occupying that 3rd place position. But with about 200 metres left to go, nobody is catching that crew from Great Britain. No one's catching Exeter or Starraport at this point in the race. Moving very nicely. Pushing up, though. Pushing for a spot in 2nd or 3rd. It's the Brazilians, Corinthians, battling hard right the way up through to the finish line. I think they're just trailing ever so slightly, though. But it's close. It's desperately close in the closing stages of this one. Out in front, though, it is that combination from Exeter and Starraport of Great Britain on the line there. Coming through. Fast finishing. Rocky Mountain USA just ahead of Aviron Agatois, and I think Corinthians are just pushed down into 4th place. Top of your screen, though, that is the University of Queensland and John Coppins of Sweden. And then followed in succession by Two Rivers Rowing Club, Fredericton, Red Sands of Canada, and Norwich from Great Britain as well. So one boat left out on the water, and that is our crew of Thailand Master. Nongfana Wingsamut, Geranet du La Paire du Saint-Cerny, Bundit Chok Sangwan, and Prapan Pongs Pochan Sombruna. Four more finals to come of the mixed F quads afterwards, 3, 4, 5 and 6, before our curtain call at this year's World Rowing Masters Regatta. A two-boat showdown in the mixed A8s at 1:37. Well, up to the line, it is our crew of Thailand Masters. It's been wonderful to have them over here at this year's regatta. We look forward to welcoming them back in the future. Thailand, of course, one of 50 countries represented here, the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And more than 3,700 athletes have been participating over 5 exceptional days of racing. Up to the line then for Thailand Masters in lane 7 to round out this second final of the mixed F quads. So we'll go up quickly because we know the next race is already approaching the 250-metre marker to go. Confirmation there, a win for the composite of Exeter and Starport. Back up though, because in lane 1 of final 3 is Minerva Bath, Lake Macquarie of Australia in 2, Auckland of New Zealand in 3, Club de Remo de Brasilia in lane 4, Chinook of the US in 5, the German composite of Flursheimer, Ruderverein, Ruder Club Mauve Grosshahn and Ruderverein Hellas Offenbach in lane 6, the international composite of Canoteri Valparaiso of Chile and Whatcom Rowing USA, with Strathclyde Park represented in lane 8. Two of your crews are on screen at the moment. That is the crews of Lake Macquarie in Australia leading out Minerva Bath. Lake Macquarie, they were our leaders through 500 metres, and they are our leaders still at the moment as we come up to the finish line. Going well also, it's the Germans in lane 6, but out in front, Teresa Fearon, Trudy McDonald, Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard. They'll be followed by Ian Burdis, Timothy Birdwhistle, Heidi Richards and Lorna McIsaac of Minerva, just ahead of the Germans. Cornelia Jurgens, Thomas Benner, Rudolf Axelm and Stephanie Thum. Through there just now, that is lane 8, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Elizabeth McGovern, Rosalie McSwiggan, Ulrich Ikes and David McCauley. Those are winners from the previous race. Exeter and Starport of Great Britain. In confirmation there, a win for the Australians for Lake Macquarie. Teresa Fearon, Trudy McDonald, Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard. Final 4 then. 4 races to go at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Fredericton of Canada are in lane 1. German composite next to them is made up of RCO Hennigsdorf and Rockstocker RK. We've got an international composite going in lane 3. Club Remo Domino of Spain, Martha's Mums of the US, Minneapolis Rowing Club USA and Fluvial of Portugal. Chinook in lane 4 from the United States of America. An international composite in lane 5 of Oncu from France, Minerva Bath of Great Britain and Bauram Row Club Norway. Thames Rowing Club are in lane 6 from Great Britain. And it's the Australians. It's ANA in lane 7. So we've got our 2 leaders then starting to pull away from the pack. That is lanes 2 and 3 on the top of your screen. It is RCO Hennigsdorf and Rostocker. But leading them, I think, at the moment is our international composite. Club Remo Domino, Martha's Mums, Minneapolis Rowing Club and Fluvial. What a contest that's shaping up between the 2 of them at the moment. Absolutely going at each other right the way down the course and right the way into this final 250-metre section. This one is going to go right to the wire yet again. The racing this afternoon has been absolutely electric here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. There's a kick on though. We're seeing a bit of a move there from the crew in lane 3 from our international composite. That's a decisive move there. That's sort of a final blow as we come into the last 200 metres. Really stamping on the race at this point and look to be moving away, moving up to half a length on the Germans of RCO, Heinigsdorf and Rostocker, who don't seem to have a response at this point in the race. So it will be on the line. Victoria Laughlin-Taylor, Kristen Miller, Manuel Villaverde Gomez and Jose Lopez Agante of Club Remo Domino, Martha's Mum's Minneapolis Rowing Club and Fluvio as well, who are your winners ahead of RCO, Heinigsdorf, Rostocker. That's the crew in lane 5 just coming through. The other international crew from Bydam Row Club, Minerva Bath and Onku, the Norwegians, Brits and French. This is Thames Rowing Club now. Nicola Warden, Paul Mew, Catherine Baker and John Collett coming through nicely. And on the right-hand side of your screen, it's our winners from our previous race. It's Teresa Fearon, Trudy McDonald, Peter Armstrong, Peter Stevenard of Lake Macquarie from Australia. Congratulations to all 4 of them. There they are, our Australians. Tremendous bit of kit there, the Aussie Masters kit. Brilliant. So that was final 4. Great win for our international composite. Start list though for final 5 is up. We've got a Danish composite in lane 1 of Lyngby and Fureso. Polish composite in 2 of Poznania and WTW Warszawa. Dutch composite in lane 3 of Maastricht and BWV De Eem. British composite in lane 4 of Bedford Star, Marlow, Tideway Scullers and Hollingworth Lake. Calgary from Canada in 7, Canberra of Australia in 6, Caderouge Essen from France in lane 7. Riding with that British crew, Keith Lawton, Jacqueline Easton, Fiona Betts, Jeffrey Robert, Nicholas Holland of Star, Marlow, Tideway Scullers, Hollingworth Lake. They're your leaders at the moment, the Brits with a good advantage over second place. That is our combination from Poznania and Warszawa. The Poles there in lane 2. Going nicely as well in lane 3, our Dutch composite crew. Maximilian Kramwinkel, Maria Ditchkin, Anneke van Pelt and Dick van der Veld as well. And just out of shot there, I think in 4th place, Lyngby and Fureso, the Danish combination. Well, 250 metres to go then for the Brits as they come towards the line. They put themselves in a cracking position here with 200 metres left to go. Out in front, leading this one. A reminder, the average age of cross F quads is, of course, 60 and above. Just got to be careful of that boy line, though, from this British quad to make sure they've got as smooth a run into the finish line as possible. They've led for so much of this race, and they want to continue doing so as they come up to the finish line. Second place still going well, though. A combination from Poznania and Warszawa. But up to the line then. Bedford Star, Marlow, Tideway Scullers, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, Keith Lawton, Jacqueline Easton, Fiona Betts, Jeffrey, Robert, Nicholas, Holland will be your winners. They'll be victorious in this penultimate race of the mixed F quads. Second place to be followed quickly by that Poznania VTW Warszawa combination, Danuta Pribe, Edita Chaninska-Nowak, Gerard Bednarek and Paweł Sitspaniak. Finishing now, we've got our crew from Lyngby and Fureso of Denmark. We've got our Dutch combination coming through of Maastricht and BWV DEEM. And this is our crew in lane 7, Caderouge Essen of France. Claire Grandjean, Michel Condomin, Marie Van Minen and Jean Kiefigny, who come up to the line. A combination followed by our Australians from Canberra. Well, one race of the mixed F quads to go. It's Hawthorn of Australia in 1, Avalon from the US in 2, International Composite in 3 of Endeavour Racing Alliance, Lucky Charms, both from the USA, Medway Towns from Great Britain, and TVK Essen of Germany. Club Nautique de Libourne in lane 4 for France, the second of our international combinations in lane 5 of Nogent of France, RCAA from Belgium, RSNM of Belgium, and CA Vichy of France. Great Britain have got Lakeland Rowing Club in lane 6. We've got an international combination of Loch Lomond of Scotland, Christiana Row Club of Norway, SSB Jamala of Latvia. They're in lane 7. Well, that's the international composite closest to us on the screen. One lane up, though, sitting in second place. That is Lakeland Rowing Club. So I think it is that crew in lane 3 who's leading out at the moment. That would be the combination of Endeavour Racing Alliance, Medway Towns, TVK Essen, and Lucky Charms in the mix as well. Lakeland were going well through 500. But I think it's that composite in lane 3 who's moving very nicely. At the top of your screen at the moment, that is Hawthorn from the United States, from Australia, I should say, Ruth Oliver, Julie Cochin, John Stewart, and Mark Oliver. But out in front, though, leading, it is the composite crew, a great composite crew, Endeavour Racing Alliance, Medway Towns, TVK Essen, and Lucky Charms. Up to the line then, crossing through, it will be Anne-Marie Butcher, Terry Walters, Christopher Andrews, and Asgar Vesling, crossing ahead of the combination from Lakeland Rowing Club Great Britain, Celia Whitman, Gordon Jack, Samantha Ayres, and Nicholas Cowan. Lane 7 through next, that's our international composite of Loch Lomond, Christiana Row Club, and SSB Jamala, as well as Hawthorn crossing on the top of your screen. And now coming into view will be the combination from lane 5. Our French-Belgian composite, Nogent, CA Vichy, RSNM of Belgium, and RCAA of them as well. Avalon, the United States of America, crossing now just ahead of the French. Club Nautique de Libourne. So, one race to go. Our final race of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Race number 104 today, with hundreds more that we have had over the past 5 days of racing. It all comes down to this. A two-boat showdown in the mixed A8s. One and only final for this. And we've got two composites, two big international composites for you. In lane 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, it's Auckland from New Zealand, Montreal of Canada, Putney Town of Great Britain, Newcastle from Australia, ARV Hanseat of Germany, North Shore from New Zealand, Drummoyne from Australia, Münchener Bayern from Germany, and Bremer Ruder Club Hansa of Germany. And the second of our crews leading out at the moment with clear water advantage is Nautilus of the Netherlands, Cairo Police of Egypt, Bedford Star from Great Britain, Clonmel of Ireland, Cincinnati Rowing Club USA, Commercial of Ireland, and Grunow of Germany. Well, it all comes down to this two-boat affair, this one-on-one match, and it certainly looks like this combination in lane 2 that we are flying over the top of, flying the colours of Commercial Rowing Club on their blades. And into the 250 metre to go. We've got about 40 seconds left of racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And this combination from the Netherlands, from Egypt, from Great Britain, from Ireland, and from the United States and Germany are putting on a fine display of eights racing for us. Susie Bies, Roisin Phelan, Sebastian Fortig, Abdullah Abdilal, Scarlett Gellison Fortig, Selena Flox Monaghan, Kareem Abdullah, Tristan Stiegman, and Lucia Cacciopoppo are out in front and look set to take our final medal of this year's regatta. Up to the line then, 3 strokes to go for them. And they will be victorious in this final of the mixed A8. Across the line then, it will be our combination from New Zealand, from Canada, from Great Britain, Australia, and Germany as well. Franziska Zimmerman, Tessa Kuhn, Caroline DeLong, Anna DeLong, Finn Legeri, Andrew Goldstein, Heinrich Vence, Benjamin Homer, and Sofia Tetskova as well. Those two crews bring the curtain down on what has been a truly awesome week of racing at the 2025 World Rowing Masters Regatta. Of course, the 51st edition of this event. And your results there, a win for that international composite in lane 2. At this point, before we wrap up, we can bring you the official results of the club trophies from yesterday that were awarded for the first 4 days of racing before our athletes come to mixed racing. In the men's trophy, in 3rd place it was Region Grand. 2nd place went to Barcelona, with Sport Club Corinthians Paulista on top in the men's club trophy. In the women's club trophy, Aberdeen Boat Club took 3rd place behind Corinthians, with Chinook on top in the women's club trophy. And then in the combined trophy, Region Grand of France were 3rd. Chinook from the United States took the silver medal, and Corinthians were on top, making it back-to-back wins for the overall club trophy for that Brazilian club. On screen though is our winners from final 6. Our international composite winning the final 6 of the mixed F quads. Of course, from Endeavour Racing Alliance, from Medway Towns, from TVK Essen, and from Lucky Charms as well. Anne-Marie Butcher, Terry Walters, Christopher Andrews, and Ansgar Wesling winning our penultimate race of the day. Well, we'll be closing out our coverage with some of the footage of our medalists, some of our winners. That is, of course, who we are with at the moment on screen. Enjoying their medals, enjoying their time on the podium as well. We hope you have enjoyed the 51st edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta here at the beautiful Lake Banyoles. Hosted the 92 Olympics, and of course hosted the World Championships in 2004 as well. And here it is back hosting the 2025 World Rowing Masters Regatta. They had to wait a little while due to the global pandemic a few years ago, but Banyoles have certainly put on a show. So as well as the medals, some fantastic headgear being handed out here for our winners of final 6 of the mixed F quads. Endeavour Racing Alliance, Medway Towns, TVK Essen, and Lucky Charms as well. Medals, winners, and headwear winners as well. It doesn't get much better than that. There will be one more crew to come on to the podium, and that will be our winners of the mixed A8s, which was, of course, our combination of Nautilus, Cairo Police, Bedford Star, Clonmel from Ireland, Cincinnati Rowing Club, Commercial Rowing Club of Ireland, and Grunow of Germany. But for now, though, we can say a huge thank you, first of all, to our host club from Banyoles for putting on a marvellous regatta, a marvellous 51st edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. A thank you to over 3,700 athletes from 50 countries around the world who have travelled to this wonderful part of the world, this beautiful part of Catalonia, for 5 days of phenomenal racing. And here are our final winners, that international composite crew that came together for this last race of the day. Congratulations to them. The World Rowing Masters Regatta has once again brought Olympic champions, world champions, people returning to the sport, people who have recently discovered the sport, together for 5 great days of racing. Hundreds of racing, over 1,000 meters, and just a couple of hours of delay yesterday for thunderstorms and lightning, but every single race was still able to take place. Everyone has had their moment to shine here on the stunning Lake Banyoles. They're getting their IDs checked just to make sure it is them, and then they will be awarded their medals. So congratulations to them, to Susie Beast, Roisin Phelan, Sebastian Fortig, Abdallah Abdilal, Scarlett Gellison Fortig, Selina Flox-Monahan, Kareem Abdullah, Tristan Stiegman, and Licha Cacioppo. And they're just waiting to get their medals at the moment. More than 5,300 boats have been racing here over the course of 5 days. As we've said, over 3,700 athletes have made the pilgrimage to this very special part of the world. Big entry from Sport Club Corinthians Paulista from Sao Paulo in Brazil, 149 of their crews. And that was good enough for them to win the overall trophy for the second year in a row. A tremendous effort from them. Of course, one of our winners in this crew from Bedford Star. Great Britain brought the largest contingent across 670 athletes from the UK. Have driven down, have flown down, have made the trip to here in Banyoles. 400 athletes from across Spain also made the pilgrimage. 747 clubs represented from around the world. And that will bring an end to our coverage of the 51st edition. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We hope you've enjoyed all of the racing. We can't wait to do it all again next year. World Rowing will welcome the Masters community to the sensational Lake Bled in Slovenia from the 9th to the 13th of September 2026 for the 52nd edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. I've been Fergus Mainland. Thank you very much for joining me across all of the racing, all 5 days of racing. Safe travels home to all of you, to whatever part of the world you have come from. We look forward to welcoming you in Slovenia at Lake Bled next year.